First call, Class 4, Angus. First call, Class 4.
The first North American Livestock Exposition was held in November 1974 in Louisville at the Kentucky Exposition Center. It began as a beef show for 5 breeds with Harold Workman as general manager, a post he would hold for nearly 4 decades. The National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest, held at the legendary International Livestock Exposition in Chicago since the early 1900s, found a new home at the NAILE. From the start, the North American was steeped in tradition, from the now ubiquitous green shavings to a logo that communicated confidence that what began as a beef show would continue to grow and expand to a global reach. The North American seemed destined to inherit the legacies of Chicago, and before long, it was renamed the North American International Livestock Exposition. And the show did grow, with the sheep division coming along in 1975, and dairy, swine, and quarter-horse shows following soon after. The National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest moved to Louisville in 1976, and the North American's early success with all these events right out of the gate led to the honor of being chosen as the new home of the prestigious Saddle and Sirloin Club Portrait Gallery. More than 300 painted portraits of the livestock industry's most revered leaders moved from Chicago to the Kentucky Expo Center in '77. Each year since, during the North American, another honoree is added to this Hall of Fame. The North American Championship Rodeo was launched in 1979 as the finals for the Great Lakes Circuit. Today, the Expo is the longest-serving host venue for the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association. In the 1980s, draft horse and dairy goat shows were added, and in the 90s, llamas and alpacas found their place in the spotlight. Boar goats and mules and donkeys joined in the fun in the 2000s, bringing the North American to a total of 10 divisions. The continued growth has been possible because the Kentucky Exposition Center has expanded as a world-class facility. The North American's educational reach has extended beyond youth livestock showing and judging contests to coveted internships, school tours, and a children's barnyard. And the commercial exhibits have grown into the ever-popular country store. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition, we honor the visionary leaders, dedicated staff and volunteers, and exhibitors who raised the best of the best to bring them to the world's largest all-breed, purebred livestock show. Hold on to your hats. The best is yet to come.
Third and final call, Class 4, Angus. Third and final call, Class 4, Angus. Second call, Class 11 and 14, Shorthorn plus Bulls. Second call, Class 11 and 14. First call, Class 5, 6 and 7, Angus. First call, Class 5, 6 and 7.
Well, good morning, and it's certainly a pleasure to be here to evaluate your Angus here at the 50th anniversary of the North American, and a nice way to start. This is one that we're going to get right today, this class here. Nice single entry May bull calf here for this young lady. He could have withstood a lot of competition. One that maybe when we get him on the move, he wants to drag those hind feet just ever so slightly, but boy, he's got a nice turn to his top, nice muscle shape, carries it down through his stifle. This will be one we're anxious to compare to some other bulls here in a little bit for a division.
Second call, class 5, 6, and 7, Angus. Second call, class 5, 6, and 7. Results of class number 1 of your Open Angus show. Here at your 2023 North American. In first place goes to entry number 381, AML Party Line 310, exhibited by AM Livestock of Richmond, Kansas. Now entering the ring is class number 2 of your Angus bulls.
Well, good morning over here on the Shorthorn Plus side. It's certainly an honor to be here and evaluate your show today. Looking forward to a really high quality set of cattle, and certainly a great way to start off our class or our show here with this young bull calf. A bull that's really good in terms of his feet and legs and the way he sets down and in his skeletal correctness. A bull that's built really good in terms of his design and balance. For me, I'd like to maybe change him just a little bit in the way he lays in his shoulder into his forerib transition, give him just a shot more power down low, but one that's really big bodied. I love his turn to his rib cage and his depth for his and progression to his underline at this stage in the game, and obviously one that's very good on his feet. A really nice way to start this class off.
Angus entry number 391 to the makeup arena. Entry number 391, Angus bulls to the makeup arena. Third and final call, class 5, 6, and 7, Angus bulls. Third and final call, class 5, 6, and 7, Angus bulls. Third and final call, class 11 and 14, Shorthorn plus bulls. Third and final call, class 11 and 14. This time we'd like to recognize your Shorthorn judge for today, Mr. Blaine Rogers. Blaine is from Savannah, Missouri, where he and his wife, Melissa, and 2 daughters, Peyton and Reagan, own and operate Rogers Livestock. Their operation focuses on raising and selling show steers and breeding cattle for the junior livestock industry. Blaine is also the national sales manager for Rural Supplements and Rival Show Feeds. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming Mr. Blaine Rogers here to the Green Chips at the North American.
Well, nice class of March and April bulls here, and we're going to go with the bull to me. I think it's just a little farther along. He's one that tremendous muscle shape, tremendous top to him. You like the way that front end all ties together. He maybe gets just a little coarser right there in his lower part of his shoulder, but I think he wins the class just on overall muscle expression when you get right behind him. The bull that's going to come out here in second, boy, he's really attractive to look at from a profile standpoint. He's just really green right now. I think in time that one there will catch up with this one front. Love that front end on him. He's got that extra extension up through his front end. He's nice right there at his shoulder. He gets maybe just a little tight there in that heart, but again, he's a lot greener than the one that we're starting the class with. I think with time that's going to be a really nice calf. Then the bull that's rounding out the class is one that has a nice muscle shape, sets down on a nice foot and leg, maybe just not quite as attractive as the bulls that we're starting with, but I think a nice calf for that young man there.
Well, another nice class over here, and a red roan bull to lead off the class that I think does so just for a multitude of reasons, but ultimately I think as we start at the ground, he's just the best in terms of his feet and legs. I like his foot shape. I like the way he sits down softer in his rear hock and pastern. A bull that has probably a little more accurate angle to his shoulder and front knee than the bull that we find in second. And then you accompany that with him being a little more rugged in terms of his feature. He's a stouter skulled bull that I really like in terms of the way he opens up, in terms of his body shape, his overall mass and power when you get in behind him. Certainly a nice place to start here within this class. Young man's blue roan bull that comes next is maybe one that's just a little bit bigger footed, a stouter bone kind of a bull that as we compare him to the one right ahead of him. But with that, I think we need to lay him back in his shoulder just a little bit more, make him a little more athletic in the way he moves out of his hock and rear pastern. A bull that's got a lot of product and power and really good in his body shape, offers a lot of nice things as well. As we evaluate here within this class, just like to change him a little bit structurally. The red bull that comes next is a really nice pattern, strong top kind of a bull that's really extended. I'd like to also make him a little bit bigger in terms of his foot size, maybe loosen him up in his structure just a little bit, but a bull that really has a lot of quality as well. Three nice bulls. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
This time we'd like to introduce our Open Angus Show judges today, the father-son duo, Mr. Jeff and Reed Gooden. Big thanks to them for coming. They are both of Kingsville, Missouri. Jeff is the general manager for Valley Oaks, and he was a former board member on the Missouri Angus Association and has spoken at many cattle organization meetings and has been very involved with the youth livestock. His experience comes from the Angus, Hereford, and Simmental industries. And a big thanks to Jeff for joining us. His son, Reed, will be the assistant Open Angus judge today. Reed is a manager at Premier Genetics in Warsaw, Missouri. He manages a bull collection facility and a reproductive ET center. He also assists with development in bulls for the Valley Oaks Angus sales. Reed is a graduate of the University of Central Missouri with a bachelor's in economics and ag business. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Gooden father-son duo of Jeff and Reed. First call, Class 8 and 9 Angus Bulls. First call, Class 8 and 9 Angus Bulls. Results of Class 2 in your Open Angus Bull Show. In first place, entry number 383, weighing 883 pounds, goes to DAJS, the Redeemer, 538, exhibited by Doug Angus Satry of Montague, Texas. Additional results from class number 2 in your Open Angus Bull show. In second place, entry number 389, weigh 838 pounds. GZ Heavy Hitter 324, exhibited by Gage Center of Attica, Indiana. In third place, weighing 838 pounds, entry number 386, Blackburn Carrot 305, exhibited by Victor Morgan of Marshall, Illinois.
Well, a close pair of bulls here. Obviously, there's some differences in types and kind between these two. I think we're going to go with the bull, to me, that I think just sets down on a little bigger foot and leg. I really appreciate that about him. He's got a little more eye appeal to him when you look at him right up through his front end, a little smoother right there in that shoulder. Granted, he gives up some performance to the one that's going to come out here in second, but I think a nice place to start. You'll catch him at times not wanting to walk quite right, but I think a lot of that's got to do with not probably being shown very much, but when he gets out here on the standstill, that's a bull that I really appreciate. The young man's bull that's going to come out here in second, I don't think he's quite as square from his hooks to pins when you get to looking at him. You know, he's maybe got a little more set to that hind leg, but boy, that's one that's going to be a tremendous beef bull. That's one that's got a lot of depth of rib, a lot of power to him when you get to looking at him. I'd just like to change him right there in his rump structure, but that's two real nice bulls that you could probably switch around, and I couldn't give you a whole lot of argument.
Second call, class 8 and 9, Angus Bulls. Second call, class 8 and 9, Angus Bulls to the Makeup Arena.
Well, another really nice class over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, and a bull I really like to start this class off. I think as we get him out here, not only is he the most fundamental in terms of his structure and the way he hits the ground, but ultimately this bull, for me, offers the most balance and the most correctness in terms of his skeletal makeup. One that really ties in neat in the way his neck comes out of his shoulder and opens up into such a big, productive rib cage in the way that he's shaped as he comes out of the back of his spine and down into the center portion of his rib. One that balances so well when we get him out here on the profile. And then when you get in behind him, he's the most dimensional in terms of his power. A big testicled bull. I like the way he hits the ground in terms of his feet and leg structure. The bull that comes second is one that is really extended up through his neck and has a really good look up in the front third of his body. One that also is big-footed and sits down on a nice soft hind leg. I like this bull in terms of his structural integrity. Well, as we get him out here and study him in terms of his skeletal makeup, I think the bull gets a little bit more piecey as we look at him in terms of his transitions, the way he comes out of his shoulder into his spine, the way his hip ties in when he gets stopped. I think a bull that maybe just comes apart a little bit more in his top line and his balance. One that's fairly lean still, and I think some of those things will change as he starts to put on a little more condition, but ultimately one that has a lot of good to offer as well. He certainly was a little more advantage in terms of his structure as we studied him over the Blue Roan bull that ends up third. I will say that I really like this bull in terms of his body shape and his productivity. One that maybe even handles his hip just a little bit better in the way he lays that in him. You get him behind this bull and he's massive in terms of his power and muscle. For me, I just like to loosen him up in terms of his structural design, maybe make him balance up just a notch better. Nice bull to round up the class, a really high quality trio of bulls.
Results of your Open Shorthorn Plus Bull show. In first place from Class 1 goes to THR Brandy 988, exhibited by Abigail Thornton of Amanda, Ohio. Your Class 4 results and also your early spring bull calf champion goes to entry number 7, weighing 836 pounds. Double M Big Bucks 29L, exhibited by Hugh W. Moore Jr. and Sons of Jerseyville, Illinois. Your reserve champion and also second place in Class 4 goes to entry number 28, weighing 710 pounds, Miller's Blue Ringer, exhibited by Casey Stewart of Ashland, Ohio. In third place of Class 4, entry number 6, weighing 854 pounds, goes to Bar Denali 2311, exhibited by Brandon Barr of Xenia, Ohio. Angus entry number 400 to the Makeup Arena. Angus entry number 400 to the Makeup Arena, please. This is your third and final call, Class 8 and 9, Angus. Third and final call, Class 8 and 9, Angus Bulls. Results of class number 3 of your Open Angus Bull Show. In first place, entry number 390. Evers next up, 220, exhibited by Carter and Evers of Middlebrook, Virginia. In second place, entry number 392, PLR Kingray 304R, exhibited by Taylor Lynn Sheffield of Byron, New York.
Well, a really nice single entry over here in the Blue Roan Bull, and one that you just have to love in terms of his pattern from the side. So extended up through his neck, one that handles his top line extremely well, a long-hipped bull that from the side as he gets out and goes, I think he reaches well, gets his foot down nice, a big-footed kind of a bull that's still got a masculine look to him. For me, as we get in behind him, I'd like to square him up in terms of his pin setting. As a result, the bull gets a little bit awkward as he moves away from you and wants to get a little outside his skeleton from behind, but a bull that really has a lot of good to offer. I love his balance and his look and his center body. A really nice single entry here in this class.
Throughout the Angus Show today, we will be recognizing the Roll of Victory Awards for the 2022 through 2023 year. During the 2023 Angus Convention held earlier this month in Orlando, Florida, the American Angus Association recognized the Breeder of the Year, Show Bull, and Show Heifer of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma as Breeder of the Year. Conley Ransom, 1810, was the Show Bull of the Year, owned by Case Conley of Oklahoma. And Conley FRKG Queen Meg, 1085, was the Show Heifer of the Year, owned by Houston Free. Throughout the show today, we will be recognizing both the champion and reserve champion Roll of Victory winners. When your name is announced, please come to the backdrop for your awards and photograph. Your ROV Bull Award of the Year for your 2022 through 2023 Roll of Victory Sire of the Year goes to SCC SCH 24 Carat 838, owned by Sturtzball Cattle of Ohio, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle of Indiana, and Ryan and Bridget Vanzi of Iowa.
Well, in this class, we got different types and kind in this first and second place bull. We're going to go with the bull, to me, that from the ground up, I think that's where he wins this class. He's structurally sound. He's got a good foot and leg under him. Probably toe structure is his biggest advantage. If we changed him, I'd like to clean him up in his sheath. But, you know, to follow type and kind of the one that just won the last class, I think this one follows. He's so youthful up through his head yet. He's not going to be quick maturing. He has a nice top in him, nice shape. Really nice foot and leg. The bull that's going to come out here in second, he's one that, boy, he's extremely long-sided, packed full of muscle. He gets just a little straighter on that front end for me today. And he's one that if you look at his toe structures, he's got an inside toe there that's starting to roll under him a good little bit. And for longevity reasons, I think that's something we got to be just a little bit concerned about on him, but that's a nice calf. This bull that's coming out here in third, I think, is really complete. He's got a nice muscle shape. He's tied in nice right up through his front end. He just gives up performance today compared to those two that's right in front of him. Same with the bull that's going to round out the class. He's got a tremendous muscle shape, carries it down through his tight top, but he just gets a little softer from the ground up. He's not quite as stout as a bone, maybe just a little quicker maturing, but that's another one that has nice testicular development and a lot of muscle shape.
First call, Class 1, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 1, Shorthorn plus females. Results of Class 7 of your Shorthorn plus bull show. In first place goes to, Class number 8. Your results from Class number 8 of your Shorthorn plus bull show. In first place, entry number 18, weighing 1,020 pounds, goes to HF Let the Good Times Roll 303, exhibited by Reagan Smithers of Pittsfield, Illinois. In second place, entry number 19, weighing 1,063 pounds, WJM Southside C1L, exhibited by William Milkowski of Mincock, Illinois. In third place, entry number 16, SMCK Childers, exhibited by McKay Farms, Morgan McKay of Holly, Michigan.
Well, a really nice pair of bulls over here, and as we study them, I think he comes actually a little closer than I did initially as they came into the class. And there's some differences I'll describe to you. The bull I'm going to go ahead and start off with, I think, is just the more masculine, bigger featured bull that's, as you start at the ground, I think his foot size and bone is a little more intensified. I think he's a bull that's a little more rugged as you study him right through the center portion of his body in terms of true dimension and power and his rib cage. When you get in behind him, I think he's got a little more width to his pin setting, a little more turn to his quarter. That just looks a little bit more rugged as you study him in that regard. I'd like to change this bull just a little bit up front as we study him in his shoulder angle and the way he sits down. A bull that maybe we could change just a little bit in terms of the way his foot's shaped, but one that's really masculine, really stout and powerful, just a ton of dimension in that bull. The bull that comes second is one that certainly gives you a great look in terms of his profile. I like the front 1/3 of this bull's skeleton just a little more, the way he's more elongated out of his neck and ties a little higher in his shoulder. Uniquely with that, he still has a little more correct angle to his shoulder, the way he laid back in his knee and down to his front foot. I like that about him just a little more. As we look at him, he closes up just a little bit in his rib shape, a bull that maybe as you get in behind him isn't quite as dimensional in terms of his power. And then as we study him, I don't think he's quite as stout in his bone work as the bull directly ahead of him. Two really high quality bulls with slight differences. I think a nice pair to end up here with.
First call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Angus bulls. First call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Angus bulls. Results of class number 4 of your open Angus bull show in first place entry number 397, WB Kilo 301, exhibited by Ward Brothers Livestock of Plattsburgh, Missouri. In second place, entry number 395, weighing 1,202 pounds, Henning New Heights 3001, exhibited by Evan Henning of Clinton, Wisconsin. In third place, entry number 393, weighing 825 pounds, Bynes the Good Life 301, exhibited by Devin J. Bynes of Valparaiso, Nebraska. In fourth place, entry number 396, exhibited by CNC Farms of West Winfield, New York. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is a selection of your champion junior bull calf. Second call, Class 1, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 1, Shorthorn plus females. This is your first call, Class 4, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 1. First call, Class 4, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 4.
As we come back out here for this first division, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. This is a nice set of calves out here. Starting with the young calf down here, he's going to keep getting better and better. I hope we can keep that front end under him, probably my biggest concern on him. But boy, what top and shape to him, and set down a really good rear leg, and really powerful there from his hooks to pins. The bull that's coming out that won the second class, he's one that maybe he's just not quite as powerful from his hooks to pins as the one that's right in front of him. But again, that's a bull that I think is going to go on and be really good. He maybe doesn't tie together right there in that shoulder, but again, that's a nice calf that won that class. The young lady's bull that won the third class is he's not want to be much of a show bull today. He's not wanting to cooperate very well, but he gets a little quicker right there in that front end. For me, gets a little coarser right there in the bottom of his shoulder, but from there back, that's a really nice bull also. the bull that won the last class. Big testicled, big hipped, big boned, sets down on a really good foot and leg, probably the soundest one out here, like that an awful lot. We changed him. I'd sure like to clean his sheath up a little bit, but you take that away from him, that's a pretty good calf there that won that class. That being said, we'll go out here and we'll select the two that we like the best.
Third and final call, Class 1, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 1, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 4, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 4.
Bull that's coming here that was second in that class is one boy you really appreciate him when you get to looking at him from a profile standpoint. Extremely long-bodied, powerful hip. Gets just a little straighter, not front end, and as we talked in class, he's got a little bit of a toe issue for me on that right front toe, curling just a little bit and rolling over, but I think for longevity that kind of concerns me just a little bit, but when that bull gets parked, he's fun to look at for sure, but like I said, the toe structure bothers me a little bit. If it gets a little closer for reserve, we'll go out here and pick out your reserve.
Over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, I think a really high quality set of bulls that we've had a chance to evaluate this morning, even though maybe the numbers weren't huge. I think we've got some really nice cattle to represent the breed as we get back out here and bring our divisions back in here for a selection of our champion bull. I'll take just a minute to walk through what I was thinking here as we go through it. The young calf that comes out of our first division is one that I just really appreciate for his skeletal design and structure, the way he uses his hip and hind leg, a really good bodied kind of a bull for this stage and age in his life and maturity. I'd like to change him a little bit in the way he's made in his shoulder, the way it ties into his forerib and how that all kind of comes together right there, but a really nice bull that's got a bright future, presented extremely well. The redneck roan bull that comes next, just really rugged in his look in terms of his feature and his overall power. A bull that probably has as much dimension of muscle shape as anything here within this lineup. As we get him back out here, I think maybe in terms of his skeletal design and balance, we'd like to change a few things in the way he's made in his spine and his hip design, but a bull that has a lot of good to offer here within this lineup. We get into the third division here. Young lady's bull, I really like this bull in terms of just his overall build and balance and skeletal design. He's one that is so correct in the way he sets down his feet and legs. He combines that with giving you a really good look of balance from the side and proportion. A bull that I think is incredible in terms of his center body and rib cage, the shape to his body and the dimension that he has in those areas. And then you get behind him and he's probably one of the most powerful in terms of his progression out of the backside of his shoulder back in through his hip and quarter. As we get him out here on the side, he's a little more jammed up through the front 1/3 of his body if you really want to get on him, but one that still ties high, has a really good look, and I think everything just fits together really nice in terms of the way he's built in his skeleton, his balance, and his structure. The next bull that comes out of the fourth division is one that is really extended up through the front 1/3 of his body, one that lays back in his knee and is really sound in terms of his structure when we get this bull out on the move from the side. I talked about him in class. I'd like to open him up in terms of his pin sign, make him a little more dimensional in that area, and uniquely for how good he moves from the side, the bull wants to get outside himself a little bit as we study him on the move. In comparison to a lot of the cattle here within this drive, I'd like to give him just a little more center body. He gets a little tighter in his heart. As a result, maybe his underlying balance isn't quite as nice as we get him back out here, but a really a nice bull that offers a lot of good and some neat pieces there from a breeding aspect. The bull that wins our final division is one that just is really rugged and powerful. I like the bull in terms of his foot size and his bone. The way he uses his hip and hind leg, I think, is extremely good as we get him back out here. One that's really big-bodied and rugged and got a lot of dimension. I talked about him in class, and I'd like to maybe change him just a little bit, how he's made up through his front end design. He gets just a little straighter up in his knee. He wants to open up as a result as he stands there and maybe just change his foot shape just ever so slightly on his front feet. But a really nice bull that's powerful and very competitive within this lineup. I think we've had a great show. Let's give these guys a big round of applause, and I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Third and final call, Class 4, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 4, Shorthorn plus females. Results of Class 11 of your Open Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. In first place, entry number 29, weighing 1,662 pounds, JSF Kane Pepper, CW 928K, exhibited by Kane Eggeter of Seward, Nebraska, and McCall Show Cattle of Eminence, Kentucky. Your Class 14 results. In first place, entry number 33, weighing 2,280 pounds, CNC Elvis's New Game, exhibited by Sarah Britton of Custer, Ohio. In second place, and also your reserve champion senior bull, goes to entry number 32, weighing 2,076 pounds, TESCC Almighty Zeus 755J, exhibited by Mitchell Barrows of Owasso, Oklahoma.
Well, here on your Angus side, nice set of bulls. The bull we're starting with, I think, does so when we get him out here on the move. I think he's the most athletic between the two of these. He sets down on a really nice foot and leg, extremely long-sided. He maybe gives up just a little bit of stifle to the one right behind him, but I think he wins the class on soundness and the way that front end all ties together. That's the advantage I think he has. The young lady's bull that's going to come out here in second. When he gets out here on the move, he gets just a little shorter strided off that hind leg. I'd like to see him reach out a little farther. Maybe wants just to get a little hawked in there on the move also. Not quite as square from his hooks to pins, but again, that's an extremely long-sided bull that you like and appreciate that about him. The bull rounding out the class, if you want to look at your EPDs, that's one that you sure can change a herd as far as his CED and his performance. You really got to appreciate that about him, but a bull that just gives up a little bit of attractiveness today compared to the two that's right in front.
Congratulations, your grand champion Shorthorn Plus bull here in your Shorthorn Plus Open Show goes to entry number 18. HF Let the Good Times Roll 303, exhibited by Reagan Smithers of Pittsfield, Illinois. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus bull goes to entry number 33, weighing 2,280 pounds. CNC Elvis's New Game, exhibited by Sarah Britton of Custer, Ohio. Congratulations once again, Shorthorn Plus bull exhibitors. This is your first call, Class 5, Shorthorn Plus females. First call, Class 5, Shorthorn Plus females. Shorthorn Plus female entry numbers 40 and 47 to the makeup arena immediately. Once again, Shorthorn Plus female exhibitor entry number 40 and 47 to the makeup arena.
And I think that's the wonderful thing about livestock shows is that, particularly in the junior divisions with the young people, it teaches them, you know, if you're lucky enough to win, you know, it builds respect and in young people that when somebody offers them something they shouldn't take, they're proud enough not to take it. But the bigger lesson is losing and being able to learn from losing. And if you bring two animals, you're going to lose when it comes to that part of it. So, yeah, that's the legacy. That's the real benefit of you know, everybody today gets a trophy. Well, not if they're North American. We give them here. You're going to win. You're going to lose. And if you can't learn from losing, you're not going to progress very well. And it teaches lots and lots of lessons. And you can be really, really good and still get beat.
Just a single entry here on the Angus side, and a real nice bull. If you look at his yearling or his weight that he just turned in here, nice weight, 1343, I believe it was. One that I think is just a really nice long-sided bull. He's probably not as stout as some of the other ones we've seen from the ground up, but that extra length of body is going to add a lot of pounds onto that bull's progeny as he goes out here and you weigh him. And that's very important when you get to feeding cattle in a feedlot situation. That extra length of body will add a lot of pounds onto those carcasses.
Results of class number 6 of your Open Angus Bull Show. In first place, weighing 1,343 pounds. Entry number 404, Destiny's Gridiron 340, exhibited by Morgan Lee Hutchins of Charleston, Illinois. This is your second call, class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Angus Bulls. Second call, class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Angus Bulls.
We really didn't know what we had or what was going to become of this when we started in 1974. I mean, we come back year after year and it's getting larger and larger. And well, it's got to stop sometime. Well, no, it doesn't have to. You know, if you have the quality of facilities, if you have the quality of management, you have the quality of the volunteers, and the quality of the people out there who are wanting to show, and you put on a good show for them, there's no reason why it doesn't go on.
really nice class of bulls over here on the Angus side. I think we got a bull that comes to the top relatively easy for Reed and I. This one here is really complete. He maybe runs downhill just a little bit, but boy, he's powerful hip, powerful footed. Just gives you a really good look, presented to us just high quality out here. A nice calf to start the class. Gets a little closer second and third. I think we're going to go with the bull, to me, that just has a little more muscle expression when you get right down behind him, down through his stifle. I think that's the biggest advantage he has over the next one. He's probably carrying a little more condition than I'd like to see, but still, that's a nice calf. And you get to looking at his EPD profile, and he has a tremendous set of growth numbers when you get to looking at him, a calf that you really appreciate that about. The next bull coming out is one that gives you a really good look from a profile standpoint. As we just talked, he maybe just gets a little flatter right there down through his twist and down through his stifle, but that's a nice calf there that's going to go on and do some nice things. Then the next two pair, the bull that's coming out next is another one. You like him from a profile standpoint, you get right behind him, maybe just a little disappointing as far as his muscle shape. He really ties together nice up through that front end, early up-headed. I'd just like to maybe change him, give him a little more muscle when I get right behind him. The bull rounding out the class is the big weight per day of age bull, one that got a lot of pounds to him. He too's probably just carrying a little more condition I'd like to see for the foot and leg that he sets down on. But again, if you want to add some pounds on that one, they're sure going to do it.
Third and final call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Angus bulls. Third and final call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Angus bulls.
Another really nice division of bulls out here in this lineup. Not quite as many, but still didn't lack in quality. The young ladies bull that won the first class is one that I thought was really complete. I think that's how he won that class, and he won on soundness. He was a little sounder than the bull that was second in that class, but those are two real nice bulls. The young ladies bull here that won the next class was single entry, and one that could have withstood some competition. He's one that gives you a really nice look. I'd just like to build him up from the ground up, getting just a little bigger foot, a little more bone, but that's a nice calf. The bull that won the last class is just so complete. He's got nice testicular development. You really appreciate the muscle and shape that he's got. Again, he maybe runs downhill just ever so slightly, but again, he ties together really nice up in that front end. If you would, let's give this division a round of applause. We'll go out here and select your champions.
Shorthorn plus females, entry numbers 130 and 64 to the Bank of Arena immediately. Once again, Shorthorn plus female entry numbers 130 and 64 to the Bank of Arena immediately. This is your second call, Class 5, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 5, Shorthorn plus females.
The bull that was second in that class, I think, is just really complete. He's got a powerful hip in him. He sets down on a nice foot and leg. He's probably got a little more condition I'd like to see for one at this stage. You can see that right there.
Well, I was kind of involved before it even had a date or a name or anything else. There was a group of breeders that actually talked to the International in Chicago about moving that show here, and they didn't want to do that. So those breeders decided they would talk to Governor Ford at that time. to see if he'd be willing to support a major livestock show in Kentucky, because we had the Kentucky Expo Center anyway, a great location for it. And he did agree to do that. And through a press conference in 1973, in June, he announced the formation of a major livestock show and provided funding. It didn't have a name, a date, or anything else. So myself, along with about a half a dozen other people, which included Jack Ragsdale, by the way, who is kind of our icon, as you know, we actually selected the dates and put a name on it. So I guess my first involvement obviously was right there, because I was with the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, and I was working the major the beef shows and the swine shows for the youth across the state anyway. So I kind of fit in, I guess, or at least I thought I did.
And also your champion senior bull calf goes to entry number 407, weighing 1,489 pounds. Wheeler Hunters, Ted Lasso, exhibited by Rancy Wheeler of Paris, Missouri. In second place, an Aussie Reserve champion senior bull calf goes to entry number 406, weighing 1,481 pounds. EXAR Tuition 2190B, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Third and final call, Class 5, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 5, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 6, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 6. Shorthorn plus female entry numbers 130 and 64 to the Bank Up Arena immediately. Once again, Shorthorn plus females entry number 130 and 64. This is your last and final call. Second call, Class 6, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 6, Shorthorn plus females.
This class here, nice bulls. You could switch these around, and I couldn't give you a whole lot of argument. We're going to go with the bull that I think just ties together a little better there behind his shoulder. He's a little better in that heart. Really sets down on a nice foot and leg, really long extended up through his front end. Maybe not as muscular as some other bulls we've seen out here today, but that's a really nice calf when you get to look at him from a profile standpoint. The young lady's bull that's going to come out here in second is one extremely long-sided, another one of those that's going to add a lot of pounds onto his progeny. I'd maybe just change him ever so slightly off his right rear. He's got just a little bit of swelling in that hock. Maybe gets just a little coarser right there in his shoulder.
First call, Class 14 and 15, Angus Bulls. First call, Class 14 and 15, Angus Bulls. Placings from Class 8 of your Open Angus Bull Show. In first place, entry number 418, weighing 1,522 pounds. Circle R, Big Run Denali, 2942. Exhibited by Joshua Rodabaugh of Fountain Run, Kentucky. James and Paulette Gorbing of Alma, West Virginia. And Circle R Angus of Alma, West Virginia. In second place, entry number 416, weighing 1,527 pounds. Destiny's Prime, 325, exhibited by Morgan Leah Hutchins of Charleston, Illinois. Third and final call, Class 6, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 6.
we start the female side of our Shorthorn Plus show. I think a really nice class here to start us out with. I'm going to go ahead and use the red heifer to start the class, and I think one that of a close pair up here in terms of two high-quality cattle. I just really like this heifer and the way that she puts everything together in her skeleton and her balance when we get her stopped here. One that's really bold in terms of her center body and her transition from her shoulder to her forerib. I like the turn and dimension she has there. Particularly as we get her out here, I think the heifer has a slight advantage in terms of her length of hip, her squareness of pins, and the way she sits down just a little square as she plants her foot to the surface than the heifer directly behind her. Certainly a high quality female to start our class with. The heifer in second is one that's maybe just a little longer bodied and longer and more extended, but with that, I think she maybe gets a little shorter in terms of her hip length, one that wants to narrow just a little bit towards her pins, and I wish we could just make her a little square as you get in right behind her. A really high quality female, though, as you look at her in terms of her body volume, her dimension, the overall maternal look that she gives us, a really nice female there in second. The heifer, the blue roan heifer in third is one I like extremely well, and as we compare her to the heifer right in front of her, I think she actually has a little more dimension as you study her out of her back in terms of her body shape. She's one that's a little wider pinned and probably has a little more muscle dimension. As we get her out here, I'd like to make her just a little more comfortable as she goes on her hind two. She wants to get up in her pastern just ever so slightly. I realize in these calf divisions sometimes nerves can play a toll in that, and hopefully that heifer can relax there just a little bit as she goes on, because she has a lot of nice high quality pieces as well. The young lady's red heifer that comes next, I really like this one as we get into this portion of the class in terms of her maternal look. One that's so big in her rib cage and productive in her look. She's sound in terms of her structure, one that gives you a great look from the side. As we get her out here, I think she's just a little more compact in the way she's made up through her front end, her neck length. It correlates to her hip length as well. And I'd like to just maybe intensify her in terms of her foot size at the surface. Really sound structured and great bodied, really well presented. The red roan heifer that comes next is maybe obviously the youngest heifer in the class and the greenest in her condition. I'd like to just give her a little more maternal look in terms of her body cavity and maybe the way that she sits down on her feet and legs just a little. One that's really square and neat built from the side. I think has some future ahead of her, just a little bit greener here today, and I'd like to give her a little more body shape. The blue roan that comes next, one of the biggest footed, stoutest boned heifers in the class, and one that has a lot of power. I'd like to also make her just a little more maternal in terms of her rib shape and the way she comes that way. Maybe change her just a little bit in how her muscle lays on her skeleton, but a nice heifer. Young lady's done a great job in terms of getting presented.
Really nice pair of bulls here on the Angus side. I think we got a bull that comes to the top relatively handily. That's a really nice calf here to start this class. He's clean sheath, he's big hipped, he's just really complete. I guess if you wanted to change him just ever so slightly, you might give him just a little extra shot of bone on that hind leg, but that's a really nice bull to start this class. Young lady's bull that's not wanting to cooperate the greatest in the world. He is another one of those that's a beef bull. He's one that's really deep in his middle section, got a lot of top to him. Maybe change him right there in his shoulder ever so slightly, gets just a little coarser. You put your head down on his EPDs, and what a set of growth numbers this bull has. That's one that's going to add a lot of weight to their yearling weights if you get to looking at the numbers on these bulls.
Results of class number 9 of your Open Angus Bull Show. In first place, entry number 421, weighing 1,770 pounds. S.A. Rich Spirit, 219, exhibited by Boyd Leroy Schrader of Clarence, Iowa. In second place, entry number 419, weighing 1,811 pounds. WGA Maverick, 12K, exhibited by Holly Rose Marsh of Earlville, Illinois. First call, Class 9, Shorthorn Plus females. First call, Class 9. Results of your Shorthorn Plus female show, your Class 1 winner and also your champion late Spreeling heifer calf goes to entry number 47, weighing 660 pounds. GTG Augusta Prime 328L, exhibited by Tyler Dossey of Thurman, Ohio. In second place, and also your reserve champion, goes to entry number 43, weighing 705 pounds. BONL Prime Crystal 314L, exhibited by Betsy Hahn of Elizabethtown, Indiana. In third place, entry number 45, weighing 698 pounds, driving Miss Fiona 1208, exhibited by Cooper Hendrick of Fremont, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 49, Kaya Hendrickson. Fifth place, entry number 39, Clayton Nolan. And sixth place, entry number 40, Bristol Tipton.
On the Angus side, nice 4 bulls out here for this division. I think we got one that comes to the top relatively easy for us. The bull that won the first class is one that you love the way he ties together up through his front end. He's real youthful looking. He has a nice middle section to him. Maybe just lacks some power when you get right behind him. The bull that won this second class, I think we think he's really good. He's one that's clean in his sheath, long-sided, really good hipped. Like I said in class, we'd maybe give him just a little shot more of bone off that hind leg, but that's taken away from a pretty good bull. He's going to be your champion, and the one that was second in his class is going to be your reserve.
Second call, Class 14 and 15 Angus bulls. Second call, Class 14 and 15. Second call, Class 9 Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 9 Shorthorn plus females.
Well, back over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, I think we've got a really nice class here within this group here, and I think there's some differences out here as we talk these cattle, and especially in this top pair, I think there's some give and take. But the thing that I really keep landing on is just the overall skeletal quality of the heifer that wins the class. Certainly, she's the youngest one in here. She might give up a little size to the heifer that comes next, but as we start to evaluate her in terms of the way she attaches her neck into her shoulder placement in terms of a bold rib cage, how she handles her spine in particular when she gets out here, and you get in behind her, and I like the way that she maintains her pin setting on the move. She stays a little square in her hock as she goes, and one that just really gives you a great look in terms of balance and overall skeletal quality when we get her out here. The heifer that comes second certainly is probably a little bit further along. She's one more that's a little more dimensional right now in terms of her center body. As we study her on the move, as you know, she out here parked, she gives you a great look. When she gets on the move, I think there's some things that give me a little concern in the way that she gathers herself. She wants to get a little tighter in her spine. She drops her pins and kind of rotates her hock in just ever so slightly. But you talk about one when she stops her that gives you a great silhouette, incredible in terms of her body shape. Just a really nice heifer there in second. The heifer that comes in third runs into a tough duo up there, and as we get her out here in Parker, she's one that gives you a great look as well. She's really long up through her front end. I like her in the way she comes into her center body and the shape that she's got and the balance she has there. As you study this heifer out of her hip and hind leg, I don't think she hits it quite as square and true as the cattle right in front of her. When you look at her in terms of her body shape, I don't know that she has quite as much turn and shape to her rib cage as the two cattle in front of her. The red heifer that comes out next is another one that I like a lot of things about. She gets out here and goes pretty well in terms of her structure. She's a heifer that's good in terms of her body. As we get her in relation to those three ahead of her, I think she just gives up a little bit in terms of quality as we study her in terms of her balance, her hip length, the way that she puts all those things together as she comes out here in terms of her skeletal quality. Maybe like to loosen her up just a little bit off her hind leg. The heifer that ends up next is one that's really extended in terms of her makeup, really long-necked and long spine. A heifer that when we get her out here, I think she wants to narrow to her pin setting. I'd like to make her a little bit looser off both ends of her skeleton as she goes, but a high-quality female as well. Really nice class, great set of heifers.
Third and final call, Class 9 Shorthorn Plus females. Third and final call, Class 9 Shorthorn Plus females.
Really nice bulls over here on the Angus side. The bull we're starting with, I think, is just extremely powerful. He sets down on a big foot, leg, a lot of depth of volume to him. He ties together really nice up through that front end for the amount of muscle shape he's got. If I change him, he maybe gets just a little coarser right there in his rear two joints. I'd like to maybe clean that up for me for longevity reasons, but that's a powerful bull that won this class. Not to take anything away from this one that's coming out here in second. He's probably just a little more muscular down through his stifle. With that, you maybe get just a little coarser right there in his front end. I think that's the disadvantage that he has, but that is two excellent bulls there in this class.
Result of Class 4 of your Shorthorn Plus female show. In first place, entry number 54, weighing 729 pounds, CF Mona Lisa, 39.53, exhibited by Tyler Dossie of Thurman, Ohio. In second place, entry number 64, weighing 847 pounds, Aggle Primals Lady Peach, exhibited by Carly Getz of Oak Harbor, Ohio. In third place, entry number 62, weighing 772 pounds, CF Dream Only, 473, exhibited by Lindsay Jester of Moreland, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 130, Piper Campbell. Fifth place, entry number 61, Ella James. First call, Class 10, Shorthorn Plus females. First call, Class 10. We'd also like to recognize your 2022 through 2023 Reserve Sire of the Year for your Roll of Victory Awards. goes to Colburn Primo 5153, owned by Abigail Grace Colburn of California. Your junior bull calf champion of the year goes to Free Fitz Black Label 2229, owned by Houston Free of Indiana. Your 2022 through 2023 Reserve Junior Bull Calf Champion of the Year was a tie between APS Walter Express, owned by Ann Patton Schubert of Kentucky, and Moffitt FMJ 6, owned by Julian Moffitt of Iowa. Congratulations.
On the Angus side, just another single entry and one that really could have withstood a lot of competition. This might be one of the bigger footed, bigger boned ones we've seen today. Natural foot and leg when you get to looking at him. Ties together really nice up through that front end. CBTs maybe don't show it, but with that head and neck that he's got, he looks like he could be a Cavanese bull, one that's got a lot of muscle and shape to him and has that extra length of body that you really appreciate.
Results of class number 9 of your Open Angus Bull Show. In first place and also your champion intermediate Angus Bull goes to entry number 421, weighing 1,770 pounds. S.A. Rich Spirit 219, owned by Boyd Leroy Schrader of Clarence, Iowa. In second place, and also your reserve champion intermediate bull goes to entry number 419, weighing 1,811 pounds. WGA Maverick 12K, exhibited by Holly Rose Marsh of Earlville, Illinois. Your Class 10 results. In first place, entry number 424, weighing 2,158 pounds. RGCC making headlines 452, exhibited by Sophia Caroline Royer of New Richmond, Indiana. In second place, entry number 423, weighing 1,832 pounds. AR Horseman High Society 207, exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman of West Lafayette, Indiana, and Ardridge Cattle Company of Nancy, Kentucky. Your Class 11 results. In first place go to entry number 425, weighing 2,095 pounds. Circle R Midnight Special, exhibited by Circle R Angus of Alma, West Virginia.
Another single entry on the Angus side, and boy, this one here could have withstood a lot of competition. This one ties together so nice up through his front end, and we get him out here on the move. This is one that I think is one of the sounder ones we've seen yet today. Hind foot lands right where that front foot takes off, and I think that's awful important to me. I like a lot of things about this bull. I like how deep he is back through his middle section, carries it all the way back through his flank, has a nice muscle shape, nice testicular development. Just not a lot of holes in this bull here. Anxious to compare him to some other ones.
Shorthorn plus female entry numbers 90 and 95 to the makeup arena immediately. Once again, Shorthorn plus entry numbers 90 and 95 to the makeup arena immediately. This is your second call, Class 10. Shorthorn plus female, second call, Class 10.
Well, another really nice class over here on our Shorthorn Plus side, and a nice group of females that honestly is a little more challenging here as we get into it and coming up with exactly how you want to line them up, because I think there's a lot of nice heifers with a lot of nice pieces out here, and maybe the longer you study them, you maybe find a few more things that you'd like to tweak on each one of them. Our class winner to me was the one that initially hit me pretty hard when she came in here, just as from the big picture. She's a really neat looking heifer in terms of her fundamental body shape and overall maternal look. She's a heifer that's incredible in terms of her balance and the way that she proportions out here when we get her on the standstill. A heifer that I love a lot of things about. And from a maternal standpoint, in terms of having some cow power and still giving you enough look out here, I really like those things. As you start to break her down a little bit closer and study her, there's some things I'd like to tweak on this heifer in terms of her structure. I'd like to change her just a little bit in the way she sits up through her shoulder and front knee. From the side, I think as she goes, she reaches really nice out of her hind leg. You get in behind her, and this heifer wants to get just ever so slightly a little wider in terms of her skeleton as we study her in terms of her width and dimension, and I'd like to hopefully see that one go down the road and be able to manage that. It's a little bit of a concern of mine here as we go. The heifer that comes in second, I will admit, probably suits me just a little better in terms of her foot size and her overall structural integrity as she hits the ground, the way she has more curvature to her shoulder, the way she sets her hind leg down just a little more comfortable inside of her skeleton. For me, it becomes a call if you think this one has enough center body. She just gets a little flatter in her rib shape, and as you study her in her underline, the way that how bold she is in terms of her center body, I'd just like to maybe see her a little bit further along there in terms of that. A really nice heifer in terms of her skeletal makeup, and she finds herself in the second hole because of that. The heifer that comes in third, certainly I'll give the advantage that has a little more turn to her center body. She's one that's a little more productive in that look than the heifer that we find in second. Her advantages lie in those areas, and maybe gives up a little bit in terms of her structure comparatively to the heifer directly in front of her. I'd like to lengthen her out in her hip. I'd like to make her a little more comfortable in the way that she moves out of her hock and rear pastern, but a really high quality female that brings a lot of great things to the table and will be fun to take on down the road and watch her develop. The heifer that comes in fourth is one that's really extended up through her front end. She's probably the longest necked heifer in the class, and one that gives you a great look through her front 1/3 of her body. She's one too that also has a nice turn to her center body, and she's really long in terms of her spine. From her hip back, I'd like to change her. She wants to get a little shorter in terms of her rump structure, and because of that, gets a little bit more restricted in the way she uses her hind leg. I'd like to free her up on her rear pastern just a little bit. The heifer that comes next probably has an advantage just in her length of hip, the way she uses her hind legs just a little. After that, I'd like to just give this one a little more dimension all the way through her body cavity. One to just open her up as she goes away from you, but a really high quality female as well. A nice class of heifers with a lot of differences within there.
Third and final call, Class 10, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 10.
Another single entry on the Angus side, and another bull that could have withstood quite a bit of competition. Boy, when he gets parked, that's a nice calf. That's one that big square hip. You really appreciate that about him. Ties together really nice up through his front end. When he gets in motion, he gets just a little short-strided off those hind legs. I'd like to see him reach out just a little farther and plant where that front one takes off. But well, like I said, when he's parked, that's a pretty nice calf that's powerful in his hip structure.
Shorthorn plus entry numbers 90 and 95 to the makeup arena immediately. Your Class 12 results of your Open Angus Bull Show. In first place, entry number 428, weighing 2,075 pounds. BNWZ Executive Decision 2219, exhibited by Hunter Angus of Fairgrove, Missouri, and Kaden Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Your Class 13 winner goes to entry number 429, weighing 2,046 pounds. APS Walter Express, exhibited by Ann Patton Schubert of Taylorsville, Kentucky. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is the selection of your champion junior yearling bull. Results of Class 5 of your Shorthorn plus female show. In first place, entry number 67, weighing 789 pounds. CF Demi 371, exhibited by Amanda Annette of Utica, Ohio. In second place, entry number 70, weighing 804 pounds. SFF Augusta Pride 319, exhibited by Grace Rinker of Strasburg, Illinois. In third place, entry number 72, weighing 661 pounds. Slim Shoddy, exhibited by Emma Arnett of Brookville, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 73, Maddox Reedy. Fifth place, entry number 68, Kayla Fogg. First call, Class 13 and 14, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 13 and 14.
this division back out here, there's some really nice quality bulls in this lineup. This first bull here, he's on the standstill, you just fall in love with him. He's deep-bodied, big middled, just a big foot and bone on him. You'd like to maybe make him a little more wider from the back behind, and when you look down the top line compared to some of the others. We get to the second bull here. Great phenotype bull. You really like him. He needs maybe a little more beef bull. He's real pretty up through his front end, just a little more masculine we'd like to see in him. You get to this third bull here, a bull that just fault-free, super sound when you get him on the move, hits his stride well. It's hard to kind of find a hole in him when he gets out here, and he's just really complete from the front end to the end. This last bull here, really complete bull too. When you see him on the standstill, you really like him. We just like to really free him up when he gets out here and starts moving around. This is a great division. We'll go pick your champion.
Over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, I think another really high quality class. They just keep coming in terms of a great group of heifer calves that have a lot of future ahead of them. And within this class, I think there's a pair of heifers that are a little different. Obviously, when at first glance, for the starts our class is a little overwhelming in terms of the way that she's presented out here and the way that she looks in terms of her overall look and dimension. A huge bodied heifer in terms of her depth of body, and you get off on the side of her, and she's just got so much overall dimension as you study her in that regard. A heifer that balances extremely well on the profile, and when you get her in motion, I think she doesn't disappoint you at all in terms of her structural integrity, the way her foot hits the surface, her bone size, and then the overall way that she just gets out and goes. I'll tell you, there's some things that I'd like to tweak on that heifer. I'd like to open her up just a little bit as you study her in her undercarriage, starting with her chest width all the way back in the way that she's built. I think she's really wide in terms of her pin setting. She has dimension in terms of her body. Just gets a little bit flatter in her undercarriage just a little bit. Be interesting to see how she develops. The heifer in second certainly has an advantage in that. As I look at her and study her down through her chest floor, the way she opens that up into the shape to her forerib, a heifer that I think has a little more true dimension as we study her in her base width, the way her skeleton is opened up, and I like those things about her. She too is one that I like in terms of the way she gets out and goes on the move. As we stop her, I think she gets a little bit more jammed up through her front end. I'd like to change the way she ties her neck into her shoulder just a little bit. And as we look at her, I don't know that she's quite as smooth and long in terms of her muscle pattern as the heifer directly in front of her. The heifer that comes in third is another one that offers a lot of quality in terms of her structural integrity when we get her out on the move. From a feet and leg standpoint, I think she's got great curvature to her shoulder and down to her front foot. She's a heifer that uses her hind leg extremely well. I'd like to intensify her foot size just a notch in relation to the two cattle in front of her. I think a heifer that maybe gets a little bit shorter hipped as we study her in that regard. I really like that heifer's curvature to her body and her rib shape. She offers a lot of neat tangibles there. The young lady's red and white heifer that comes next probably just gives up a little bit in terms of her center body and her overall maternal look from that standpoint. As we study her in relation to the next cattle within class, I think she's a little bigger. She's a little sounder in her structure. I'd just like to give her a little more maternal look in terms of her muscle shape and her body. The heifer that comes next is probably one of the longest necked females here within this class. You love her in her front 1/3, the way she opens up in her chest, the way she's got a nice curvature to her shoulder. When you get behind that, I'd like to open her up a little bit in her forerib and her heart, give her a little more turn to the center part of her rib, and maybe change her just a little bit in her hip design. But a really neat female that's got a lot of good to her. I think as she progresses on, she'll continue to get better. The red and white heifer that comes next is maybe one that's given her just a little bit more of a challenge here, and because of that, she's a little tougher to read in terms of her spine and the way that she lays in there, in terms of her hip design. but a heifer that offers a lot of good as well. She's also pretty sound in her structure. She's a heifer that's got some true dimension. I'd also like to make her just a little more maternal in her design of her muscle and her body shape. Really nice class of heifers, really high quality pair at the top end.
Well, in this class, I think we got a bull that come to the top relatively easy for Reed and I. This is a bull that's really complete. You love him from his side profile, extra length of body, big, powerful hip, like all those things about him. He could maybe set down on just a little larger foot and bone, but again, that's a really nice calf. The bull that's going to come out here in second is full of meat. You love his expression when you get right behind him, the muscle shape. With that extra shape, he maybe just gets outside of his skeleton ever so slightly when we get him out here on the move. He's not wanting to track quite as well as the bull that's winning the class. The young lady's bull that's going to round out the class, I think just gives up a little too much power today. Probably doesn't end as soft in his middle section as the ones that's right in front of him today. Gets a little stronger in that walk when we get him on the move.
Congratulations to your champion junior yearling Angus bull. Goes to entry number 428, weighing 2,075 pounds. BNWZ Executive Decision 2219, exhibited by Hunter Angus of Fairgrove, Missouri, and Caden Nowansky of Michigan City, Indiana. Your reserve champion junior yearling bull goes to entry number 424. RGCC Macon Headlines 452, exhibited by Sophia and Caroline Royer of New Richmond, Indiana. Your Class 14 results of your Angus bull show in first place, entry number 433, weighing 2,220 pounds. Hearts Avenger 05, exhibited by Elsie Hannah Rogers of Wilton, Iowa, and Kemp Cattle Company of Iowa City, Iowa. In second place, entry number 436, weighing 2,466 pounds. Jensen Lights Out 189, exhibited by Cale Allen Jensen of Plainfield, Iowa, and Raider Family Farms of Stewartville, Minnesota. In third place, entry number 431, weighing 2,104 pounds. Circle R Play It Safe 1973, exhibited by Circle R Angus of Alma, West Virginia.
Well, as we bring the first three classes out here for our division, obviously a very good start to our show in terms of quality. And I think that as we get these females out here, they offer a lot of good and a lot of quality. Obviously got a bright future ahead of them. Within these three, I think there's some slight differences, and I'll talk you through what I see here. The young man's heifer here that starts our show off here was one that I just loved in terms of her maternal look. One that was youthful in her appearance, and one that has a tremendous amount of body as you hear from that. I think a heifer that's really correct in terms of her structure and her balance and her overall skeletal makeup. When you get her out here on the move, I think she's one that certainly combines both having a little bit of dimension and base width with one that still handles her feet and legs extremely well at the surface. We get her out here, maybe she's not quite as big-footed as a couple of the heifers out here. I'd like to maybe lengthen her in terms of her hip design ever so slightly, but a really high-quality female I love a lot of things about. Young lady's heifer that comes next was a little more challenging within that class and that top pair. A heifer on the standstill that I think excels in terms of her look and balance. She's one that handled the heifer in second just a little better in terms of her body shape. I like her dimension, her overall width and power, and one that's really good in terms of her body. For me out here, I'd like to get just a little critical on her structure. I'd like to lay her back in her knee just ever so slightly, bring her in just a little bit in terms of her width as she goes behind. Wants to get just a little bit wide in terms of the way she moves, but a really high quality female that brings a lot of good to the table, and I think is close in terms of her structure. The heifer that came out of the last class, certainly one that's just dynamic when you get her out here and she's presented. A heifer that's incredible in terms of her balance from the side and the way that she opens up into such a robust body shape. One that's really good as you get her on the move from the side and the way that she sets her her feet and legs down, a big-footed heifer that's really soft in terms of her structure, one that really gives you a great look from the side. Like I said in class, if you're going to get hard on this one, I'd like to open her up in the lower portion of her body, open her up in her chest floor, and just give her a little more true dimension as we study her, but one that's so robust in terms of her body and just so good in terms of her profile. A really nice division. For me, the heifer out of Class 3 will be your champion. We'll follow with the heifer out of Class 1 as your reserve. A really high-quality division. Let's give them all a round of applause.
First call, Class 16, 17, and 18 Angus. First call, Class 16, 17, and 18 Angus. Results of Class 6 of your Shorthorn Plus female show. In first place, entry number 74, weighing 819 pounds. MFS Lucy's Marsha 87L, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 75, weighing 793 pounds. BR Ferrari Rose F205K, exhibited by Garrett Roush of Spencer, Ohio. Third place, entry number 77, weighing 785 pounds, CSF Dream Lady 24K, exhibited by Lindsay Kavanaugh of Memphis, Michigan. In fourth place, entry number 80, Elsie Noy. In fifth place, entry number 82, Drake Penrod. In sixth place, entry number 78, Mallory Mill.
On the Angus side, a nice pair of bulls here. You could have switched him up and we couldn't give you a whole lot of argument, but for us, we're going to use the bull. When he gets parked, I just think that he's so extra long from his hooks to his pins and extra long spine and right there in his middle section. Probably for us, I think he's probably got just a little more natural muscle shape when you get right behind him. He doesn't have the hair coat, probably the one right behind him. I think he's a little better in his chest floor. When he gets out here on the move, he wants to pop his right rear pastern ever so slightly. I'd like to see him be a little better about that, but I think as far as muscle shape, extra length of body, that's why he comes to the top of the class. The bull that's going to come out here in second, he gives you a really nice look. He's maybe pushing just a bit of chest floor when you get to looking at him, and as we talked, he's probably not quite as natural muscle shape when you get to looking at him from his hooks to pins and down through his stifle, but that's two real nice bulls here in this division.
Second call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn Plus. Second call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn Plus females. Second call, Class 16, 17, and 18 Angus. Second call, Class 16, 17, and 18. Congratulations, your 2022 through 2023 ROV champions. Your senior bull calf champion of the year goes to Sankey's Frontline 150, owned and exhibited by Chris and Sharon Sankey of Kansas and Collins Angus Ranch of Idaho. Your reserve senior bull calf champion of the year goes to Hearts Avenger number 5, exhibited by Elsie Hannah Rogers of Iowa. Your intermediate champion bull of the year goes to EXAR Cobra 11734B, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches of Oklahoma and Marius T. McFarland of Louisiana. Your reserve intermediate bull champion of the year to Silvera's Heritage 1028, owned by Silvera Brothers of California. Your junior champion bull of the year and also awarded the show bull of the year went to Conley Ransom 1810, owned by Case Conley of Oklahoma. Your reserve junior champion bull of the year, also winning reserve show bull of the year, went to Lazy JB Ego 1428, owned by C5 Angus of Illinois, Dameron Angus Farm of Illinois, and Lazy JB Angus of Colorado. Third and final call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn Plus females. Third and final call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn Plus females.
For this division here, there's not too many numbers here, but still some quality. The bull out of the first class here, you really like him when you look from the shoulder back. He's incredibly made, big hip, big bone to him. I'd like to change his shoulder just a little bit, a little coarse in the shoulder. And that's where the second bull really excels out in this lineup. That front 130 ties together so well and so well presented up through that, clean fronted. And still has a lot of length of body and but added muscle to this lineup. We'll be using him for the champion in this division. It gets a lot closer here for reserve on this side. The bull that comes in behind him is just pretty sound, most complete of the two here. He just follows type and kind to the bull in front of him, but you could argue either way, but we're going to keep the two bulls together out of the second class.
Results of Class 15 of your Open Angus Bull Show. In first place, entry number 437. And also your champion senior yearling bull goes to ACC Draco, owned by Doug Satry Angus of Montague, Texas, and Alley Cattle Company of Mendenhall, Mississippi. Your second place and also reserve champion senior yearling bull goes to entry number 439, weighing 2,460 pounds. Buchanan's Bruno, C656, exhibited by Buchanan Cattle Enterprises of Aldie, Virginia, and Shane Reed of Perth, Ontario. Now entering the ring is a selection of your grand champion Angus bull. Third and final call, Class 16, 17, and 18 Angus. Third and final call, Class 16, 17, and 18. Shorthorn Plus entry numbers 110 and 114 to the Makeup Arena. Entry numbers 110 and 114 to the Makeup Arena.
Well, over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, just a really high quality class of cattle and really well presented. And I think there's a lot of give and take as we get out here and sort through these in terms of their kind, and maybe just a little bit tougher to get a more consistent type as we get through here. But I think as you get down to it and you sort through them, the young lady's heifer that wins the class, I think does so just in terms of her structural integrity. She's kind of given her a little bit of a hard time as we get her back out here, but one that I really like a lot of things about. She ties so high in her neck, she lays back in her shoulder and down into her front knee with the most reach of the pair. She's a little bit square in terms of her front foot and the way that she comes at you. A heifer that's really good in terms of her spine when she relaxes and goes, really long in her hip design, and as a result uses her hock and pastern and hind leg so much more athletically on the a lot of the cattle here within this class. As we compare her in relation to a couple right behind her, she may not be as far along in terms of her center body, but I really like the shape to her body and her rib cage, and one that I just really like how fresh she looks, youthful, and so good in terms of her structure. Young man's heifer in second. I like a lot of things about this. She does have the advantage in terms of her center body dimension. She's a little bit deeper in terms of her side. She's really robust in terms of her body shape. She too is one that I like in terms of her length of hip and the way she sits down in her hind leg. I'd like to reconstruct this heifer just a little bit as we get up into her front end. She wants to tie a little lower in terms of her neck placement. She wants to toe in just a little bit as she gets on the move, and maybe from that aspect doesn't reach quite as neat out of her front end as the heifer directly in front of her, but that's a really high quality pair of heifers that have some give and take. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, there's a lot to like about this one. She's probably more moderate in terms of her size as we read her in her cannon length than the two cattle ahead of her, but a heifer that's really big in terms of her foot size, nice in terms of her bone work, one that's tremendous in terms of her body depth and her rib shape. I'd like to maybe just make her a little more athletic as she gets out and goes, but one that I really like a lot of things about. Gives you an incredible look from the side when she gets her parked. Young lady's heifer that comes next is one that's really got a lot of body and mass and really maternal in her look. I just like to change this one in the way she ties her neck into her shoulder. She gets a little straighter up through her front end. Every now and then wants to catch her rear pastern, but a heifer that's got a lot of dimension when you study her, really big bodied and long hipped. I like a lot of things about her. Young man's blue roan heifer that comes next, really extended up through her front end. She opens up bold in terms of her forerib shape and her body. She's one that has some dimension when you get in behind her in terms of her pin width. Heifer that gets just a little bit straighter in terms of her shoulder. I'd like to change her just a little bit in terms of her body shape in her rear flank. Maybe just make her a little bit more maternal in her look, but a really high quality heifer as well. Young lady's red roan heifer that's next is one that's really extended. She's a long-bodied, long-hipped kind of heifer that's got a lot of shape when you get in behind her. I'd like to just give her a little softer look in terms of her muscle design and her body shape, loosen her up a little bit on both ends of her skeleton. The red and white heifer that comes next is a lot similar to that heifer. I'd like to change this one in terms of her structure just a little bit. She may have an advantage in terms of her center body shape, but I think a little bit of that is because she is a little bit more shorter in terms of her length. I'd like to lengthen her out in terms of her hip design, but the young lady does a great job in showing her. I love how big-bodied this one is and the way that she's presented out here, a nice heifer as well. Young man's heifer that comes next is a big-bodied, big-footed kind of a female that's really robust in her dimension. She just gets a little bit rounder in terms of her muscle shape and her hip length. I'd like to change her ever so slightly in terms of her structure. Young man's doing a great job in getting her shown. I commend her on a nice heifer. Really good class, a lot of differences, a nice fun class to sort.
On the Angus side, what a great bull show we've had here. I think the quality speaks for itself when we get these division champions back out here. You kind of wonder how they're going to line up when we get them back in. I think we're extremely happy with what we got. The young calf that won the, he sat down on such a powerful foot and leg and so good hipped. I just love that about him. We clean him up in his sheath a little bit if we get to looking at him from a profile. He's got fairly fresh in his overall makeup. That one goes on and gets feed. That one's going to be a nice one with a nice testicular development for a calf that age. The bull that won the second division is one that from the shoulder back we like an awful lot. He's big hip, big footed. He gets a little weaker right there in his heart, a little weaker in that top, wants to run downhill, but again, from that shoulder back, that's a nice bull. On the standstill, the next bull might be our favorite one of all of them, to be honest with you. I think this bull's really nice. He has a tremendous muscle shape. He don't have the hair as some of these others does. What you see is kind of what you get, but when we get him out here on the move, he gets just a little wider, gets just a little outside of his skeleton for us today, but that one there, I think on the standstill, that's a really good one. The bull that won the division, as we talked in division, I'm kind of a soundness freak. I like to see him sound, and this one is so sound on the move. I really appreciate that. He's got a large set of testicles. He ties together right up through his front end really well. Just not a lot of holes in that calf. That's a really nice bull. Same way with the next bull as far as on the standstill. Boy, on the standstill, that bull's going to add a lot of pounds onto his progeny. He's not just long through his spine from his shoulder back to his hip, but from his hook bones to his pins. He's extremely long-sided. I really appreciate that, and he's going to add a lot of pounds on his progeny. The only fault we have with him is when he gets out here on the move, he wants to pop that right rear pastern, and I think longevity, that's something that concerns us. If you would, let's give these Angus bull exhibitors a big round of applause, and we'll go out here and we'll select your champions. The bull that just put in here for contention for reserve is one that just big, powerful hip, big-footed, big-boned. I really like this bull an awful lot. He gets maybe just a little shorter sided, but again, that's a really nice bull here they pulled in here for reserve. It gets a little closer for reserve. We'll go out here and show you what one we're going to use for reserve.
First call, class 17 and 18 Shorthorn Plus. First call, class 17 and 18 Shorthorn Plus females. Results of Class 9 of your Shorthorn Plus Junior Heifer calves. In first place, entry number 96, weighing 980 pounds. SNRJC Lady Crystal Luda, 326, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Philippi, West Virginia. In second place, entry number 95, weighing 985 pounds, CF Max Rosa, 332, exhibited by Grady McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. In third place, and congratulations, your grand champion Angus Bull here at the 50th anniversary of the North American goes to entry number 428. BNWZ Executive Decision 2219, exhibited by Hunter Angus of Fairgrove, Missouri, and Caden Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Your reserve grand champion Angus Bull goes to entry number 424, RGCC Macon Headlines 452, exhibited by Sophia Caroline Royer of New Richmond, Indiana. This time, we'd also like to recognize your 2022 through 2023 ROV Senior Champion Bull of the Year was a tie between BT Little Ricky's Express, owned by Coulter Meads of Oregon, and also Mayway Southern Charm 2085, owned by Mayway Farms of Kansas. Congratulations once again, Angus Bull exhibitors.
Back over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, I think a really nice class of heifers, and these guys have brought another deep group of females out here. And within this lineup, I think there's one that kind of surfaces herself in the young lady's heifer that starts our class. One that's so good in terms of her balance and her body shape, one that you really like in terms of her skeletal correctness and the way that she puts everything together, and then her overall dimension. She just has a lot more power as we get her out here. I love this heifer when you start at the ground in terms of her foot size, how comfortable she is off both ends of her skeleton, and the way that she ties that together with such a good look when we stop her. You get in behind her, like I said, and she's so dimensional as we study her in that regard. Young lady's heifer in second, I certainly like a lot of things about this one as well. She's so practical in her look and still combines it with being so good in her skeleton. One that's really good in terms of her feet and legs and her structure as we get her out here, and has an advantage over the heifer in third in the way that she uses her hock and rear pastern. I think she's a heifer that when you get her out here in relation to the one that wins the class, maybe just gets a little more conventional in terms of her look, but I'm okay with that. She's really good in terms of her body shape, a heifer that has a great look to having some cow potential down the road. For me, as we study her, I just don't think she's quite as big in terms of her foot size and her bone work as the heifer directly in front of her. Maybe just not as elegant in terms of her balance, but a really nice fundamental female that brings a lot of good to the table. The heifer in third gives you a few bigger pieces as you study her. She really ties high in her neck. She's really good in terms of her spine and her length of hip, and I like her in terms of her body shape. She's probably a little bit bigger in terms of her foot size and bone work than the heifer directly in front of her. When we get her on the move, that's where I'd like to change her. I'd like to relax her in her front knee just ever so slightly, allow her to set down a little more comfortable out of her hock and pastern, but a heifer when you park her that offers a lot of neat pieces and a really high quality female as well. The heifer that comes next probably does have an advantage in the way she sets down in her hock and her pastern, and I like that about her. She gets a little bit plainer in terms of her hip, a little bit shorter in the length from hooks to pins. A heifer that when you get off her just maybe gets a little bit flatter in terms of her makeup, but one that still has a lot of depth of body and gives you a nice look to her in a fundamental package. Maybe just doesn't offer quite as many bigger pieces as the heifer directly in front of her. A close pair though in that regard. The heifer that comes next is one that's really practical and fundamental. I like her in terms of her skeletal design and her foot placement. She's a heifer as we get her out here, maybe just gets a little bit plainer in the way she ties her pieces together. She ties a little lower in her front end. She's a heifer that maybe doesn't hold her top line together quite as well on the stand, and maybe just isn't quite as dimensional as the heifer right directly in front of her in terms of her rib shape, but one that has an awful lot of good to offer. I love her on her feet and legs. Young ladies does a nice job on getting her shown. The red and white heifer that comes next is certainly one of the stouter females in terms of her foot size and bone work. You get in behind her and she's really dimensional in terms of her muscle. I just like to make this one a little bit more maternal in her look, the way that she lays the muscle on her skeleton, and really loosen her up in her structure just a little bit, but a really nice female as well.
Third and final call, class 17 and 18, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, class 17 and 18. Results of class number 9 of your Shorthorn plus Female show in first place, entry number 96, weighing 980 pounds, SNRJC Lady Crystal Luna, 326, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Philippi, West Virginia. In second place, entry number 95, weighing 985 pounds, CF Max Rosa, 332, exhibited by Grady McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry number 89, weighing 789 pounds, MFS Mona Bow, 18L, exhibited by Kennedy Brogdon of Waxahachie, Texas. In fourth place, entry number 90, Abby Bracher. In fifth place, entry number 93, Wyatt Binkley. Sixth place, entry number 92, McKay Farms, Morgan McKay. In seventh place, entry number 88, Ruby McClure. In eighth place, entry number 94, Mason Fuller. Your Class 10 results. In first place, entry number 99, weighing 1,030 pounds, St. Cole Dream of Me, 3011, exhibited by Whitney Swaim of Rockville, Indiana. In second place, entry number 103, weighing 938 pounds, AGRF Lady May, 169L, exhibited by Emily Kramer of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. Third place, entry number 102, weighing 932 pounds, CSF Cumberland 24K, exhibited by Cameron Blue of Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 104, goes to Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 97, Gentry Remy. Sixth place, entry number 101, Emma Helsinger. Attention in the barns and in Freedom Hall. If you are currently missing a small child, one has been located and is sitting in the show office. Once again, if you are looking for a 2-year-old child, there is one sitting in the show office.
Well, as we bring these two classes back out for division, I think another very competitive division out here, and 4 very high quality females. The seconds in these classes, I think, represent the quality that we see in the ones that were our class winners out here extremely well. I commend you for bringing a nice set of cattle back out here. I think as we get back out here, there's 2 heifers out here I really like in terms of just their overall skeletal build to start with. And the class winner, the first class winner we have, I talked about her in that class. I mean, this heifer absolutely is flawless in terms of her feet and legs and the way that she sets them down and gets out and goes. I really like that about her. She's so good built in terms of her skeleton and the way that her neck ties into her shoulder, her spine strength and her length of hip, and the way that she puts all those things together. Like I talked about in that class, and I think as we get her out in here in this division, it becomes a little bit more relevant maybe in terms of where you see her in her body shape. A heifer I'd like to maybe just open up a little bit more in terms of her rib cage and the way that she is, but I think in terms of her condition at this age, I think it still fits her and she has a chance to progressively get better in that area. As we study her in relation to the heifer that wins the next class, I'd maybe like to intensify her just a little bit in her bone work, especially right down at her ankle and her foot size. But a heifer that I think is so eloquent in the way that she puts things together and so sound in her structure. I think one that as she continues to go on and make a bred is going to be deadly in those regards. The young lady's heifer that won the next class is so robust in terms of the way she's put together. Really big-footed, stout in terms of her bone work. And as we study her in terms of her rib shape, the way she opens up from her shoulder into her forerib into a big, bold rib cage that's so dimensional and has so much shape to it, yet so much depth. And you get her out here, and I think she still puts a lot of good together in terms of her balance, the way that when you get her parked here, she puts herself together for one that has that much dimension and that much feature. She's still so long and elegant in terms of her muscle pattern, and you got to like those things about her. I'd maybe tweak her just a little bit in her front foot and square her up just ever so slightly there. Really nice heifer, though. I think it becomes close for me. The one that I'm most comfortable with today, young lady's heifer out of the second class, will be your champion. Congratulations.
First call, class 21 and 22, Shorthorn plus females. First call, class 21 and 22, Shorthorn plus females.
I think as we bring the second back out of that class, she certainly becomes relevant within this lineup. And like I said, I thought there was 4 heifers in here that are all extremely good and have a chance to go on and be extremely competitive. As we talked about her in class, I think one that's so correct in terms of her build and her feet and legs as well. As we studied her in relation to that heifer that wins that division, I think maybe just isn't quite as dimensional as the heifer that goes ahead and wins. I don't know if she's quite as stout in terms of her foot size and her bone work, but a heifer that offers a lot of good to her as well. I think it becomes closer as we get back out here and select our reserve. I'm going to go take one more look at them, and then we'll get you a reserve selected. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause.
And to all of our open show contestants for the next 4 days, don't forget that the North American International Livestock Exposition will be holding a Open Supreme Drive held at the conclusion of the open shows on Thursday. The North American International Livestock Exposition started in 1974 with only beef cattle exhibiting at the show. Open and junior shows were conducted by 5 breeds: Angus, Charolais, Hereford, Polled Hereford, and Shorthorn. In celebration of the 50th North American International Livestock Exposition, we are proud to host an Open Supreme Cattle Drive on Thursday, November 16th, 2023, at the conclusion of all open cattle shows. There will be a Supreme Champion selection of heifers, bulls, and cow-calf pairs from each breed. Champions from each breed are invited to stay and participate in the Supreme Champion Drive on Thursday, November 16th. Second call, class 21 and 22, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, class 21 and 22, Shorthorn plus females. Congratulations to your junior heifer calf champion of your Shorthorn plus female show. Goes to entry number 99. St. Cole Dream of Me 3011, exhibited by Whitney Swaim of Rockville, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 96. SNRJC Lady Crystal Luna 326, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Philippi, West Virginia. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn plus ring is class number 13 of your winter heifer calves. This is your third and final call, class 21 and 22, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, class 21 and 22. Shorthorn plus entry number 121 to the makeup arena. Shorthorn plus entry number 121 to the makeup arena immediately. First call, class 19 and 20, Angus. First call, class 19 and 20, Angus.
Well, another nice class of heifers over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, and certainly one that's a little more challenging maybe to just really jump in and grab a hold of one here, because I think they all offer a lot of good and a lot of different pieces, and maybe it gets a little more difficult to find one that puts it all together. If we could take all three of these heifers and utilize some of their parts, we could find one that's a little more dynamic. But I certainly think the heifer that we go ahead to start the class with is one that I really like just in terms of her fundamentals. One that looks like she'll go on and make a good cow. She's really good in terms of her structure and the way she hits the ground. She's a heifer that gives you a really good look in terms of her center body and the way that she lays her muscle on her skeleton. I think a heifer that just gives you a little more maternal look, if you will, maybe one that doesn't have all the bells and whistles. I'd like to intensify her just a little bit in terms of her foot size, maybe give her just a little bit more extension as you study her up through her front end, but a really nice heifer that offers a lot of good. The red heifer probably has some bigger pieces. She ties a little higher in her neck. When she kind of becomes more comfortable, she gives you just a little neater look up through her front end. She is stouter in terms of her foot size at the ground and maybe a little bigger in terms of her bone. She's really dimensional in terms of her power. To me, when she gets out here, a little bit of it is that she doesn't just totally want to cooperate, but I don't know that she's quite as relaxed in terms of her spine and the way she connects back into her hip and or hooks to her pins. Maybe like to change her in that area. One that's so bold and dimensional, maybe make her just a little more maternal in her muscle pattern as we study her in that regard. The young lady's blue heifer that comes next, she'll give you looks where you think that maybe she can win the class, and then some other times there's some things you'd like to change about her. Starting with her head and her jaw, I'd like to just make her a little bit neater up through that part of her body. I think one that really opens up in terms of a nice body shape, and she's big in her foot and the way that she hits her surface. She gets a little bit plainer as she gets out of her hip. What I'd like to change about this heifer is when you get right in behind her. She wants to turn her hock in, question her in terms of her skeletal width and dimension in that regard, but a heifer that's really nice as well. Like I said, three high-quality heifers that all have some differences. If you want to change my priorities a little bit in your lineup, I can't blame you there. There's a lot of differences to talk about. Three really nice heifers.
Second call, class 19 and 20, Angus. Second call, class 19 and 20, Angus.
Well, a really nice single entry over here, and one that's really practical in her kind. I love her body shape and her maternal look. A heifer that's so sound in terms of her structure and does so many things nicely. I think we could maybe just stouten her up in terms of her foot size a little bit, maybe change her just a little bit in how she's made in her hip design, but a really productive looking heifer that's got a lot of great pieces to her and really sound in terms of her structure. A nice single entry.
Well, only 3 cows here at the show, and let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. You know, it takes a lot of hard work now ready to come to a show, and that's probably the hardest division to keep one going and make it to a show. And I really appreciate that about these exhibitors. We showed a cow-calf pair all summer and earlier this fall, and it takes a lot of work, and I really appreciate that from these young people that's out here showing these cattle right now. We're not going to place them, pick you a champion in reserve. We're going to talk each one of them here right quick. The cow that's up in the front, probably the most balanced udder of all of them, nice teat placement. Really appreciate this cow from her hooks to pins, a nice heifer calf. I guess we probably wish she maybe would have calved a little closer to her 2-year-old birth date, but again, that's a really nice cow-calf pair. The young man that's got the second pair here is one that, beautiful calf. I think that calf is awful nice. You can clean it up in the front end. You can see a lot of features that its mom has. We'd maybe like to balance that cow's udder out just a little bit. She's probably not as wet as the other two, maybe not quite as balanced on the offside there as the two, one in front of her and one behind her, but again, that's a really nice cow that sits down on a nice foot and leg. The third cow here is another one that I think has a well-balanced udder. She's got a lot of milk. Her teats maybe not quite as balanced or placed quite as square as the one that's clear up there in the front, but again, she's a big, massive, powerful cow with a really nice heifer calf on her side. Again, this is a nice part of the show that you really guys bringing these pairs back out here. With that being said, we'll go out here and slap your champion and reserve.
Over here, senior heifer calf division here as we select our champion and reserve. I think a division that didn't have a lot of numbers, but I think there's still some quality, and these guys have brought us a really good group of heifers out here. I think as we look at them and we bring them back out, there's some differences obviously in these cattle, but the thing that I like about our 2 class winners is I think they're both fundamental and really practical and have a chance to go on and make great cows as they go forward. The young man's heifer that wins the first class, I think for me, is one that maybe just gives a little more balanced look as we get out here. Even though we'd like to maybe extend her up through her front end just a little bit more, she's one that really puts everything together nice in terms of the way she blends her shoulder into her forerib and carries her spine back into her hip and the way that she carries all that. A heifer that you get out here, and I like her in terms of her body shape and the way that she balances up in that regard. When we get her in motion, I think she's a heifer that gets out and is acceptable in the way that she goes around the ring, and I like her in those areas. Like I said in class, she maybe just gives you just a little plainer look up through her front end, but I think that also correlates to making a really nice cow down the road, and it also combines how she puts herself together from her forerib back. I really like this heifer in that regard. The white heifer is similar to her in terms of having a maternal, productive look to her, maybe one that's also you'd like to change just a little bit up through her front end and through her neck and her jawline. A heifer that you get back behind there, though, and is so robust in terms of her body shape and so bold in terms of her rib and still has some dimension when you get in behind her. This heifer, for me, I'd like to lengthen in terms of her pin placement just a little bit and maybe change her in the way she handles it on the move. A heifer I'd like to intensify just a little bit in terms of her foot size and bone work, but after that offers so many positive traits in terms of her fundamentals and just her cow-like potential down the road. Obviously, we just have a 1 second out here, and I think, you know, she's maybe the one that's a little different in this lineup in terms of offering some more extreme pieces in terms of her neck shape and the way that she ties that in so high, and one that's really powerful in terms of her muscle, her bone work, and her foot size. Maybe not quite as maternal in the way that she puts all those things together. Of the trio, maybe we'd like to handle her structure just ever so slightly different, but a really high quality heifer as well. Once again, great division. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll go select you a champion in reserve.
Third and final call, class 19 and 20 Angus. Third and final call, class 19 and 20 Angus. First call, class 21 and 22 Angus. First call, class 21 and 22. Angus entry number 13 to the makeup arena. Angus entry number 13 to the makeup arena. Results of Class 13 of your Shorthorn Plus female show. In first place, entry number 110, weighing 1,044 pounds. ST Prima Donna 2615K, exhibited by Kelsler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. In second place, entry number 108, weighing 1,007 pounds. AC RC Hot and Spicy, exhibited by Addison Campbell of Eaton, Ohio. In third place, entry number 111, weighing 1,015 pounds. CF Margie 2129, exhibited by Piper Cates of Modoc, Indiana. Your Class 14 results. In first place, entry number 114, weighing 951 pounds. WCR Bella's Princess 403, exhibited by Shaylee Conrad of Dover, Florida.
Real nice way to start off our Angus show over here, just a single entry. I believe we saw this one right on the side of the champion cow just a minute ago, just a July heifer, and a really nice one. This one here is really complete down through her middle section, carries it back through her flank. Just a real nice heifer calf here for this young lady. Let's give her a round of applause. That's awful nice.
Well, over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, another really nice single entry. The young man brings us out here. One that's really big-footed and stout-boned and really powerful in terms of the way she's constructed. Maybe for me, we'd like to loosen her up just a little bit in terms of her structure, give her just a little more maternal look, but one that offers a lot of big pieces in terms of her foot size and bone and overall. Nice job, young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Shorthorn Plus entry numbers 128 and 129 to the Makeup Arena. Entry numbers 128 and 129 to the Makeup Arena. This is your first call, Class 25 and 26, Shorthorn Plus. First call, Class 25 and 26. Throughout the show today, we will be recognizing both the Champion and Reserve Champion Roll of Victory winners in your Open Angus show. When your name is announced, please come to the backdrop for your awards and photograph. Your ROV of your 2022 through 2023 Champion Cow-Calf Pair of the Year goes to Snyder CCW Proven Queen 214, owned by Madison Stratton of Virginia. Your Reserve Champion Cow-Calf Pair of the Year goes to TLF Northern Miss, owned by Holly Marsh of Illinois. Your Roll of Victory Reserve Breeder of the Year goes to Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. Congratulations once again, Angus Breeders. Congratulations, your champion senior heifer calf in your Shorthorn Plus female show goes to entry number 110, ST Prima Donna 2615K, exhibited by Kelser Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 114, WCR Bella's Princess 403, exhibited by Shaylee Conrad of Dover, Florida. Second call, Class 25 and 26, Shorthorn Plus. Second call, Class 25 and 26.
Well, another nice class over here, and I think our class winner kind of handles this class fairly handily and just gives us such a maternal look in terms of her body shape and her rib cage and her overall dimension. And then you combine that with her advantage in terms of her structural integrity, the way she gets out and goes and puts her feet and legs down. Just a heifer I like a lot of things about. Maybe just sharpen her up just a little bit in terms of her look from the side, but one that just offers so much dimension and brood cow look to her in terms of her body shape. I just really like her fundamental look combined with her incredible structural quality. The young lady's red and white heifer that comes next is probably a little more extended from her shoulder forward, one that you like in terms of the way she sits down into her shoulder into her forerib. From there back, I'd like to just give her a little bit better turn to the center portion of her rib, give her a little bit softer look from the side, maybe change the way that she hits in her hock and rear pastern as she gets out and goes, but a heifer that's got some dimension and power. Young lady does a nice job in getting her presented. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, nice way here on the heifer side in the second class. This is one that comes to the top relatively easy for us. She is so extended up through that front end, ties together really nice up at that shoulder, has an adequate amount of depth of rib, depth of flank, sets down on a nice foot and leg. They'd free her up in her hock maybe just ever so slightly. We get her out here on the move, but that's a really nice heifer to win this class. Gets a little closer for second, third. I think we're going to follow with the heifer that follows type and kind as far as the front end. I think that's where she matches the one that's starting the class. She's maybe just not quite as soft in her middle and back through her flank. Maybe just not quite as attractive off that hind leg. She maybe has a little more set to it, which I'm not against that as far as soundness ways, but just show heifer wise, I'd like to just give her a little straighter leg there. The heifer that we're rounding out the class with from the shoulder back, I think that's just going to make a really nice cow for this young man. And when you look at performance on paper, that one there is really nice as far as her weight and weight per day of age. But along with that, she gets a little coarser right there in her shoulder, but that's a nice set of heifers.
Well, as we bring these two classes back out for our intermediate division, I think a really nice division once again, even though there weren't a lot of numbers, and I commend the young people for bringing out a great group of cattle. I think for me, as we get back out here, I think two heifers that are very different in their kind. Young man's heifer that won the first class is really stout in terms of her foot and bone size and muscle. Heifer that's really powerful in those regards. Maybe like to make her just a little bit more maternal in terms of her look and her shoulder and her rib cage. Maybe the way that she lays her muscle on her skeleton, but a nice female that offers some really positive traits and some big features. The heifer that wins the second class for me is one that just is so maternal in her look and so feminine in her design. I love her rib cage and the overall dimension that she has to that in terms of the spring of rib, the way that she carries that down in terms of her depth, and the way that she puts everything together in terms of her skeletal makeup. Then you ask her to get out and go on the move, and she's the most comfortable in terms of her feet and leg structure, one that's really adequate in those regards, and I like that about her. Just a really nice female. She's going to go ahead and be our division champion. Congratulations.
Final call. Final call for Shorthorn Plus entry numbers 128 and 129. Once again, final call. Shorthorn Plus entry number 128 and 129. This is your second call, class 21 and 22. Angus, second call, class 21 and 22.
As we pull in the heifer that was second to our champion into this lineup, I think within that class maybe gave up some in terms of some center body, maybe didn't quite put everything together as neat in terms of her package and her skeletal correctness as the heifer that wins that class. But when we get her back out here, I think she's probably one that's just a little bit looser in terms of her structure and the angles to her joints. She's one that's a little bit more maternal in terms of her muscle pattern. I like her second best in this division, and she'll be a reserve champion. Congratulations.
Well, we start off the first division here in the Angus Open Show heifers. Two really nice heifers out here. The first one, you just really appreciate how much she does right. She's got a bright future ahead of her. We'd maybe like to clean her up in her shoulders and her front end, and then set that tail head down in her. But she's a great heifer. She's got some deep-bodied, big rib in her. The second heifer here, she just puts that front end together, ties in so nice. You get behind her, and she's got a big length of body and depth of rib to her, and sits down on a nice foot. We'll go out here and select your grain and reserve.
Results of your Shorthorn Plus female show. In first place, entry number 117, weighing 1,281 pounds, NFS Rosemary 703, exhibited by Corbin Huber of Mendon, Ohio. Your Class 18 results. In first place, and also your intermediate champion Shorthorn Plus female, goes to entry number 121, weighing 1,318 pounds, TSSC Country Queen 2140K, exhibited by Haley Stadler of Slanesville, West Virginia. Second place in class, and also your reserve champion, goes to entry number 118, weighing 1,215 pounds, Painter's Sweet Love K31, exhibited by Riley Glosser of Hebron, Ohio. Third and final call, class 25 and 26, Shorthorn Plus females. Third and final call, class 25 and 26. Third and final call, class 21 and 22, Angus. Third and final call, class 21 and 22, Angus. Results of your Angus female show. From your cow-calf pair division of class 16, your champion cow-calf pair goes to entry number 444, Smoot Moxie 2142, exhibited by Emily Ann Jeffries of Canmore, Kentucky. Your reserve champion cow-calf pair goes to entry number 337, KF Patton Proven Queen 2010, owned by Lily and Mackenzie Knudsen of Ridgeland, Wisconsin. Your third place cow-calf pair goes to entry number 445, Green Elba's Mocha 2118, exhibited by Garrett S. Green of Powell Butte, Oregon. Your Class 17 results, and also your Junior Heifer Calf Division 1 champion goes to entry. Your Class 17 winner of your Open Angus show goes to entry number 3, DBF Moxie 372, exhibited by Emily Ann Jeffries of Canmer, Kentucky. Your Class 18 results, and also your champion Junior Heifer Calf Division 1 goes to entry number 12, weighing 580 pounds, PVF Missy 3102, exhibited by Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee. In second place of class number 18 goes to entry number 14, FSC Ellie's L310, weighing 683 pounds, owned by Lindsay J. Ferguson of Chardon, Ohio. In third place, entry number 16, weighing 808 pounds, SNG Bird Blackburn Gal 387, exhibited by Victor Morgan of Marshall, Illinois. Your reserve champion Junior Heifer Calf Division 1 goes to entry number 3, DBF Moxie 372, exhibited by Emily Ann Jeffries of Canmer, Kentucky. We'd also like to recognize additional ROV female awards here at your Open Angus show. Your Dam of the Year went to Conley Sandy, 8104, owned by Case Conley of Oklahoma. Your Reserve Dam of the Year goes to Colson Proven Queen, 875, owned by Conley Cattle of Oklahoma. The Dam of the Year Embryo Transplant goes to Dameron Northern Miss, 109, owned by Chase Anderson, Reese Anderson, and Max Dameron of Illinois. Your Reserve Dam of the Year Embryo Transplant goes to EXAR Princess 5391, owned by Express Angus Ranches and Trent Ray of Oklahoma. Your Junior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year goes to Seldom Rest Sandy 2030, owned by Jack Dameron of Illinois. Your Reserve Junior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year was a tie between SCC LaFrance Phyllis 240 and Seldom Rest Sandy Joe 2123, owned by Mercedes Furry of Indiana and also Catherine Coleman of California.
Well, as we start getting a few more out here in the classes, it's going to keep getting a little tougher. And I think we got a heifer that come to the top of the class relatively easy for Reed and I. This is one that, well, you love the way she ties together up through that front end. She's really big-footed, big-boned, and I'm still a freak about soundness and foot and leg, and I think that's something Reed we got to work on as a group. And this one here puts that together. I think it's a really nice one. This heifer in second, I like an awful lot. She's not quite wanting to be a show heifer yet. I think that's one that as she goes along, that one's going to be pretty good. I just wish she would relax a little bit, and she gives us a good look at times when she stops. She's big-hipped, she's big-footed. She's maybe not quite as extended up through that front end, but that's a nice heifer. When she gets out and relaxes and wants to be a show heifer, that's going to be a pretty good one. The heifer coming out here in third, I think, extends up through that front end. She's nice hipped. I'd like to change her right there at the top of her shoulder and down through that lower shoulder, but from there back, that heifer matches the two that's right in front. Just change her right there at the top of her shoulder for me today. The young lady's heifer that's coming out next, maybe just a little refined, but I tell you, she's got all the parts and pieces. She probably ties together as well as any up through that front end. That head and neck ties into that shoulder, and I like that. She just gives up some power to the ones that's right in front of her today, but watch that one as they go, because that one's going to end up being a pretty nice one, I believe. You get a heifer that gets a little plainer up through her head and neck, maybe just doesn't have the softness in her middle, back through her flank, not sitting down on quite the foot and leg, but again, that's one that I think has a tremendous future. Then we get into a heifer here that gets a little straighter in her hock, maybe not quite as deep in her flank, not quite as soft in her middle. You get right behind her, she doesn't have quite the spring or rib. Then the big, powerful heifer that's rounding out the class. She's got a lot of muscle and a lot of shape to her. With that extra muscle, you get just a little plainer fronted, maybe just a little coarser in that shoulder area. Nice set of heifers in this class.
Well, over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, I think a really fun class to sort through, and I think there's some give and take here as you get into this really high quality pair on the top end of our class. And I'll tell you what I saw in terms of the differences, and certainly if you want to justify your priorities in a little different manner, I can see people wanting to do this pair differently back and forth. I think there's some give and take. The red heifer to me is just a starter at the ground. She's bigger in terms of her foot size. She's a little stouter in terms of her bone work. And when you start and look at her from the front 1/3 of her body cavity, I think she opens up a little wider in terms of her chest dimension. She's a little squarer in her front knee. And because of that, I think she transitions from her shore rib in her shoulder into her bolder forerib shape as you study her in that design. She's a heifer that for as much power as she has, she's incredibly long in terms of her hip design, and she too is the wider pinned heifer of the pair. Of that, I think that when you get down to it, it gets a little bit closer as we look at the flexibility in the spine, the way that this black heifer comes out and goes. She's really loose in terms of her structure, a really fresh kind of a heifer that's brought to us today. Like I said, she gets really loose in terms of her spine and loose in terms of her structure and the way she sits down. For me, as I study this one in terms of her dimension, I question her in her chest width just a little bit, the way she is in her forerib shape ever so slightly. You get right in behind her. I'd like to open her up in her pin width. From the side, this heifer is incredible in terms of her balance, her correctness, and her overall structure when you get her out on the move. A really nice pair of heifers that are close and differences in their kinds. The young lady's heifer that falls in third is another one that has a tremendous amount of quality as well. Really sound in terms of her structure, a big, robust heifer in terms of her center body. She too maybe is a little bit wider in terms of her pin placement when you get directly in behind her than the heifer that was second within that class. For me, I'd like to tone her down just in her condition ever so slightly. She maybe gets a little plainer in her construction up through the front 1/3 of her body. The heifer that comes in fourth is another one that's really fundamental and productive in terms of her rib cage and her overall dimension. For me, within this class, I think she gives up a little bit in terms of her foot size and bone work, maybe gets a little bit shorter in terms of her hip length and the way that she puts herself together from the side profile, but a really nice heifer that's really fundamental. You like a lot of things about as well. Let's give them a nice round of applause, a really high quality class of heifers.
Results of Class 21 of your Shorthorn Plus female show. In first place, entry number 132, Steck WSCC Katie Babe 231K, exhibited by Braxton Grabiel of Edison, Ohio. In second place, entry number 127, HHCC Sweet Dreams Reward 210K, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of Charlotte, Montana. In third place, entry number 131, Miss Silky Bow 422, exhibited by Emma McLaughlin of Woodsfield, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 133, Kaylee Smith. This is your first call, Class 29 Shorthorn Plus females. First call, Class 29 Shorthorn Plus females. Results of Class 19 of your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 29, weighing 795 pounds, EXAR Frontier Gal 3955, exhibited by Ben D. Selmeyer of Aurora, Illinois. In second place, entry number 27, weighing 804 pounds, RJRBM Rosemary 368L, owned by Boyer Show Cattle of Pleasantville, Iowa. In third place, entry number 26, weighing 727 pounds, Horseman Barcon Empress 340L, exhibited by Kobe Ishmael of Boswell, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 24, Sawyer Noy. Fifth place, entry number 20, Alexis Main. Sixth place, entry number 23, Michaela Donkery. And seventh place, entry number 21, Garrett Green. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 20. First call, Class 23 Angus. First call, Class 23 Angus. Second call, Class 29 Shorthorn Plus. Second call, Class 29. Second call, Class 23 Angus. Second call, Class 23 Angus.
Well, another really nice class over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, and I think a female that finds herself fairly logical to start the class, one that's just so correct in her design and her balance, and one that's so good in terms of her feet and leg structure. She kind of just puts everything together so nice in terms of a balanced and proportional package. One that's so big in terms of her center body and robust in terms of her rib shape. For me, maybe I'd like to tone her down just a little bit in her condition, but just a really fault-free, high-quality kind of a female to start the class. Young man's heifer in second is another one that I really like just in terms of her design from the side. She's really extended up front and ties in nice into her shoulder. She transitions that so nice into her top line and is long at her hip design for a moderate frame female. She's really good in terms of her body shape as well. We get her out and go. I'd like to maybe loosen her up out of her front end structure just a little bit and give her more reach off both ends of her skeleton ever so slightly, but a really high quality female as well. The heifer in third is one that's a little bit bigger package here and one that's really good in terms of her body shape, really sound in terms of her structure, and maybe even has an advantage in the way she's constructed up through her front knee and the way that she reaches out of her front end over the heifer in second. She ties a little low in her neck and as a result maybe isn't quite as sharp in terms of her balance from the side, but a really nice heifer that you like some things about. Young man's heifer that comes next, if you want to sort them on foot size and bone work and overall power, this heifer is certainly the most powerful in that regard. You get in behind her and she's really dimensional. I love this heifer from her shoulder back and the way that she puts things together. For me, I'd like to just change her a little bit in her shoulder design and the way she ties her neck in, make her a little looser out of her front end structure, but a really powerful female within this lineup. Young lady's black and white heifer is one that I like a lot of things about as well too. Really robust in her center body, really good in terms of her maternal look from the side. For me, she gets a little bit thicker in her neck. She wants to tie a little bit lower in that regard. Maybe like to stouten her up in terms of her feature just a little bit, but a close pair in those last two, a really high quality female. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class offers a lot of good. I really like her in terms of her hip and hind leg and the way she sets it down, a really big-bodied female. I'd maybe like to tone her down in terms of her size just a little bit to make her change her a little bit in the way she's designed up through her front end. A really high-quality class of heifers all the way through with a really good class winner. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, over here on the Angus side, I think we had a heifer that came to the top relatively easy for us. One ties together really nice up through her front end, has a tremendous body shape, carries it back through her flank. If we change her, I'd probably give her just a little bigger foot, maybe just a little more bone, but that's a really nice heifer that's really green in her overall makeup, and I really appreciate that about heifers at this age. Heifer coming out here in second is big, powerful hip, does set down on a big foot and leg, gets a little softer in her pasterns, maybe just wants to tip over on that front end ever so slightly when she gets stopped. Again, that one, she gets shown a few more times. She's going to keep not wanting to cooperate quite as well as he probably would like. The heifer coming out here in third is one from the shoulder back we liked an awful lot. She does set down on a nice foot and leg. She just gets a little bolder in that shoulder, a little plainer up through that front end, maybe pushing just a little bit of chest for a calf this age. The young lady's heifer coming out here next. This is a big, powerful one. Probably maybe a little bigger than we need to see for heifers this age, but she maybe doesn't have quite as soft a middle carrying it back through her flank as some of the heifers right in front. The next one coming out is one extremely long-sided, extremely long-fronted. She just gets a little piecier right there behind her shoulder, not quite as stout from her hooks, depends when you get to analyze it, but that's an extremely long-bodied heifer that you appreciate that extra length. The next heifer is one that's really complete. This is a nice heifer for this young man. I think she just gives up some power compared to the ones that's right in front of her today. Gets a little bolder right there in the top of her shoulder. The next heifer coming out is another one that gets a little piecier. Not quite as soft in her flank, just not quite as bold in her middle section, a little coarser in her shoulder, but that again is a nice heifer. Heifer rounding out she does front end on her that you really like. She just gets a little off on them hind legs, not quite as square from her hook spins.
Third and final call in class 23. Angus, third and final call in class 23. Third and final call in class 29, Shorthorn Plus. Third and final call in class 29. Third and final call, Angus entry number 296. Third and final call, entry number 296.
Well, as we bring these two classes up for our division, I think a very, very high quality set of cattle here within our lineup. And I think as you study, as we evaluate both of these class winners and then also the ones second in those respected classes, I think obviously a division that is very, very competitive here today within our show. And I think as we get out here, you know, it becomes a little bit challenging because these cattle are different. And I'll be the first to admit there's some differences within these two winners, and there's some things that both of them offer that are awfully unique, and yet you can kind of go back and forth and decide where you want to lay your preference in some of those areas. I'm going to go ahead and break them down for you how I see them, and then we'll go ahead and talk about what we're going to do for our champion. The red heifer is one that's just very unique in terms of her foot size and stoutness of feature and the way that she's so opened up in terms of her skeletal design. As she stands here, she's a heifer that gives you such a good look in terms of her transitions and the way that she puts everything together. A heifer that, like I said, is really stout and robust in terms of not only her body shape, but as well as her muscle, her pin placement, her foot size and bone work, and you really like those things about her. When we get her on the move, I think she's one that maybe isn't quite as comfortable in terms of her spine. As a result of that, maybe she doesn't tie quite as high in her neck as she gets out on the move. A heifer that wants to come up ever so slightly in the center part of her back, and because of that, maybe doesn't just get out and go quite as athletically off both ends of her skeleton, even though she's plenty acceptable and she reads in her angles as though that she's plenty acceptable. As we get her back out here and talk about those differences, I think those are the areas that you've got to weigh in your mind, you know, where she fits in here within this lineup. Young ladies heifer that wins the next class, the black and white heifer, here's one that is probably on the opposite end of the spectrum as we talk about one in terms of just her freedom of movement, the way she has so much curvature to her shoulder, her front knee and her front foot, the way she gets out here and is a little more relaxed in terms of her spine, a really long hipped heifer that gets out and reaches really good in terms of her hock and pastern, and then she combines that with a great look from the side, a really robust center body, and you like those areas about her. When we get her out here comparatively to the red heifer, I don't know if she's quite as stout in terms of her feature. She's probably not as opened up in terms of her overall dimension and muscle shape when you get directly behind her. And I would like to trim her up just a little bit as we study her down through her chest and through her pin placement there in terms of her condition just a little bit. But there's a female that gives you such a great look from the side. She's so maternal, so flexible and athletic when we get her out here on the move, and so good in her spine, one that puts a lot of things together as well. I'm going to go take one more look at these two class winners and make a decision within my mind. Then we'll sort through the two that were whichever was second to our champion, and we'll get you a reserve. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Really good division here within this lineup.
Maureen and I will be the first to admit we got two differences in types and kind here in first and second, but for us, I think we're going to go with the one that's the most balanced up through the front end. I think that's the advantage that she has. I love her up through her shoulder, her neck, love her body shape. Just not a lot of holes in this heifer. Again, she could maybe have a little more bone, but again, that's a really nice heifer here to win this class. Gets closer for second and third. From the shoulder back, I like this heifer an awful lot. She's maybe a little farther along than she needs to be at this stage of the game, but that one sets down on a powerful foot and leg. With that, you get just a little extra shoulder. I think that's the disadvantage she has. She's maybe not extended up through that front end as the heifer that is starting the class. The heifer that's coming out here in third just gets a little straighter in her hock when we get her out here on the move, and she wants to get up in her top ever so slightly. I'd like to change that about her, but again, that's a nice heifer there. I just need to get her a little freer off those hocks, off those hind two legs. Then the young lady's heifer here, when she's parked, this is one we thought could have been right there at the top, but when she gets out here on the move, she wants to drop that top, drop that loin, get that tail head up, but boy, when this young lady gets her set up on a profile standpoint, that's a really nice one, but she just doesn't want to get out and move, and she really gets down in that loin right there in front of the hook. The heifer rounding out the class, really complete heifer. She's really sound as far as being long-sided, sets that on a nice foot and leg. She's just not as soft in her middle section as the heifers right in front of her.
First call, Class 24. Angus, first call, Class 24. Results of Class 20 of your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 33, weighing 753 pounds. Seldom Rest Sandy, 3071, owned by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. In second place, entry number 38, weighing 710 pounds. Moffett Lady, 3001, owned by Jillian Moffett of Colfax, Iowa. In third place, entry number 36, weighing 839 pounds, WB Horseman Empress 338L, exhibited by Grace Klinkenhammer of West Lafayette, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 31, Maddie King. Fifth place, entry number 39, Mackenzie Ellis. Sixth place, entry number 30, Jared Bressner. Seventh place, entry number 34, Sienna Hutchins. Eighth place, entry number 37, Savannah Evans. Your Class 21 results. In first place, entry number 45, weighing 832 pounds, exhibited by Helen Orr. In second place, entry number 40, weighing 859 pounds, heading BCII Sandy 3012, exhibited by Brenna Leanne Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. In third place, entry number 57, weighing 757 pounds, EXAR Frontier Gal 3705, exhibited by McCamey Jean of Emerson, Arkansas. In fourth place, entry number 42, Kayla Elizabeth Liebert. In fifth place, entry number 41, Victor Morgan. Second call, Class 24. Angus, second call, Class 24.
As we get back over here to this class on the Shorthorn Pluses, I think a heifer that wins the class fairly handily in my mind just because of her skeletal quality. She's so fresh up through her front end, and in relation to the heifer that comes second, I like her down in through her chest and the condition that she's carrying just a notch better. One that you get her on the move, and I think everything just comes together so nicely in terms of her length of stride out of her front end, the way she handles her hip and hind leg, and just really gathers herself from a skeletal quality standpoint. I'd certainly give the advantage to the heifer in second, maybe just in terms of her rib shape. She's a little deeper bodied and maybe has a little more dimension as you get into her center body cavity. A heifer you like in that regard is really well. She's a heifer that's really good in her top line on the move and really sound in terms of her structure. Like I mentioned, she maybe ties a little lower in her neck, gets a little thicker and gets a little more chest as you get down there and read her in terms of her condition, especially in relation to her muscle shape. When you get in behind her, I think she's a little bit flatter in that regard, but a sound structured, big bodied, really productive heifer that you like a lot of things about. I think her advantage in structure was what allowed me to use her over the heifer that comes in third. The heifer in third is another heifer that is really good in terms of her body shape and dimension. She's wide in terms of her build, and when she gets out here, I'd like to intensify her a little bit in terms of her bone work and her foot size, maybe trim her up a little bit in her condition and the way she blends her parts together just a little bit more. A really dimensional heifer that winds up our class in terms of her power and width. A heifer that's got a lot of body shape in terms of the turn to her rib cage out of the top side of her skeleton. We get her off on the side from a balance. I'd just like to change her the way that she ties her neck into her shoulder. She gets a little deeper in her chest in relation to her flank. A couple of those things draw away from her as we get her out here on the profile, but a really dimensional heifer. Young man, you do a great job in getting her shown. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Once again, all Angus exhibitors in Class 23, you should be in the make-up arena. Third and final call in Class 23. This is your third and final call in Class 24. Third and final call in Class 24, Angus. First call, Class 25. Angus, first call, Class 25. Attention all Shorthorn exhibitors. The Purebred Shorthorn Show will begin immediately following the Shorthorn Plus Show. Once again, the Purebred Shorthorn Show will begin immediately following the Shorthorn Plus Show.
The Angus side, three real nice heifers. Again, we got some differences in types and kind from top to bottom. I think we're going to go with the heifer that I think is the most complete. From a profile standpoint, this heifer is really, really good. I like her an awful lot. I love her body shape. I love her hip structure, the nice extension she has up through her front end. Probably where I get disappointed is when I get right behind her. She's probably could use just a little shot more of muscle compared to some of the other heifers we've seen, but from a profile standpoint, that's a really nice heifer. The heifer that's coming out here in second, I would really call her powerful hipped. I love her hip structure. She carries it down through her stifle. With that, she maybe gets just a little straighter on that front end. She rolls over ever so slightly off those two hind legs when you get right behind her and watch her walk. But again, I think a heifer that follows type and kind to the heifer that we're starting the class with. Heifer in third, I just give her just a little more attractiveness on those hind legs. But again, that's heifer when the young lady gets her stuck and shown on a profile standpoint. She's really nice. She's got a lot of natural depth and springer rib, ties together really nice up through her front end. The next heifer coming out here is one that when she stops also, this is another one that's so soft middle, a lot of big springer rib. She's just not quite as square from her hooks to pins, not as powerful as the ones in front of her. Then we get into a heifer that just gets a little weaker right there in her heart, wants to get up in that top ever so slightly when she gets parked, and when you're looking at her from a profile standpoint, I'd like to get that top down in her just a little better for me. Then we get a heifer that's just not quite as soft in her middle, a little coarser in her shoulder. Then the heifer rounding out the class is one that just gets a little plainer look, not quite as attractive up through her front end, maybe show just a little more of a maternal look.
Over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, I think a really logical class that falls in alignment and some quality here within these four. Young man's heifer that wins the class does so fairly easily in my mind just from her skeletal quality. She's one that really can crank her head up there and get ties in high in her neck as a result of the shoulder angle that she has in their construction up front. She's just a little more laid back in her front knee and the reach out of her front end as we especially compare her to the heifer in second, a really bold-bodied heifer who's long in her hip design, really athletic out of her hind leg. I like those things about her. The heifer in second maybe is just a little more powerful in terms of her construction as you study her in her forerib shape, her width of pins, and her overall power and dimension. But with that, she ties a little lower in terms of her neck. She gets a little more upright in her shoulder and front knee and gets a little more restricted as she gets out and goes. I just like to make her a little looser off both ends of her skeleton. A really nice heifer, though, to follow in second. The young man's heifer in third, I feel like kind of just fits in that spot. She offers a lot of good. She's probably got a little more curvature up front and the reach to her front end. She's a heifer that's really long and extended out through her front. Study her in terms of her rib shape. I think she gets a little bit flatter in those regards. A heifer that maybe isn't as bold and robust in terms of the shape of her body, and a heifer that maybe is just a little bit bigger in terms of her frame size, but one I like a lot of things about as well. And you get her on the move, and I think she's comfortable, a high-quality heifer that finds herself in third. Young lady's heifer that comes next, the Blue Roan heifer, really robust in terms of her body, powerful in terms of her muscle. I just like to change her in her skeletal design, change her up through her shoulder, make her a little trimmer and down and through her chest, and I think it will help her balance a little bit better in terms of the way she's constructed, a little more moderate sized, and I think just that conventional look allows her to be a little bit flushing to this time, maybe a little better in her appearance, but a really nice heifer, really good class of four. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Angus entry number 73, 76, 85, 86, and 87 to the makeup arena immediately. Results of Class 25 of your Shorthorn Plus Female Show. In first place, entry number 149, weighing 1,632 pounds, goes to CF Mona Lisa, 238, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. In second place, weighing 1,585 pounds, entry number 152, SN Demi, 217, exhibited by Stetson Reedy of Bethany, Illinois. In third place, entry number 150, weighing 1,634 pounds, MFS Myrtle Bow Mia, 6K, exhibited by Tyler Dossley of Thurman, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 151, Ty Mullenhaney. Your Class 26 results. In first place, entry number 161, weighing 1671, goes to CFNB Demi 21 Primo X, exhibited by Grady McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. In second place, entry number 154, weighing 1,560 pounds, AF Magical Mirage 2201, exhibited by Nora Kate McCall of Carrollton, Missouri. In third place, entry number 159, weighing 1,654 pounds, BRKRE Dream Lady P204, exhibited by Garrett Roush of Spencer, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 160, Quinna Molden.
Well, as we bring these two classes on the Shorthorn Plus side and bring them back in here our division, I think a lot of high-quality cattle once again here in this divisional lineup, and I think as you get them back out here, our two class winners are a little different in some regards, but I think are both the cattle that were the most adequate in their skeletal quality and structural correctness for me as we get them back out here. The two of them, the heifer that wins the first class is really fresh in terms of her condition and really extended up through her front end. A long spined heifer who's super flexible in terms of her skeleton. I love the way this heifer sits down on her feet and legs. I'd like to moderate her in her size just a little bit in relation to her shape, those areas, but a really fun-free kind of a heifer, really good in terms of her structure and skeletal design. Young man's heifer that comes out of the next class is probably a little more practical in terms of her size and body shape. She's a heifer I really like as you study her in her transition from her shoulder to her forerib and the way that she has so much dimension to her center body cavity. A heifer that's really long-hipped, and because of that is so good in terms of her hock and rear pasture. She goes a heifer that's just really fundamental and still gives you a great look. She'll be your champion within the division. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 25. Angus, second call, Class 25.
As we bring the heifer that was second in class to our champion, one that's just extremely powerful in terms of her dimension and muscle and pin width. She's a heifer that combines that with being really good in her center body. As we get her back out, I'd just like to make her a little bit more athletic in terms of her structure, relax her in her front end and down into her knee and allow her to reach a little better off both ends of her skeleton. But where she's good, she's really out there in terms of her power and overall center body. For me, it gets a little close. I guess you can give and take in some areas on these two and decide where you're most comfortable. For me, there's one that's just a little bit better in terms of her structure and her overall reach. Young lady's heifer out of the first class will be your champion. Congratulations.
Results of Class 22 of your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 69, weighing 830 pounds, goes to Henning Elsie Lady, 3013, exhibited by Macy Carroll of Mount Carroll, Illinois. In second place, entry number 59, weighing 874 pounds, Meyer LK Forever Lady, 3106, owned by Alexis Colling of Bowling Green, Missouri. In third place, entry number 61, weighing 831 pounds, Destiny's Phyllis, 326, owned by Sienna Hutchins of Raymond, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 66, Brady York. In fifth place, entry number 62, Evie Margaret Groom. And in sixth place, entry number 296, Lily Nunson.
Well, really nice division here on the Angus side. These heifers there's some differences in types and kind, but we got a couple out here we think match together really well. The young man's heifer that won the first class, we really, really wanted to like her, and we do like her. She sets down on the biggest foot and leg, and I really appreciate that. I think she's got a nice hip. She ever so slightly wants to maybe angle that knee, wants to kick that left front out a little more than I'd like to see, but again, that's a nice heifer there that from her hip structure down to that foot, that's a nice one right there. I think she's really powerful. I'd just like to change her right there off that front leg ever so slightly to make her just a little better. The next heifer is one that has all the parts and pieces. I think she really ties together really nice from the ground up. I'd give her just maybe a little more bone and a little bigger foot. But again, she has the nice soft middle, carries it back through her flank, ties together really nice up through her front end. young lady's heifer that won the next class, won the standstill. That's one you like an awful lot. She does have a nice middle. She does have nice flank. Get her on the move. She maybe gets just a tick straighter in that hind leg on the move, but again, on the standstill, that's a nice one. The heifer that won the last class from the shoulder back, that's an awful powerful heifer. She's deep-bodied. You really like that about her. She's soft in her middle. I guess where we get a little disappointed when we get right behind her. She just needs some muscle and some shape to her for her amount of belly that she's got in her. I'd just like to spread her apart when I get right behind her, give her just a little more muscle shape. She gets just a little flatter for us. So this has been a tough division. Let's give them a round of applause. We'll go out here and select the two that we like.
First call, Class 1, 4 and 5 purebred Shorthorn bulls. First call, Class 1, 4 and 5 purebred Shorthorn bulls. Congratulations, your junior champion female in your Shorthorn Plus show goes to entry number 161, CFNB Demi 21 Primo X, exhibited by Grady McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 149, CF Mona Lisa 238 OP, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio.
Well, another nice class, and I think a fairly logical place to start with this roan heifer here in the lead, and one that's just a little more correct in terms of her skeletal design. I like her extension, I like her center body, and I think as we study her, especially in relation to the heifer that's second, she's just so much bolder in terms of her forerib shape and more dimensional in terms of her body, and you get in behind her, and she's wide in terms of her pin setting. I think she's adequate in terms of her structure, and I'd call her good enough there. Maybe like to change her a little bit in how she hits her hind leg ever so slightly, but a high quality heifer that the young lady's doing a great job in getting presented. The heifer that comes in second, I certainly would like to see her a little bit further along here, and one that probably gets a little bit flatter in terms of her rib design, but she's a nice extended sound structured kind of heifer that I think handles her spine really well, really soft in terms of her hind leg structure. I'd just like to open her up and give her more dimension. The pair that comes next is certainly, I commend them for having a calf on her side already and being a little further along in her reproductive life than the others here within this class. Just like to change this cow in terms of the way she's built just a little bit. A moderate frame cow that gets a little bit tighter in her spine and her structure, but a really a nice female that looks like she's doing a heck of a job with her calf. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Third and final call, Class 25, Angus. Third and final call, Class 25, Angus. First call, Class 26. First call, Class 26, Angus. Second call, Class 1, 4 and 5 purebred Shorthorn bulls. Second call, Class 1, 4 and 5 purebred Shorthorn bulls. Results of Class 29 of your Shorthorn Plus female show. In first place, entry number 165, weighing 1,546 pounds, ACRC Cindy's Cricket, exhibited by Addison Campbell of Eden, Ohio. In second place, entry number 164, weighing 1,638, CF Mona Lisa 1131, exhibited by Lindsay Jester of Moreland, Indiana. In third place, entry number 166, Waymar Hap Breathless 1, exhibited by Allison Udick of Grand Ridge, Illinois. Second call, Class 26, Angus. Second call, Class 26, Angus.
Well, as we bring our division winners out here for the Shorthorn Plus female show, I think it's an exceptional lineup, and I'd just like to take the time to thank everybody that allowed me to come here and sort through these cattle. It's always, Louisville is such a prestigious event, and it's one of the things that I've always got to sit along ringside and watch, and my first time out here on the green chips, and it's really been fun for me to come and evaluate all these exhibitors and their cattle, and certainly at the highest level, it never disappoints when you get out here and get to sort through these things, and it's really fun. And within these lineups, I think it's always a challenge because there's so many different kinds of cattle when you get to a level like this that have quality and bring different things to the table. And so when you get out here and get a chance to evaluate them, it's always a little bit easier when you're on the ringside to have your favorite or be a critic or whatever you might say. And you get out here, and the thing about it is that our industry as a whole has got to be so competitive, and we have done such a good job in terms of advancing all of these breeds and bringing so much quality to the table across the board as we get out here. It really becomes a challenge to sort these sometimes. Minute details of where you want to emphasize your preference and what you want to make a priority for you may not be exactly the same as somebody else, but I understand that there's different shapes and kinds of quality, and with that, we all have our own opinion on how things need to be, and that's what makes it so much fun. That's what makes it so much fun to have all these breeds of cattle that represent different qualities and where you want to emphasize the priorities within your program. And so certainly as we get out here, I mean, my hat's off to all of you guys in terms of just the quality of cattle that you've brought, and whether you were reserve in your division or you won your division or out here in contention for champion, you all need to be proud of the cattle that you've brought. I know how hard it is to exhibit these things and bring such a quality animal out here, and then get somebody out here on the mic in a few minutes and break them down. And so with that, I just once again want to congratulate each and every one of you and the breeders and everybody that's behind these cattle. I want to thank the Shorthorn Association for inviting me to sort through these. I think it's been a tremendous show with a lot of difference in quality. I'm not going to take a lot of time to go through and break down each one of these heifers again. I think we've talked about them in division quite a bit. I'm going to take one last look, and we'll get you a champion and then pull the second in there and look through those. But if you will, please join me in congratulating all these exhibitors on an outstanding set of females out here today.
Well, we knew going in it was just going to keep getting tougher and tougher, and by far and away, it's been the toughest class we've had so far. I think the heifer that we're going to use to win this class is so on soundness when we get them out here on the move. I think she sits down right where that front foot takes off. I really appreciate that about her. She's really soft in her middle, soft in her flank. Not a lot of holes in this heifer. She's really complete. You maybe could stretch her front end out just ever so slightly, but again, we'll give a little bit of that up to keep some power to them. This one I think is powerful. The heifer's going to come out here in second. Sets down on just a tremendous foot and leg. When she gets parked, you love that front end about her. Get her on the move. She wants to get out of her skeleton just ever so slightly, maybe just a little coarser right there at the top of her shoulder blade, but that's getting picky about a really good one that is so powerful as far as her muscle and her shape. I just give her a little more freeness when we get her out here on the move. I think that's the disadvantage she has compared to the heifer that we're starting the class with. The young lady's heifer that's coming out here in third, boy, that's a really good one also. I like her an awful lot. She just probably gives up some power to the two that's right in front of her. She's maybe not as soft right back there in her flank or in her middle section compared to the two that's right in front. The next heifer coming out is one that, again, sets down on a nice foot and leg. She's got a lot of muscle shape. I really appreciate that about her. You get right behind her, she doesn't maybe have quite the spring of rib that the heifers that's in front of her. She's really up-headed. I'd like to see her tie just a little better right behind that shoulder compared to the ones in front. The heifer that's rounding out the class, again, just a tremendous heifer. Like to set her tail head down in her when we get her out here on the move. One that gets just a little plainer up through that front end when you get to look at her compared to the other ones. But, boy, this was a really, really good class of heifers here.
Third and final call, Class 26. Angus, third and final call, Class 26. Is your third and final call, Class 1, 4 and 5 purebred Shorthorn bulls. Third and final call, Class 1, 4 and 5 purebred Shorthorn bulls. Additional results of your Shorthorn Plus female show. Your early spring heifer calf champion went to entry number 74. MFS Lucy's Masha 87L, exhibited by Carter Cornegay of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 54. CF Mona Lisa 3953, exhibited by Tyler Dossie of Thurman, Ohio. Your grand champion Shorthorn Plus female goes to entry number 99. ST Cole Dream of Me 3011, exhibited by Whitney Swaim of Rockville, Indiana. First call, class 27, Angus. First call, class 27, Angus. Congratulations to your reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus female. Goes to entry number 96, SN RJC Lady Crystal Luna 326, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Philippi, West Virginia. Congratulations once again, Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. First call, Class 8 Purebred Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 8 Purebred Shorthorn Bulls to the makeup arena. Second call, class 27, Angus. Second call, class 27. Second call, Class 8 Shorthorn Bulls. Second call, Class 8. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, sitting ringside, we'd like to welcome you to the 2023 North American Purebred Shorthorn Show. We are starting first off with your Purebred Shorthorn Bulls and would like to take a second and introduce our judge today, Mr. Will Core. Will is originally from Selma, North Carolina, and then he attended Black Hawk East Junior College, where he was a member of the 2013 National Champion Junior College Livestock Judging Team. After his time at Black Hawk East, he went on to attend Western Illinois University, where he completed his senior collegiate livestock judging career and received his Bachelor's of Science in Ag Business. Will, alongside of his wife Lauren and two sons, Stokely and Bowen, now reside in Greenfield, Ohio, where they own and operate Core Cattle. Core Cattle's main focus is raising and selling high-quality show cattle in multiple breeds that are offered in their various sales biannually. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Will Core, the judge of your Purebred Shorthorn Show. Third and final call, Class 8 Purebred Shorthorn Bulls. Third and final call, Class 8. First call, Class 9 Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 9.
As we get started here in the Purebred Shorthorn Show, obviously a pleasure for me to be here and get to sort through the cattle today. Get started here in the Bull Show, and quite honestly, the calf that is going to win, I think, does so rather handily. That bull's just so good in terms of his balance. Very, very well built there at the ground in terms of his feet and legs. Very nice there in terms of his look. I thought that was a very solid place to start. The solid white bull is certainly one that's good looking, big bodied, especially for this stage of his maturity. A bull that maybe just doesn't have quite the bells and whistles as the one that we start with. Maybe we like to just fix him there in his hip and tail head. Definitely a very nice pair of bulls there to get us started. Congratulations. We'll keep rolling right along here. Single entry, young ladies brought us a very highly presented bull, a high performing bull, got muscle, got bone, and got some just substance to him in terms of the amount of mass that he has. A very nice single entry to her. Congratulations.
Again, another stout class from top to bottom, and but I think Reed and I found one that came to the top relatively easy for us. This is a pretty good one here to start this class off with. She sets down on a nice foot and leg. We've probably had a few more feminine than her, but from there back, that's a really good one there to start off this class. Just not a lot of holes in her. Gets a little closer, second and third. I'm going to use the heifer to me that I think's just got a little more extension up through her front end. I really appreciate that about her. She's maybe not as stout right there from her hooks to pins and down through her stifles, the one right behind her, but I think she ties together up through that front end just a little better for me today compared to the one that's coming out next. The one in third is one that just gets a little plainer up through her front end, maybe getting just a touch of chest floor in her for a heifer this age, but again, that's one sets down on a nice foot and leg. I'd probably square her from her hooks to pins just ever so slightly. The next heifer coming out here is a big-footed, big-boned heifer that you like an awful lot. She's soft in her middle. She maybe just gets a little narrower tracking. She wants to hawk in ever so slightly when we get her out here on the move. I'd tie her together right there in that shoulder just a little better for me today. The heifer that's coming out next, this is one when they're parked I like an awful lot. She's awful nice, but when we get her out here on the move, she just gets a little off on those hind legs. It's just a little plainer up through that front end. The heifer coming next is another just big, powerful, bold-ribbed heifer, just gets a little plainer up through that head, doesn't tie together right there where that neck ties in the shoulder junction compared to some of the other ones. The next heifer coming here is one that, again, big-footed, big-boned, just gets a little weaker in that loin. I'd like to stick her tail head down in her a little bit for me today. The next heifer coming out, again, is another one that's just a little plainer in her look up through her front end. She gets a little bolder in that shoulder. I'd like to see that tie together just a little better for me today. Not quite as powerful from the ground up. Big, bold heifer coming next is one I think has a lot of good about her. She is a big-footed, big-boned. She just gets a little plainer look up through that front end. Maybe need to show just a little more of a maternal look.
Second call, Class 9, Shorthorn Bulls. Second call, Class 9. Your champion junior heifer calf Division 2 female in your open Angus show goes to entry number 33. Seldom Rest Sandy 3071, exhibited by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 57. EXAR Frontier Gal 3705, exhibited by McCamey Jean of Emerson, Arkansas. Your Class 23 results: in first place, entry number 78, weighing 786 pounds, EXAR Frontier Gal 3681, exhibited by John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 349, weighing 914 pounds, SCC SFC Phyllis 324, exhibited by Brianna Land Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. In third place, entry number 81, weighing 887 pounds, CLAC Phyllis 313L, exhibited by Connor James London of Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Fourth place, entry number 77, Kaylee Ray Richardson. Fifth place, entry number 74, Michaela Dockery. Your Class 24 results: in first place, entry number 101, weighing 911 pounds, Seldom Rest Sandy 3012, exhibited by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. In second place, entry number 92, weighing 853 pounds, Seldom Rest Cassandra 3020, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. In third place, entry number 98, weighing 949 pounds, Saul Lucy 3104L, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, and Circle M Farms of Rockwall, Texas. In fourth place, entry number 94, Jenkins Cattle Ranch of Little Rock, Arkansas. 5th place, entry number 96, Keegan Caroline Mather. 6th place, entry number 100, Ty Jordan Harden. 7th place, entry number 97, Mallory Duncan. 8th place, entry number 90, Highway Meadows Farms. And a 9th place, entry number 88, Gen 3 Genetics.
Get out here in this particular class of bulls, and certainly kind of some differences and a lot of things to sort through in terms of where you're going to sit. For me personally, when these cattle are pulled to lead, this Red Bull surfaces and does so rather quickly, just in terms of his build. That guy's so elegant up front and ties that neck so high on top of his shoulder, and he does that because his shoulder's laid back into his framework and his knee moves right. Everything kind of flows real good when that guy's on the move. Is he the big heavyweight bull? No, but I still think for this point in maturity, that's still a stout enough featured one that's going to have plenty enough muscle. The bull here in 2 is one that is just presented to a T. Young man does an awesome job getting him stuck when the bull wants to cooperate. From his shoulder back, he's absolutely on point in terms of his just body cavity, his density, and the amount of ruggedness that he has. My concern for him comes up front. Shoulders rocked a little further forward. I'd like to just see him get out and go of that out of the front end there a shot better. The outlier bull here is in 3, long, extended, super good looking, awesome in terms of his presence that he brings to us. A bull that's really nice in terms of his hind leg design. A bull for me was a little bit more challenging to kind of piece together. A bull who wants to get a little bit forward in his knee, wants to duck his pins a little there on the go, but certainly one that brings a lot to the table. Bull here in 4 is definitely the outlier. He's the big, massive, huge-bodied one that certainly has the performance advantage. For me, there was just too many pieces to kind of mix together, and gets a little bolder and more out there in terms of his shoulder, a little bit more just concave there in terms of his forerib. I'd like to see everything blend together a shot better. Young man's bull that's going to round us out. Stout, burly one, but probably a little more moderate, a little bit more compacted. Like to see his hind leg just get out and go and just reach better, allow him to hit the surface more comfortably. A very nice class of bulls there.
3rd and final call in Class 9, Shorthorn bulls. 3rd and final call in Class 9. This is your first call in Class 12, 13 and 16 Shorthorn bulls. First call, Class 12, 13 and 16.
We get out here in this particular division. Obviously, we had the single entry that the young lady brought us, and we talked about him just having substance and power there within that particular class. Maybe as we get him back out here and have a couple others to compare him to, maybe we'd like to set him down in his tailhead. We'd like to correct him a little bit there in terms of his hock design, but certainly a bull that brings a lot of power, a lot of muscle to the table. I was very pleased with those 2 bulls that we brought there out of that last class. We'll stick with those 2 for your division champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Well, again, a really, really good class of heifers from top to bottom. Heifer I'm going with is another one that if we're staying with soundness, that one there is extremely sound. I love her when we get her out here on the move. She's got the nice belly shape. Like that an awful lot about her. Just not a lot of holes in her. Maybe take her just a little length of side, but again, that's a really good one there to win this class. The heifer that's coming out here in second, I like an awful lot. I really debated on this one, but I think in the long run we feel like maybe she's carrying a little more condition than we need at this age, and she's starting to show it already just a little bit right up there top of her crest. That's one I would like to trim down just a little bit. She maybe gets a little straight right there, give her change the angle of her shoulder just a little bit. She stops, she wants to tip over, but that's a really nice heifer. This young lady's heifer that's coming out next, when she gets her parked, this is one we like an awful lot. We just got to make her sounder when we get her out here on the move. She needs to change just a little bit on both ends when we get her on the move for me today. I think she gets a little off on both ends on the move. The next heifer coming out, just a little bolder and coarser right there, top of her shoulder, maybe just a little plainer right through there. I'd like to change that about her. She's maybe pushing just a little bit of chest for a heifer this age. And the next heifer coming out, like her an awful lot on the standstill. You get right behind her and follow her. She wants to hawk in awful bad, just gets a little narrower. I need to spread her apart when I get right behind her and watch her on the move. The heifer coming out at the end here is really another really good heifer. She's just not quite as attractive right up through that front end, right at the top of that shoulder. Doesn't have quite the soft middle, soft flank as the ones that's in front of her today.
Third and final call, class 27. Angus, third and final call, class 27. It's your first call, class 28. First call, class 28, Angus. Second call, class 12, 13 and 16 Shorthorn bulls. Second call, class 12, 13 and 16 Shorthorn bulls. Results from your purebred Shorthorn Bull Show. Your Class 1 results and also your champion late spring bull calf goes to entry number 2, weighing 717 pounds. Little Cedar Look Ahead, 2306. Exhibited by Little St. Crowder Company of Beaverton, Michigan, and Mackenzie and Branch of Bethesda, Maryland. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 3, weighing 462 pounds. Waymar A.U. Queso, exhibited by Allison Udick of Grand Ridge, Illinois.
We get out here in this particular class of bulls, and to be dead honest, this bull took about 3 steps in the gate, and I never looked back. That's an impressive dude there, so round and robust in terms of his body, and still stout and powerful, still gets out and moves extremely well, very well presented, very high quality one there. The decision is between 2 and 3, and for me, I just went with the white bull just in terms of his massiveness, in terms of just being the higher performing, bigger bodied, stouter option of the remaining 2. Is he absolutely perfect in terms of his hock design or the most elegant up front? No, but I still thought that he brought more just body and just true substance to the table. The young lady's Red Bull is quite a bit better looking about his front end. A bull that's definitely just nice in terms of his lines, very good in his balance. I just thought we needed more to him today. You step in behind the cattle and just wanted him to just have a shot more oomph to him from behind, but a very nice trio of bulls there.
Second call, class 28, Angus. Second call, class 28, Angus. Attention in the barns, Blaine Rogers, if you would please return to the announcer's table in Freedom Hall. Once again, Blaine Rogers, back to the announcer's table in Freedom Hall, please. Results of your purebred Shorthorn show. Class number 4 in first place. Entry number 14, No Man's Fool. 18, exhibited by Abigail Toole of Amanda, Ohio. Your Class 5 results. In first place, entry number 19, weighing 751 pounds, Han Takeover S29L, exhibited by William Michalowski of Minnock, Illinois. In second place, entry number 24, weighing 858 pounds, GCR Pierce 320, exhibited by Keegan McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry number 18, weighing 752 pounds, RFSS Mr. Bojangles 302L, exhibited by Respine Farm Incorporated of Paris, Kentucky. In fourth place, entry number 21, Cedar Lane Farm. Fifth place, entry number 66, Norman Tolaski. Third and final call, Class 12, 13 and 16 Shorthorn Bulls. Third and final call, Class 12, 13 and 16 Shorthorn Bulls. This is your first call, Class 19 and 20 Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 19 and 20 Shorthorn Bulls.
Again, another really nice class of heifers. We got one comes to the top relatively easily in this class. This is one that has that extra extension. She's just a freak up through that front end. We like that about her. Sets down on a really nice foot and leg. She's green in her overall makeup, and I don't have no problem with that. Makes her maybe just a little tighter in that heart, but as that one goes along, that's going to be a pretty nice one. Heifer coming in second. Maybe just gets a little downhill. For us today, I'd like to tighten her up right there behind her shoulder, pick that top up in her, but that's an awful nice heifer there that we like an awful lot. The next heifer coming out probably shows a little too much terminal look, not enough maternal look for us today, but boy, that one there is built from the ground up and really nice. Probably a little farther along she needs to be for a heifer calf this age, but again, that's a really powerful one there. I'd just like to tone her down as far as her condition for me today. The next two heifers are really close in type and kind. This one just gets a little plainer about her head and neck. One that is soft in her middle gets a little crestier right there, top of her crest compared to the ones that's in front of her. The young lady's heifer rounding out the class. She's not wanting to relax real well today. She gets really short-strided off those hind legs when we get her out here on the move. Maybe just like to loosen her up right there in her hock and just give her a little more flex.
Third and final call, Class 28. Angus, third and final call, Class 28. This is your first call, Class 29. Angus, first call, Class 29. Angus entry numbers 128 and 132 to the makeup arena. Angus entry numbers 128 and 132 to the makeup arena. This is your second call, Class 29 Angus. Second call, Class 29. Second call, Class 19 and 20 Shorthorn Bulls. Second call, Class 19 and 20.
What an extremely good lineup out here for this division. I think all four got some differences in types and kind. I'll be the first to admit. The first heifer, she's not maybe as feminine up to her front end, but boy, where she really excels is when you get her out here on the move. That one there is really, really sound. I really appreciate that about her, and that means a lot to us when we get to looking at them. The heifer in the second hole here won the second class. Boy, she sets down on a beautiful foot and leg, really ties together really nice up through that front end, soft in her middle, just not a lot of holes in that one. I guess if you wanted to complain about it, maybe make her just a little more maternal up through her head, but again, that's a pretty good one there. The heifer that won the next class is one that, again, she's really sound. She's maybe pushing just ever so slightly a little chest floor, but again, that's one that's powerful hip, carries that muscle all the way down through her stifle, down into her flank. That's another one that we like an awful lot. The heifer that won the last division, she's probably the odd one of the bunch out here. She does have that long goose-fronted, freak-necked one, and you really like that about her. She's probably more in the right condition than some of these other heifers are. You get the same kind of condition on her that these have got, you're going to see a different heifer. That's one that's just going to keep getting better and better. But right now, she maybe gives you just a little bit of appearance that she's a little tighter in her heart. But again, that's one that I think is going to be a good one as we go along. There's one out here that came very easily for us in this division. We'll go out here and we'll show you your champion.
We get out here in this class of Shorthorn Bulls, and definitely a lot of differences. And to be quite honest, it was pretty challenging just to decide exactly where you're going to sit on different things. I still never wavered from the fact that this bull needed to go ahead and start just so overwhelming in terms of the amount of just body and mass that he brings to the table. So rugged in terms of his bone and footwork, still right in terms of the shape of his foot, and still one that's very good looking. If you're going to get critical, yeah, we'd like to lay his shoulder there into him a shot better and maybe intensify him right there in terms of his forerib, but that's one that I guess I thought came to the top and did so and never looked back. For me, the tough decision came here between 2 and 3. When this bull is parked, there is no doubt that he needs to be in the top pair. Super good in terms of his balance, his lines, and how everything fits together, presented to a T, and just so good in terms of how he kind of draws you in. For me, my concern is when we ask this bull to go. We need to lay his shoulder back onto his framework. We need to ask his hock to just get out and flex a shot better. And why it's so close between this pair for me is there's just so much more power and dimension in that bull when we step in behind him. The one that's built right at the ground that I really wanted to tie into is the 1 in 3. I love this guy's skeletal build, how he can just get out and travel so effortlessly. Really good there in terms of the looseness of his spine, in terms of how everything fits together. The problem is when you step in behind the bulls, he's the most disappointing in terms of just the amount of mass that he has. I'd like to see him just a shot further along there. The bull here that the young lady brings us in for is absolutely wild looking, ties his neck high out the top side of his shoulder, and honestly still for that kind of look and that kind of presence is a bull that still has plenty of muscle to him. For me, as we ask that bull to go, I got to have him quite a bit better there in terms of his hind leg. Gets a shot more rigid there as he hits the ground, but certainly one that brings some quality there in terms of his look. The bull here in 5 that's going to round us out is so wide and so punchy. Certainly awesome there in terms of the amount of just power that he has out of his pin set and all the way down through his stifle. For me, as we asked the cattle to go, he was a bull that was more concerning off of both ends of his skeleton in terms of his structure.
Third and final call, Class 29 Angus. Third and final call, Class 29. Third and final call, Class 19 and 20 Shorthorn Bulls. Third and final call, Class 19 and 20 Shorthorn Bulls.
We get out here in this particular division, and certainly it was a very nice division with a lot of quality. And we talked both of these class winners there within their particular drives, just in terms of how they arose to the top and did so very quickly in terms of their mass, their power, and still being very good in terms of their look. We talked the bull up front there. I love that bull in terms of how he's constructed. I think he has the advantage out here in his shoulder build and how it lays more correctly there onto his body wall. It flows so seamlessly up front there in terms of his look. The bull behind him here out of Class 2 has the advantage in terms of muscle and power, and I think you kind of got to decide where you're going to sit. For me, it's between the two class winners. I'm going to stick with build. The young man up front will be your division champion, followed behind with a Class 2. Thank you.
Results of your Shorthorn Bull Show, Class number 8. In first place, entry number 28, weighing 971 pounds, NF Find Out, exhibited by Kendall Nelson of Seneca, Illinois. In second place, entry number 31, weighing 974 pounds, Six's Flashpoint Paradigm, exhibited by Reese 6 of New Freeport, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry number 27, weighing 759 pounds, CDR Max 1L, exhibited by Aubrey Short of Moncton, Maryland. Your Class 9 results. In first place, entry number 41, weighing 1,315 pounds, Maxim Payday 1206, exhibited by Cooper Hetrick of Fremont, Ohio. In second place, entry number 33, weighing 1104, goes to Shady Brook Flashpoint 33L, exhibited by Shady Brook Farm Limited of West Brome, Quebec. In third place, entry number 32, weighing 1,086 pounds, BONL New Vision 694L, exhibited by Benell Cattle Company of Columbus, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 40, Faxon Creek Cattle Company. Fifth place, entry number 37, Hugh W. Moore Jr. and Sons. And sixth place, congratulations, your champion junior bull calf goes to entry number 28. NF Find Out, exhibited by Kendall Nelson of Seneca, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 41, Maxim Payday 1206, exhibited by Cooper Hetrick of Fremont, Ohio. First call, Class 21 and 24, Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 21 and 24.
We get out here in a pair of fall-born bulls, and I guess as the cattle are making the circle there, the bull that we decide to go with is undoubtedly the one that's better to build at the ground in terms of his feet and legs, quite a bit better in terms of how he just gets out and travels. A bull, ideally, we'd like to just intensify him and drop him in terms of his rib cage and his body to help him balance his chest, but I definitely thought that he was the sounder option of the two. The Red Bull here in 2 is one that has that added body and one that honestly probably has more just power and oomph down low, especially as you step in behind the cattle. A bull that just came a little bit more concerning to me there in terms of his hock. I'd like to see him just get out and travel a little bit better, and also probably like to tweak him a little bit at the ground in terms of his foot size and shape of it, but definitely 2 very nice bulls. Congratulations to both of those young men.
Results of your Open Angus show your Class 25 results. In first place, entry number 104, weighing 927 pounds, EXAR Frontier Gal 3665, exhibited by Clara Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. In second place, entry number 111, weighing 1,032 pounds, KCC GTC Annie Lou 3201, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. In third place, entry number 110, weighing 910 pounds, EXAR Princess 3657, exhibited by Alexis Colling of Bowling Green, Missouri. In fourth place, entry number 106, Rob Oakley. Fifth place, entry number 107, Jake Allison. And sixth place, entry number 102, Drew Glick. Your Class 26 results. In first place, entry number 117, weighing 961 pounds, Seldom Rest Cassandra 3009, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. In second place, entry number 115, weighing 1,028 pounds, goes to Campbell Queen 2A, exhibited by Keegan Long of Bath, Michigan. In third place, entry number 126, UDE Phyllis 3001, exhibited by Maddie Udell of Sioux City, Iowa. Fourth place, entry number 125, weighing 996 pounds, exhibited by Adam R.B. McCauley of Cynthiana, Kentucky. And fifth place, entry number 120, Remy Gardner. First call, Class 30 Angus. First call, Class 30 Angus. Congratulations to your champion junior heifer calf. Division 3 of your Open Angus show goes to entry number 101, Seldom Rest Sandy 3012, exhibited by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 78, EXAR Frontier Gal 3681, exhibited by John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma.
Another pair of bulls here, and quite honestly, in my opinion, as you step in behind the cattle, this bull that wins just separates himself in terms of how wide build he is, and his skeleton so much more desirable in terms of his hip design and how powerful he is there in terms of his pin set. A bull that's really just bold and massive there through the center part of his body. A bull that's not 100 up front. If we wanted to pick on him, maybe like to see him just get out of that front end build or front end skeleton a shot better, but certainly one that I thought kind of separated himself just in terms of mass and power. The bull here in 2 is super long in terms of his body, very good in terms of his balance from the side. Everything flows and fits together very nicely. Young lady gets him stopped and loined and put together. He can give you a very high quality look. For me, I'd like to just have more of him. We got to have more muscle, we got to have more power, but certainly a very nice pair of them there.
Second call, Class 30, Angus. Second call, Class 30.
Get out here in this, go ahead, go ahead. Get out here in this fall-born Shorthorn division, and obviously not a lot of numbers. Obviously, me and Goody are battling for the mic here, but very nice division. I was very pleased with class winner out here. I think he kind of excels himself. I think it gets quite a bit closer for reserve. We're going to keep these 2 class winners together, though. The young lady here out of class 2 will be your champion. Congratulations.
Well, we're here on the Angus side. We had one that come to the top relatively easy for us in this class. This one here is just really complete. You like her up through her front end, you like her through her middle. Maybe maturity-wise, you kind of maybe get a little concerned about a little quicker, but there's a really nice one to start off this class. The heifer that's coming out here in second, just not quite as soft in her middle, back through her flank, gets maybe just a little plainer up through that front end. Head and neck area, I'd just like to stretch that out, just give her a little more femininity up through her head. The young lady's heifer coming next, maybe just a little more elevated from the ground up to her flank. I need to soften her up in her middle. I just need to make her just a little bolder in her rib shape. I'd like to see her get out and travel just a little wider based on them 2 hind legs when we get her out here. The heifer that's coming next is another one that's extremely nice up through her front end. I'd like to just make her a little stouter from the ground out. She gets outside of her skeleton ever so slightly off them hind legs when we get her out here on the move. Then the next 2 heifers are a pair of heifers that just maybe a little plainer in their look, starting to push just a little chest forward. And this one right here that's coming out next, maybe not as soft in her middle, a little flatter when you get right behind. The heifer that's rounding out the class is one that maybe just not quite as attractive as some of the other ones, maybe shows just a little more terminal look than
Coming back over here to the Shorthorn side, a young lady brings us a single entry, very long, very elegant about his look in terms of how attractive he is, and still has some feature to him at the ground in terms of his foot size and bone. A very nice single entry to her. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 30 Angus. Third and final call, Class 30 Angus. First call, Class 31. First call, Class 31 Angus. Results of Class 27 in your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 133, weighing 1,035 pounds, goes to Seldom Rest Sandy, 2230, owned by Zeta Lee Hoffing of Coatesville, Indiana. In second place, entry number 130, weighing 1,068 pounds, EXAR Princess, 2532, owned by John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. In third place, entry number 136, weighing 1,123 pounds, goes to Johnson Nelly, 275, owned by Lucy Lynn Jeffries of Canmore, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 131, Whitney Ann Meyer. Fifth place, entry number 137, Riley Hobbs. And sixth place, entry number 127, Brianna Black.
Another single entry here, but quite honestly, a very, very good one. A young lady has brought us one that's just extreme in terms of the amount of foot and bone and mass that he has. So rugged in terms of his build, but yet can get out and travel relatively well. Very, very nice single entry there. Congratulations.
Additional results from your Shorthorn Bull Show from Class 12. Your Class 12 winner went to entry number 46, weighing 1,224 pounds. Bo Shine Bones Reward B206, exhibited by Wyatt Johnson of Brundridge, Alabama. In second place, weighing 1,366 pounds, goes to entry number 48, Little Cedar Universal 2226, owned by Little Cedar Cattle Company of Beaverton, Michigan, Alden Vaughn, and High Ridge Shorthorns of Canada. Your Class 13 results. In first place, entry number 53, weighing 1,501 pounds, CF Logic X, owned by Kate's Farms of Modoc, Indiana, Simon Farms of Rockford, Ohio. In second place, entry number 55, weighing 1,430 pounds, LSA Big Iron, owned by Cooper Lawfrey of Royce City, Texas. Your champion, senior bull calf in your Shorthorn Bull Show, goes to entry number 53, CF Logic X, exhibited by Kate's Farms and Simon Farms. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 46, Bo Shine Bones Reward B206, exhibited by Wyatt Johnson of Brundage, Alabama. Your Class 16 results and also your champion intermediate bull goes to entry number 63, weighing 1,150 pounds, CDR Myrtle's Master 1K, owned by April Troyer of Moncton, Maryland. Your Class 19 results. In first place, entry number 70, LPA The Flip Side, owned by Madeline Rankin of Centerville, Pennsylvania. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 20 of your early spring yearling bulls. Second call, class 31. Angus, second call, class 31.
really nice, complete heifer here to start this class off with. You love the way that front end all ties together. You like the swoop to her rib shape. Nice hip structure. I guess we changed her. I'd give her just a little more bone, a little bigger foot. But again, that's a nice heifer here to start this class off with. The heifer that's going to come out here in second does have that extra bone, foot, and shape to her big hip. With that, you maybe get just a little more chest floor, maybe not quite the maternal look up through that front end as the one that we're starting the class with. The next young man's heifer is really nice and complete. She just gives up the power compared to the ones that is right in front of her today. She maybe doesn't travel off those hind two quite as well as the heifers that's right in front of her, but again, that's a nice heifer. The next one coming out, what you see is what you get. She doesn't have that extra hair that some of these have. I don't have no problem with that. That's okay with me. We're from state of Missouri, and we don't need that extra hair, especially when we live in fescue country. But and there's a really nice, complete heifer, really sound. I like her when she gets out here on the move. The next heifer just gets a little coarser and bolder right up through that front end. She too could show maybe just a little more of a maternal look right there at the top of her crest, up through her head. But again, that's another one that's just big, powerful hip that you really appreciate that added muscle and shape that she has. Same with the next one. She too doesn't tie in right there at that juncture quite as well. Just gets a little bolder in that shoulder. Doesn't carry that back through her flank. But again, that's another one that has a nice foot and leg. Just gets a little off on those hind legs when we get them out here on the move. The next heifer, I just need to deepen her up. She is extremely long-sided, really long-fronted. I just need to make her a little softer in her flank down through her middle section of her body for me today. And the heifer rounding out the class one that just gets a little weaker right there in that top line. I just need to set that tail head down in her, blend her in a little better right there at the top of the shoulder.
Get out here in a very high-end class, Shorthorn bulls, and I think it's extremely interesting and the differences that these bulls bring to the table and how you want to sort them. For me, the two high-quality bulls, as in terms of their presence, in terms of their balance and design, kind of surface here to the top. And then when we circled those two bulls there, I'm very comfortable with this bull up front just in terms of his build. He's quite a bit better about his shoulder and his knee, how it's laid back into his framework, and that just allows him to be more athletic when the bulls are on the go. He's more relaxed there in terms of his spine. He's the bull that I think is just more ideal in terms of his build. The bull in two is absolutely undeniable when you get him here on the stand. If you're going to sort them standing, this bull wins and does so easily just because he's so stout and so massive and still ties that into a very high quality look. For me, as this bull's asked to go, I just wish he would get out of his front end. He's struggling there up front. I'd like to lay that shoulder back onto his framework, and I think that would make him quite a bit more comfortable there in terms of his build. The bull in three is awesome from the profile. You sit back and study that guy in terms of his silhouette and how everything pieces together. So balanced, so bold there in terms of his body. The disappointing part is when you step in behind him. He's just a little two-dimensional, a bull that I'd like to have more oomph and more power to him, but certainly one that you have to appreciate there for what he brings to the table. The bull here in four is one that is awesome in terms of his body cavity, super bold and round there out the top side of his rib cage, one that's still really just attractive up front in terms of his head shape and his throat latch and his chest. For me, the concerning part was in the rear third of his body. I'd like to redesign his hip, pick his pin set up, make him a shot more coordinated there in terms of his hock. The bull here in 5 is one that is burly. I mean, he's the stout, massive, just rugged design one that certainly is masculine. For me personally, there was just too many pieces to fit together. I'd like to see him just more agile there on the go. I'd like to just see him bolder there in terms of his forerib, and also probably just lengthen him out of his hip. The bull here that's going to round us out, very long-bodied, very square and good there in terms of his loin, his hip, and his tail head, how everything fits together. For me, he was a bull that was a little more concerning there in terms of his body cavity. Would also maybe like to see him just reach out and go. Very nice class of bulls there. That was very fun to sort through. Congratulations to them exhibitors.
Third and final call, Class 31, Angus. Third and final call, Class 31. This is your first call, Class 32, Angus. First call, Class 32.
We get this division back out here, our first class winner here. You just really appreciate how much she does good. We just a little worried about maybe being a quicker, more maturing than the heifer behind her, but she's just got a big rib, big depth of body to her, just very complete and sound moving when you get her out here moving. The second class heifer here, you really like her for an awful lot. She's got a more youthful look to her, probably more fresher than the first class heifer. We'd like to give her a tick more bone when she gets out here compared to the heifers around her. But she just moves so sound and is really complete heifer here. We'll go pick the champion in reserve.
Got a single entry January bull here that definitely could have withstood some competition. Awesome, especially when he's parked. I mean, so long and so extended up front, still really bold and massive there in terms of his cage, and still stout out of his hip. It'll be interesting to compare him to several of these other bulls here in division. Let's give him a round of applause as he exits.
Angus entry numbers 171 and 181 to the Makeup Arena. Angus entry numbers 171 and 181 to the Makeup Arena. Your Class 28 results of your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 143, weighing 1,123 pounds, Gerloff Pride Ever, K77, exhibited by Olivia Gerloff of Bland, Missouri. In second place, entry number 149, weighing 1,114 pounds, WHM FCM Phyllis 267, exhibited by Lauren Wolter of Aviston, Illinois. In third place, entry number 140, weighing 978 pounds, MC Black Cab 2124, exhibited by Caden Harris of Staunton, Virginia. In fourth place, entry number 142, Brianna Smith. Fifth place, entry number 2, Briley Roberts. Sixth place, entry number 139, HVF Cattle Farm, LLC. Seventh place, entry number 148, Weston King. And eighth place, entry number 151, Holly Rose Marsh. Your champion senior heifer calf Division 1 goes to entry number 143, Gerloff Pride Ever, K77, exhibited by Olivia Gerloff of Bland, Missouri. Your reserve champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 133, Seldom Rest Sandy 2230, exhibited by Zayden Lee Hoffing of Coatesville, Indiana.
As we get out here in this particular bull division, definitely one of the, if not the toughest division we've seen today. And to be quite honest, I know we've got a lot of females to sort through still, but with these couple single entries and actually getting these class winners all back out here, I feel like I owe it to these guys to break them down and just tell you what I'm thinking. Young lady wins that first class. We talked her there for having such a high quality single entry. That guy is an absolute outlier out here in terms of his circumference of bone, the amount of mass and power that he brings to the table, so round and just bold there through the center part of his body, and one that just, kind of blows you away as you step in behind the cattle. You're going to get critical of him. You watch him coming right at you, maybe gets just a little more pigeon-toed up front, maybe wants to kind of throw that elbow out ever so slightly, but that's been extremely critical of one that I think brings a lot of good to the table. The class winner here out of the second class, he came to the top of that class just for his build in terms of being so loose, in terms of his structure, awesome in terms of his spine and his joint work at the ground, and he still represents exactly that out here in this division. If you're going to, compare him to the bull up front, maybe like to intensify him a shot in terms of his muscle, but that's a bull that I think you have to appreciate for what he brings to the table in terms of his skeletal build. The white calf here out of class 3, we talked him there, still being so just gives you that come hither type of a look and draws you in to be that neat chested, that neat jawed, and still be that masculine about his look. Calf that I love in terms of his design and how everything's put together on the upper part of his skeleton. Maybe one that's maybe not the most agile as we get him back out here. Would like to tweak a couple things at the ground. For me personally, I still haven't exactly decided 100% of where I'm going to land. Let's give these class winners and respective second a nice round of applause, and I'll go show you the two bulls that I like the best.
Results of Class 20 of your Shorthorn Bull Show. In first place, entry number 71, weighing 1,710 pounds. WSC Dreams to Reality, 19K, exhibited by Matthew Wallace of Williamstown, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 74, weighing 1,746 pounds. BFS LCCC ALFC Direct Deposit 2254, owned by Armstrong Farms of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania, Little Cedar Cattle Company of Beaverton, Michigan, and the Bullum family of Austin, Minnesota. In third place, entry number 73, weighing 1,645 pounds, RFSS Roan Knight 265K, owned by Respite Farm Incorporated of Paris, Kentucky. In fourth place, entry number 75, Bright Lights Show Cattle. Fifth place, entry number 72, Don Cagwin. In sixth place, entry number 76, Gilman Shorthorns and Serbrin Shorthorns. Your Class 21 results. In first place, entry number 78, weighing 1,869 pounds, Shady Brook Whiteout 27K, owned by Shady Brook Farm Ltd. of West Brome, Quebec.
Well, we've kind of stuck to a pattern here about trying to keep them complete, and this one here is the most complete. She gives up some weight per day of age, but I think she sets down on a really good foot and leg. She ties together a little better right there in that front end than the one that's going to come out here in second. That effort's just really complete. There's not a lot of holes in her. She's nice. She doesn't maybe give you that wow factor, but this young man does a really nice job showing her and gets her stuck when he gets her out here on a profile heifer. We like an awful lot. Effort in second just gets a little piecier to me. She's starting to push just a little bit of chest floor there. She maybe doesn't tie together right there in that neck. Maybe just a little off from them hooks to pins, but she does set down on a nice foot and leg. I think has a tremendous middle section to her and carries it back through her flank. I just like to change her up through her front end. The heifer that's going to come out here next, kind of the same way. She gives maybe just a little plainer look up through that head and neck area. I'd like to change that about her. Maybe just get her to walk a little softer off those two hind legs, just gets a little narrower from right behind. The heifer that's coming next is one that is big, powerful. You really appreciate that about her. She just gets a little more terminal up through that front end. We've got to give her a little more of a maternal look up in that neck and head area for me today, but she is another one that gets out and moves really free and easy. The next heifer coming around the corner here is one that I'd just like to soften her up in her middle and get right behind her. She doesn't maybe quite have the Springer rib that she should have, but that's a nice heifer that's going to make a nice cow. Then we round out the class with a couple powerful brood cows. The heifer that's coming next is one that I think is going to make a tremendous cow. She's just a little plainer to look, maybe doesn't have the show ring eye appeal up through her head and neck also, but again, that's a really nice heifer. And heifer rounding out the class, that's going to be a big brood cow. If she sets down on a really good foot and leg, she gets a little plainer up through her front end, maybe just a little weaker right there in her loin.
Second call, class 32, Angus. Second call, class 32, Angus. This is your first call, class 1 and 2, purebred shorthorn females. First call, class 1 and 2, purebred shorthorn females.
Get over here on the Shorthorn side of things, and a big 2-year-old bull comes to us and does so in very good rig. Awesome in terms of his freshness, in terms of his body. Still really, really good looking, but still a powerful guy. I mean, you step in behind him, he's got some muscle, he's got some dimension. Is he absolutely 100 there in terms of his rear end build on the go? No, we'd probably like to tweak a couple things, but definitely a very nice representation for this particular division. Let's give him a round of applause as he exits.
Congratulations, your champion junior bull here in your Shorthorn show goes to entry number 71, WSC Dreams Reality, 19K, exhibited by Matthew Wallace of Williamstown, Kentucky. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 70, LPA The Flip Side, exhibited by Madeline Franken of Centerville, Pennsylvania. Your Class 24 results and also your champion senior bull goes to entry number 89, weighing 2,562 pounds. NF Turning Point, owned by Kendall Nelson of Seneca, Illinois, and Ryan Wernicke of Lena, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is a selection of your grand champion Shorthorn bull. This is your second call, class 1 and 2, purebred shorthorn females. Second call, class 1 and 2. Third call, class 32 Angus. Third call, class 32. This is your first call, class 33 Angus. First call, class 33. Results of Class 29 in your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 157, weighing 1,111 pounds, as CCCB Phyllis 2108, owned by Bryson Jones of Harrod, Ohio. In second place, entry number 152, weighing 1,023 pounds, Seldom Rest Sandy 2210, owned by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, and Circle M Farms of Rockwall, Texas. In third place, entry number 165, weighing 1,086 pounds, goes to Three Aces El Berea 9012, exhibited by Alexandra Duckworth of Greenville, Tennessee. In fourth place, entry number 161, Ella Jane Michael. In fifth place, entry number 160, Jewel Ann Toll. In sixth place, entry number 162, Toby Behrens. In seventh place, entry number 163, Mackenzie and Grace Conway. Second call, Class 33, Angus. Second call, Class 33, Angus. Third and final call, Class 1 and 2, purebred Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 1 and 2, purebred Shorthorn females.
We get out here to select your champion and reserve Shorthorn bull, and definitely it's been a pleasure to sort through them. A lot of quality, obviously several single entries, but even those single entries very deserving of being a class winner here at the North American, and definitely quality all the way down, especially in several of those classes. It got very close, and it was very interesting to sort through the differences. We get these division champion and reserves back out here. I'm very happy with the lineup that we have. Very tickled just to see how these bulls go on and progress and how they breed very, very high quality. With that being said, I know we have a lot of females to sort through, not want to take up just a whole lot of time. I would like for you to put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors. I'll go show you your champion and reserve bull.
On the Angus side, we had one came to the top relatively easy for us again in this class. This is a really nice one. She sets down on an awesome foot and leg, has that swooper rib shape. You get behind her, you're not disappointed the amount of rib shape that she has from behind. Ties together really nice up through her front end. She's, there will be more feminine ones, but we'll give up some of that femininity to keep some power to her like this one's got. I like this one awful lot to win this class. Gets a little closer from there on. Heifer that's going to come out here in second. From her shoulder back, this is one we like an awful lot. She's big, powerful, hipped, gets out and moves really nice, free and easy. She maybe just gets a little crestier right there at the top of her neck, but again, that's a nice heifer to come out here in second. The heifer that's going to come in third, maybe just I'd like to tone her down as far as her frame just a little bit, make her move just a little easier off those hind legs for me today, just to give her a little more flex to that hock. Heifer that's coming out here next just gets a little piecier. She's a little coarser right there in her shoulder, a little weaker in her heart, maybe carrying just a touch of navel. when you get to looking at it, you get that covered up pretty nice, but that's a nice heifer there that's coming out. And the next two heifers still are really, really good females. We just got some differences in types and kind. This one here gets a little straighter than that hawk also. I'd like to see her reach out off that hind leg a little better. For me, heifer rounding up the class is another one that maybe give her just a little more maternal look to stretch her out in that front end, just a little more attractive up through there.
The first North American Livestock Exposition was held in November 1974 in Louisville at the Kentucky Exposition Center. It began as a beef show for 5 breeds with Harold Workman as general manager, a post he would hold for nearly 4 decades. The National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest, held at the legendary International Livestock Exposition in Chicago since the early 1900s, found a new home at the NAILE. From the start, the North American was steeped in tradition, from the now ubiquitous green shavings to a logo that communicated confidence that what began as a beef show would continue to grow and expand to a global reach. The North American seemed destined to inherit the legacies of Chicago, and before long, it was renamed the North American International Livestock Exposition. And the show did grow, with the sheep division coming along in 1975, and dairy, swine, and quarter horse shows following soon after. The National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest moved to Louisville in 1976, and the North American's early success with all these events right out of the gate led to the honor of being chosen as the new home of the prestigious Saddle and Sirloin Club Portrait Gallery. More than 300 painted portraits of the livestock industry's most revered leaders moved from Chicago to the Kentucky Expo Center in '77. Each year since, during the North American, another honoree is added to this Hall of Fame. The North American Championship Rodeo was launched in 1979 as the finals for the Great Lakes Circuit. Today, the Expo is the longest-serving host venue for the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association. In the 1980s, draft horse and dairy goat shows were added, and in the 90s, llamas and alpacas found their place in the spotlight. Boar goats and mules and donkeys joined in the fun in the 2000s, bringing the North American to a total of 10 divisions. The continued growth has been possible because the Kentucky Exposition Center has expanded as a world-class facility. The North American's educational reach has extended beyond youth livestock showing and judging contests to coveted internships, school tours, and a children's barnyard. And the commercial exhibits have grown into the ever-popular country store. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition, we honor the visionary leaders, dedicated staff and volunteers, and exhibitors who raised the best of the best to bring them to the world's largest all-breed, purebred livestock show. Hold on to your hats. The best is yet to come.
Aaron has become one of the American Junior Shorthorn Association's board of directors and worked for the American Shorthorn Association, serving many roles. Dick and Pam have always paid great attention to youth programs and the promotion of beef cattle production to future generations. Both have served as 4-H leaders for 30 years and beef show superintendents, guiding and influencing a multitude of students and young people. Sarah continues the tradition, currently serving as a 4-H leader, and Jeremy has been an agricultural teacher and FFA advisor for over 2 decades. For 20 years, between 1994 and 2014, Dick and his family hosted a livestock judging workout in late September for many Illinois and surrounding states' 4-H, FFA, college, and university livestock judging teams. As many as 200 students would attend this Saturday all-day event to practice judging beef cattle, pigs, sheep, and goats. Dick would organize and gather 12 to 15 classes for students to practice on, and Pam would provide a home-cooked lunch for all that attended. Youth livestock evaluation and their teams have been a very integral part of the Hahn family Shorthorn operation. When they were 4-H members themselves, Dick, Jeremy, Aaron, and Matthew were all selected and competed for the Illinois State 4-H livestock judging team. Jeremy, Aaron, and Matthew were also members of the Blackhawk East livestock judging teams. Dick, Jeremy, and Aaron were also members of the University of Illinois livestock judging teams. Jeremy coached the Illinois State 4-H team for 3 seasons, coaching the 2004 team to a national championship at the North American. Their passion for beef cattle evaluation has provided Dick, Jeremy, and Aaron the honor of judging at major shows such as the North American, the National Western Stock Show, the American Royal, and the Canadian Western Agribition, as well as dozens of state and regional shows. Beginning in 1996, Han Shorthorns have been marketed through production sales, online sales, and private treaty marketing. The operation remains intently focused on the production of elite breeding stock and show heifer prospects. Selection for cattle that are economically efficient as well as attractive are continual priorities. As often as possible, the cow herd and developing replacement heifers are maintained on a strictly roughage diet to develop the low-maintenance traits needed in their operation and by the industry. The dedication to function and eye appeal has led to the development and use of many influential and successful sires and brood cows at Han Shorthorns. Born in 1999, DPH No Limits 9931 was a turning point in the direction of type and genetics. No Limits was named Grand Champion Bull at the 2000 Illinois State Fair and a class winner at the North American. However, his greatest success was experienced in the pasture as he sired outstanding daughters with much needed structural integrity and maternal ability. In the spring of 2004, a set of ET calves from a donor cow with the Bob Dewis family produced DPH Contender SP 2104. Contender was an extremely successful herd sire prospect to the show ring, earning Grand Champion honors at the 2005 Western National and Reserve Grand Champion at the 2005 North American. Contender's influence continues to this day as he still sires incredible body shape and performance without sacrificing balance and eye appeal. In 2011, Ash Valley Prestige 665 was purchased from Loving Farms and roamed Minnock pastures for 6 years, leaving a tremendous set of easy-fleshing, great-structured, heavy-milking females. Hillhaven Cognac has brought to Han Shorthorns in the fall of 2014 and provided another outcross set of genetics to provide added growth and stoutness. The combination of Contender, Prestige, and Cognac have been foundational to the operation for many years since. Most notably, Prestige's greatest daughter and current lead donor Han Elizabeth P42B has produced a Reserve Grand Bull at the North American in 2018 and Reserve Grand Heifer at the North American in 2021, both sired by Cognac. The Bull Han Supremacy C42E continues to be the senior herd sire at Han Shorthorns and Raylexine Farms. As Dick and the family look to the future, young, home-raised, and marketed sires such as Han Chaos and Han Popular Opinion are likely to see heavy use through AI and ET. The continued success in the show ring set for the stage for Matthew to be named the 2021 American Shorthorn Association Herdsman of the Year. We are really honored to be recognized by the ASA at the North American, says Dick. Raising, marketing, and showing Shorthorns has been a huge part of our family for a very long time, and we hope to continue doing so with the next generation for a long time into the future. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and to congratulate Dick and Pam Han and family for this award.
On the Angus side here, keep following type and kind. I think we've got one here that is really nice. This one here is really complete. She gives up some weight per age. I'll be the first to admit that. But again, this one's so fresh in her overall makeup. Really sets down on a nice foot and leg. Love her up through her front end. That's I think that's the advantage that she has over the one that's going to come out here in second. The one in second, big-footed, big-boned, really big hipped. Along with that, you maybe just get a little more coarser right there in her shoulder and the top of her neck. But again, that's an awful good one that's got so much power to her that you really appreciate that. She's going to add a lot onto her progeny as she goes along. The heifer that's going to come out here in third, maybe just a little plainer right there through her head, up through her neck. But from that shoulder back, that's another nice one. Maybe when you get right behind her, she's not as powerful down low. I'd spread her apart just a little bit compared to the two that's in front of her. And the big, powerful heifer that's next, she's maybe a little much, but again, that's a really nice one. That's one that has a lot of body shape to her, nice up through her front end, maybe clean her up just in that chest floor ever so slightly. The heifer rounding up the class is one that just gives up a little too much compared to the rest of them in the class. Really complete. We like her an awful lot. We just maybe stouten her up just a little bit, give her just a little better off those hind legs.
I just wanted to say a couple words about the Dick Hahn family here. These are passionate Shorthorn breeders. They've made a lot of contribution to our industry and to our breed. You know, this is the 50th anniversary of the North American, and this gentleman was here 50 years ago. So let's give him another round of applause for their stayability that we have within the Shorthorn breed. Thank you very much for being part of this breed.
Third and final call, Class 33 Angus. Third and final call, Class 33 Angus. First call, Class 34. First call, Class 34 Angus. Second call, Class 34 Angus. Second call, Class 34. Results of Class 31 of your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 187, weighing 1,077 pounds, EXAR Princess 2878, owned by Sydney Pearl Johnson of Orlando, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 190, weighing 1,203 pounds, JWC Phyllis 201K, owned by Ellie Castillo of Barnesville, Ohio. In third place, entry number 186, weighing 1,130 pounds, Checker Hill Viola 247, owned by Ruby Renfro of Pekin, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 192, Anna Johnson. Fifth place, entry number 194, Macy Newton. First call, Class 3 and 4 Shorthorns. First call, Class 3 and 4 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 34 Angus. Third and final call, Class 34 Angus. This is your first call, Class 35. First call, Class 35 Angus. Second call, Class 3 and 4 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 3 and 4 Shorthorns.
As we jump right in and start our female show here on the Shorthorn side of things, the young man brings us one that I tie into, and I do so very happily. I love this heifer in terms of her youthfulness of look. I love her body cavity and how awesome it is in terms of the boldness and the swoop that it has to it. A female that's very desirable in terms of her build and how everything fits together. The young man here in 2 brings us a calf that honestly is probably a shot stouter. You step in behind the cattle, she's probably a little bit wider there in terms of her pin set. And along with that, I think is a little bit of her undoing up front. I'd like to just lay that shoulder into her framework a little nicer, blend that lower shoulder down into her chest a little bit tighter, and that would allow her to just balance a shot better, but certainly one that I think is extremely, extremely nice. And she got the nod to go in 2 because she was the sounder option of this pair. This young lady's female here, when she gets her parked, can give you a very elegant look, very tight up through her chest and very, very high in terms of how her neck comes out the top side of her shoulder. I'd like to take her shoulder and shove it back there on her framework and see her just get out of her knee there a little bit better. The young lady's calf here that's going to round us out probably is the stoutest in the ruggedness in terms of her bone work, in terms of her foot size. A heifer, I'd like to just kind of tweak a couple things in terms of her structure, maybe a little bit straighter in terms of the angle of her shoulder, maybe a little bit more uncoordinated there in terms of her hock design. Certainly a very nice class to get us started.
Well, this class here, the class winner here, she, you can go kind of 2 different ways here. We're stick with the one that just keeps falling type and kind. Big middle, big rib, just soggy made. She doesn't quite maybe walk as good when you get her out here on the move. We'd like to see her maybe hit her stride a little better, but that's kind of where the second heifer kind of beats her at. But she's a really nice heifer to start off the class. Second place heifer here is one that you really appreciate. She's the most complete probably out here, but you just want to tone her up, clean her up through that front end. That's where the first heifer just really beats her, and just a little bigger body, bigger frame. But another really, really nice heifer here in second. Following it behind with another heifer here, one that you just really appreciate how much rib shape she has, but you just like to kind of free her up on the rear and smooth her when she gets out here on the move. We get into a fourth place heifer here that you just want to, she's on the standstill, you just see her and you get really impressed, but she needs to be toned down for us today. She's just a little too tick big. Tone her down a little, and she's really nice heifer, but other than that. We get into another heifer, just a little more plainer, just has the part pieces, but just gives up too much horsepower to the heifers in front of her. This next heifer coming is one that we just need to give a little more body, rib of shape to, and get her out here moving better. And follow up the class is just one that just doesn't have enough power to the nuns in front of her, but will make a really nice heifer for this young lady.
Second call, Class 35 Angus. Second call, Class 35 Angus. This is your third and final call, Class 3 and 4 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 3 and 4 Shorthorns. First call, Class 7 Shorthorns. First call, Class 7. Results of your purebred Shorthorn female show. Your Class 1 results. In first place, entry number 101, weighing 594 pounds. IOF Dallas 101L, exhibited by Nathan Hill of Yorktown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 102, weighing 546 pounds. GCC Pinky the Roo 34, exhibited by Sloan Reedy of Bethany, Illinois. In third place, entry number 94, weighing 590 pounds. Little Cedar Missing Mirage 2379, exhibited by Kayla Fogg of Rushville, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 100, weighing 685 pounds, DAS Demand Margie S19, exhibited by Micaiah Schrader of Hamler, Ohio. Second call, Class 35 Angus. Second call, Class 35 Angus. Your Class 32 Angus results. In first place, entry number 195, weighing 1,111 pounds, Maple Crest Phyllis 2244, exhibited by Carly J. Sanders of Leesburg, Ohio. In second place, entry number 198, weighing 1174, Samson MG Princess 2100, owned by Madeline Grace Simpson of Kirksville, Missouri. In third place, entry number 203, weighing 1,095 pounds, EXAR Frontier Gal 2869, owned by Alexis Colling of Bowling Green, Missouri. In fourth place, entry number 199, Quentin Day. Fifth place, entry number 201, Brianna Smith. Sixth place, entry number 204, Ross Durham Arthur. And seventh place, entry number 202, Emily Caffey. Second call, Class 7. Shorthorns, second call, Class 7. Third and final call, Class 35 Angus. Third and final call, Class 35 Angus.
Well, here for this division, what another nice lineup that we have out here. The young man's heifer that's circling here is one that's, again, we've talked complete all day long. This one's really complete. Does she give you a wow factor? Maybe not, but I tell you, that one there is going to go out and make a really nice cow. She's sound from the ground up, from the shoulder back. That one's as nice as any of them out here. She maybe gets a little plainer up in that neck and head, but again, we talked about completeness, and that's probably the advantage she had on that class. The one that's in the second class here is one that, boy, you really love her hip shape. She carries it down through her stifle, sets down on a nice foot and leg. She maybe runs downhill ever so slightly, but she ties together really nice up through that front end. That's one we like an awful lot. The next heifer is probably the youthful one of the group out here. We really appreciate that about her, but with that, she's maybe just a little narrower, a little greener, but again, that's a nice heifer we like up through her front end an awful lot. I think she's just really fresh in her overall makeup. She's maybe just a little bit behind as far as maturity, but again, that's a nice one. The young lady's heifer here in the pink, the last class is one, boy, from a profile standpoint, that one gives you just an absolutely awesome look. You love her up through her front end. You get right behind her, she's maybe just a little narrower right there in her pin set, maybe hawks in just ever so slightly when we get them on the move, but again, that's a really nice heifer. That being said, let's give the exhibitors in this division a round of applause, and we'll go out here and we'll select your champion.
Get out here in this particular May class, and I think this pair of females sorts themselves up and does so just in terms of quality, and I'll be the first to tell you they're exact opposites. The young man's calf up front here that I like to go ahead and start with is one that I think's more ideal in terms of her shoulder angle. I think she's a shot looser and just more agile in terms of her structure, and that all starts with her spine probably being laid into her a shot better up high. She's a heifer that just overwhelms the second one in terms of foot size and bone. I'll be the first to tell you, I'd like to change just her head shape. She's a little just kind of bigger and more mature headed for me at this point. I'd like to lay her shoulder into her framework, but that's certainly one that has some very, very unique pieces. The young lady's female here in 2 is the long, elegant, smooth design one that's really, really awesome in terms of her look. She's honestly probably a little bit more of my speed, but my problem with her is her knee gets a little far forward. That causes her to get a little bit tighter there in terms of her forespine, but certainly a very, very tight and close pair there up high. The calf here in 3 is one that definitely has the size and the performance. One, as you step in behind the cattle, that's extremely wide constructed in terms of her underpinning. A heifer that's very good about her, just her top line and how everything fits together. For me, we just got to have more body right now. A heifer that just kind of needs dropped in that rib cage, and I feel like that would allow her to balance better from the side. She was still just the more massive one of that pair, and that's why the young man slides in 4. I love this heifer up front in terms of her shoulder and how her neck ties high out the top side of it. A heifer for me, I'd like to see just a shot more of her. And then as she's asked to go, one that just kind of wants to duck her pins and kind of get underneath herself there, but certainly a very nice one for that young man to continue down the road with. These 2 females that we round out with are both females that I want to tweak in terms of their structure. This one needs to be laid back in her shoulder, but I still thought that she was the more genuine cattle just in terms of how round her cage was. The young lady that's going to round us out is extremely good from the side. Love that one's silhouette and how she ties everything together when she's standing. For me, as that calf's asked to go, she kind of wants to pull that hock in, get a shot more uncoordinated there from behind. Certainly a very nice class of mays there, though.
First call, Class 36 Angus. First call, Class 36 Angus. Your third and final call, Class 7 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 7 Shorthorns. First call, Class 8 and 9 Shorthorns. First call, Class 8 and 9.
Well, again, another really nice complete heifer here that ties together up to her front end so good. I think that's the advantage she has. She sets down on a good foot and leg, really good hip. We really appreciate that about her. She gives some size, but we're not here to say what's too small, what's too big, but that and there's a nice heifer to start this class off with. The heifer's coming out in second. From her shoulder back, we like an awful lot. She's good hip, she's good footed, good legged. We just get a little bit of chest floor in her, and when we get her out here on the move, I'd like to see her move just a little freer off that front end. She's just not quite got the angle to her shoulder quite right. She doesn't want to bend right there at that knee to go out and move and be as flexible as she needs to be when we get her on the move.
Your champion senior heifer camp, Division II in your Angus Open show, goes to entry number 170. SCC Phyllis 2101, exhibited by Houston Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 157. SCC CB Phyllis 2108, exhibited by Bryson Jones of Harrod, Ohio. Your Class 33 results: in first place, entry number 211, Fair Oaks Susan 210, exhibited by Samuel Lindley Jordan of Savannah, Missouri. In second place, entry number 210, Diamond T Sandy 2184, exhibited by Emily Caffey of Upton, Kentucky. Second call, Class 8 and 9 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 8 and 9 Shorthorns. Results of Class 2 of your purebred Shorthorn show: in first place, entry number 112, weighing 660 pounds, GCC Red Diva the Roo 33, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Waynesville, Ohio. In second place, entry number 107, weighing 628 pounds, CF Mona Lisa 3116, exhibited by Audrey Robertson of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Third place, entry number 105, weighing 688 pounds, CSF Dream Lady HC 2333, owned by Cornerstone Farms of Winchester, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 106, exhibited by Brandon Barr of Ohio. In fifth place, entry number 113, Jenna Whiting. In sixth place, entry number 111, Paige Phillips.
We get out here within this particular drive, I'll be dead honest, our class winner, she caught my eye as she came in and made this initial turn here, and I guess I never looked back. That thing is absolutely built for speed. I love that thing at the ground in terms of her feet and legs and how everything's laid into her so correctly. Still long and good looking up front, but still got the right type of cage in her, still plenty stout. I guess that one hit me hard, and I like a lot of things about that one. For me personally, between 2 and 3, I'm just more comfortable with the calf in 2 in terms of her size, in terms of her freshness of her neck, and just the shape to her head. She reads more youthful to me. I think she's laid in smoother about her shoulder than the calf in 3. As we compare it to the calf that goes out there in front of her, I'd like to lay her knee back in her and just see her a shot more comfortable there out of her front end build, but definitely a very high quality pair there to start us off. Like we talked about, the calf in 3 is absolutely massive and overwhelming in terms of the amount of foot and bone and just dimension that she brings to the table. For me personally, it's just a little much for me. I'd like to tone her back in terms of the shape and just the maturity that she has to her head and neck, but definitely a high quality one. Of the remaining pair, I thought the young man's calf had the decided advantage in terms of rear end build structure, quite a bit more agile there out of her hind leg than the young lady's calf that we're going to round out with. That young man's calf just needs to have more just true body dimension as we step in behind the cattle. I'd like to just intensify her there in terms of her forerib. The young lady's calf that we round out with, stout and massive. She's square hipped and certainly has plenty of power. I'd like to tweak her a little bit there at the ground and just make her more athletic. Certainly a very nice pair of them there at the top of that one.
Another nice class of heifers here, one that comes to the top relatively easy for us. This one here, boy, she's really powerful hipped. She's deep in her middle section, nice up through her front end. She maybe gets you change her angle of her shoulder ever so slightly. That's getting kind of picky about a pretty good one there, but nice heifer here to start this class. Then we go to one that's maybe just a little more moderate, but I think, again, the word of the day for us has been complete. That's another one that's really nice and complete, just not a lot of holes in her. She just gives up some power to the one that we're starting the class with, but boy, she really gives you a nice look when you analyze her from a profile standpoint. Then we get into one that's maybe just a little bigger. She's maybe a little more than we need as far as this stage in life, but maybe gets just a little narrower right behind, but boy, she is an up-headed one that's really soft in her middle. I'd like to spread her apart just when I get right behind her. Then I have her rounding out the class, just not as soft in her middle and forerib as the ones in front of her. She's maybe, if I use the term, a little tubular. I'd like to give her a little more springer rib when I get right behind her, but a nice class of heifers.
Second call, class 36. Second call, class 36, Angus. First call, class 37 and 38, Angus. First call, class 37 and 38, Angus. Results of class 34 in your open Angus show. In first place, entry number 216, weighing 1,447 pounds, Conley DT Sandy 2900, owned by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. In second place, entry number 213, weighing 1,208 pounds, EXAR Frontier Gal 2779, owned by Grace Bush of St. James, Missouri. In third place, entry number 212, weighing 1,462 pounds, owned by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. In fourth place, entry number 215, Seldom Rest Sandy 2148, owned by Colby Lane Cooper of Mayslick, Kentucky. Third and final call, class 8 and 9 Shorthorns. Third and final call, class 8 and 9 Shorthorns. Third and final call, class 36 Angus. Third and final call, class 36 Angus. This is your second call, class 37 and 38 Angus. Second call, class 37 and 38.
Get out here in another class amaze here on the Shorthorn side, and the young man here in the cowboy hat brings us one that rises to the top, and I feel like she does so just in terms of her build. And I feel like as you study that calf on the go, she's by far the one that's the most comfortable in terms of how her spine's laid in her. She's very nice in terms of her loin, her tail head, how everything fits together there on the rear third of her body, and one that still can get out and travel and do so very comfortably. I was very happy with that one to go ahead and start us off. For me, the decision lies between 2 and 3. The white female here, if you just stay back off the cattle, I'm sure in the stands you're sitting back there thinking, man, that's not even close, because that one is wild-necked and tight-chested, certainly one that's blessed with an awesome hair coat. But as you step in behind the cattle, that's where my questioning arose with that female, just in terms of how much just genuine body and just shape is there. I wish that one was a shot just wider in terms of her skeletal build, but certainly one that can just give you the wow factor from the side. And honestly, why she ended up getting the nod over the female in 3, I felt like she was more balanced. The female here in 3 is definitely bolder and wider in terms of her body cavity. Definitely one that, as this young lady can get her stopped here and get her loin down and put together, she gives you just a very nice look. For me personally, for that little extra chest, we got to kind of drop her back through her flank and allow her to just kind of just piece together a shot better from the side. And then as we ask her to go, she kind of wants to drop in her loin and come up in her tail head. I'd like for everything to piece together a shot better. The red heifer here is one that is certainly massive in terms of her body and just her shape. One for me that we got to tweak at the ground just in terms of her build, especially up front. Kind of wants to get a little pigeon-toed and turn that elbow outside of her body cavity. And then the remaining two cattle, I just thought the young man's calf was quite a bit better in terms of giving me kind of an easier keeping, easier doing look. I'm quite a bit more comfortable with her rib cage than the calf that we round out the class with. The calf that we round out the class with is very long, very elegant in terms of her look. Just one that I gotta have more of personally. Very nice class there. Congratulations to them.
Third and final call, class 37 and 38 Angus. Third and final call, class 37 and 38 Angus.
As we bring this May and June division back out here, this will be obviously our first division within the female show, and one that I'm very tickled with. We get these class winners and respective seconds out here, extremely high quality bunch. I'll be honest with you, there's one out here that hit me really hard, and I'm a first impression type of a guy. I think it's quite a bit closer there for reserve. I'll go show you the two that I like the best. Let's show these exhibitors a big round of applause.
First call, class 10 Shorthorns. First call, class 10.
Well, again, top to bottom, what an awesome class of heifers. We got one that we feel like come to the top fairly easy for us, especially when we get them out here on the move. This one here is just so sound, so free, easy. Nice middle to her, carries it back to her flank. I guess if you want to pick something about her, maybe like up through her front end, you'd like to extend her just a little bit, but that's a really nice heifer to win this class. Second and third, I think the second place heifer is just a little stouter from the ground up. She's one that when this young lady gets her parked, boy, she looks really good and gives you a good look. I think the advantage for me is foot size and bone size. I really appreciate that about her. I think that's just a logical choice for second. The heifer that's coming out here in third, well, you like her an awful lot. You like her hip, you like her middle section. I just like to give her a little bigger foot and leg compared to the two that's right in front of her today for me. But I think that's a nice high-quality heifer. Then the heifer that comes out next is another one that certainly catches your eye when she gets out on the move. I just like to make her just a little stouter right there in her heart, right there through her front 1/3. She gets just maybe a little tighter right there in that heart girth. I'd like to make her just a little bolder there. Even she is the freshest, probably one of the class, and you appreciate that about her. They could get her probably a lot fatter and help that out. But again, I like the freshness that she does have. But again, for me today, just gets a little tight right there in her heart. The young lady's heifer that's coming next, one that gives maybe a little terminal look up through her front end. I just like to freshen her up through the front end. She is another one that's powerful, hip, gets a little shorter strided off them hind legs, but that's a nice female there to come out. Then the next heifer, probably the bigger framed one, it's really sound, gets a little bolder in that shoulder, maybe not quite as feminine and pretty up that front end as the ones that starting the class with. And then the heifer that's rounding out the class just gets too weak right there from her hooks to pins compared to the ones that's in front of her today.
First call, Class 39 Angus. First call, Class 39. Results of Class 3 of your purebred Shorthorn female show. In first place, entry number 116, weighing 623 pounds, SN Lucky's Lockett 3120, exhibited by Caitlin Berg of Osage, Iowa. In second place, entry number 119, weighing 619 pounds, SN Max Rosa Lily 3110, exhibited by Delaney Ott of Albion, Indiana. In third place, entry number 118, weighing 818 pounds, goes to DLSC CSF Augusta Pride AV 2355, exhibited by Haley Jester of Moreland, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 120, Jackson Overbay. Fifth place, entry number 114, Cora Schrader. Your Class 4 results. In first place, entry number 122, weighing 631 pounds, Shea Bose Knight 2354 RK, exhibited by Weston Ward of Greens Fork, Indiana. In second place, entry number 123, weighing 605 pounds, RFL Lucky Charm 2L, exhibited by Reagan Ray Ferris of Whiteland, Indiana. In third place, entry number 128, weighing 716 pounds, CCS DLJ Myrtle Bow 501L, exhibited by Don Cagwin of Virginia, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 127, Jackson Buntig. Fifth place, entry number 124, Casey Stewart. In sixth place, entry number 126, Bristol Tipton. Congratulations to your late spring heifer calf champion. It goes to entry number 116, SN Lucky's Locket 3120, exhibited by Caitlin Berg of Osage, Iowa. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 112, GCC Rendiva Theroux, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Waynesville, Ohio. Second call, Class 10 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 10 Shorthorns.
Get out here in the first class of this next division, and this pair of them right here is flat good. And if you disagree with me, then I challenge you to go out and raise them better, because it takes something to get two of this quality. It's a shame they're within the same class, but we'll break them down and tell you what I see in them. The calf that wins, I think, does so in terms of her shoulder design on the upper part of her skeleton. She's laid in a shot smoother right there in terms of her forerib, her shoulder, and her neck, and how all that transitions together. She's absolutely incredible in terms of her body cavity and just the shape that it has to it, and yet she can still get out and travel very, very good. I'm very comfortable with that one. I think it's extremely close. The dark red heifer here in two probably has maybe just a shot more, just honestly, just pin width and just natural just punch to her as you get in behind the cattle. For me personally, and we ask those cattle to go, she's just a shot looser right there at the top side of her shoulder design. Maybe I want to drop that head and struggle just a shot out of her front end structure there up front. And that's being extremely critical of two very, very high quality ones. The calf here in three can give you an absolutely awesome look from the profile. That is one long skinny neck tied into a big body. Certainly one that's awesome in terms of her presentation. One for me personally, as we step in behind the cattle, she's a little two-dimensional, maybe gets a shot flatter there. A calf I'd also maybe like to just lay her tail head down between her pin set, just make that a shot more attractive. She got the nod over the young lady's calf that comes next because she was better built in terms of her front end. This young lady's female for me goes a little bit east and west up front. Would like to just square her up and smooth that shoulder into her. From there back, she can be a contender in terms of her body and muscle. The remaining two cattle, I thought the young lady's calf was just better in terms of her spine and her hip design. She's quite a bit squarer there at her pins. The young lady's calf that rounds us out is one when she's stopped can give you a nice look when that young lady gets her loin down. For me, we just got to make her more relaxed and just a shot looser there about her spine.
Results of Class 7 of your Shorthorn females. In first place, entry number 6, Weighing 707 pounds, LGF MFS Emerald's Dream 1183, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 134, weighing 735 pounds, CF Travelin' Ruby 394, exhibited by Reed Haynes of Greenville, Ohio. In third place, entry number 138, weighing 620 pounds, TMC Margie's Rise, exhibited by Sarah Allard of Sidney, Nebraska. In fourth place, entry number 139, Katie Fry. Fifth place, entry number 133, Lillian Whiting. And sixth place, entry number 136, Blair Lamon.
On the Angus side, another nice heifer here to start off this class with. One that's really soft in her middle, big hipped, really long from her hooks to pins. Sets down on a nice foot and leg. She maybe gets just a little coarser right there at the top of her neck. Maybe not as maternal up through her head, but from shoulder back, that's a really good one here to start off this class. The young man's heifer that's coming out here in second. Another one of those, what you see is what you get. He doesn't have the hair on her that some of these other does. And again, as we talked earlier, that's not a problem for me from where we're from. But I just maybe change her hind leg structure, just give her a little more attractiveness off those hind legs when she gets out here on the move. But again, I like the way that neck connects to that shoulder there, that juncture. I think that's really nice. A nice heifer here. The next heifer that's coming out is one that I'd maybe change her toe structure just a little bit. When you get to looking at her front toes, she maybe has a little bit of an issue, but again, that's a nice heifer there that just pushing some chest floor. I'd like to clean her up right through her chest floor, but again, that's a nice heifer here. The heifer coming next, boy, from the shoulder back, this is probably the most powerful one. That one there has got a lot to her. She's got a lot of muscle, nice foot and leg. She just gets a little too bunched up in her front end. For me, I'd like to extend that neck out, freshen that head up just a little bit, but again, that's a nice cow prospect. The young lady's heifer coming next. I just need to make her just a little softer in her middle section. She gets just a little off on those hind legs, maybe just gets a little narrower tracking and wants to hawk in ever so slightly. Heifer rounding out the class is nice, really complete. She's maybe got just a little jiggle there back in her udder. She's carrying a little more condition than I'd like to see. I'd like to change her up in her underline, just make her a little fresher for me today.
Second call, Class 39 Angus. Second call, Class 39 Angus. Results of Class 35 of your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 223, weighing 1,287 pounds, Lemmingager Proven Queen K24, owned by Paige J. Lemmingager of Hudson, Illinois. In second place, entry number 221, SCC SLL Phyllis 262, weighing 1,362 pounds, was exhibited by Olivia Jones of Harrod, Ohio. In third place, entry number 224, weighing 1,382 pounds, Seldom Rest Sandy Joe 2123, exhibited by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. In fourth place, entry number 218, Ann Dameron. Fifth place, entry number 226, Harper Rose Starnes. In sixth place, entry number 225, Tristan Andrew Meyer. In seventh place, entry number 222, Carter Momsen. Your Class 36 results. In first place, entry number 229, weighing 1,290 pounds, TTFC Blackbird 2216, owned by Amelia Thrower of Arab, Alabama. In second place, entry number 235, weighing 1,471 pounds, Gryman RR Georgina 2221, exhibited by John Vaderveen of Hardley, Iowa. In third place, entry number 227, HMF Sweet Caroline 700, exhibited by Highway Meadows Farm of Pulaski, New York. Fourth place, entry number 232, Cobble Cattle Company. Fifth place, entry number 236, Tori Hearn. And sixth place, entry number 228, Adam R.B. McCauley. This is your third and final call, Class 39 Angus. Third and final call, Class 39. This is your third and final call, Class 10 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 10 Shorthorns. First call, Class 11 Shorthorns. First call, Class 11.
Get out here in this particular class of Shorthorns, and to be dead honest with you, took about 3 glances at this one, making the turn down there, and I never looked back and just said, come on. That one is absolutely awesome in terms of her running gear at the ground, awesome in terms of her body cavity and how everything fits together. I guess that one hit me really hard, and excited to get her back out here in the division. Young man's calf here in 2. She kind of slides into that 2 spot for me personally in a tighter pair here of them in terms of her shoulders. She's laid in smoother there, and she's quite a bit tighter and just better in terms of her forerib and her shoulder there on the upper part of her skeleton. For me personally, she's also the one that's probably a little bit sleeker and tighter chested, and just looking forward down the road as we project these calves, I'm just more confident in her staying kind of more balanced there from the side. The calf here in 3 from her shoulder back is absolutely phenomenal in terms of the amount of just power and width and bone that she brings to the table. For me, this angle of her going right away from me here at the 3/4 view is where I struggle. She kind of be a bit bolder and more rounder there about her shoulder, one that's a little straighter there in terms of her knee. The same goes for the young lady's female here in 4. This calf gets a little too straight up front. When she gets her parked here, she can give you an awesome look from the side in terms of her balance and her proportions. But for me, when she's asked to go is where the pieces kind of fall out of place. Tail head kind of comes up out of her pin set. Shoulder rocks a shot forward there on her framework. The young lady's calf here that comes next from the profile is very ideal in what she brings to the table. For me personally, as we stepped in behind the cattle, she sorted herself down just a shot flatter there in terms of her forerib and her natural dimension. The white calf, I realize she's the smallest one within this particular drive, but I still thought she had a more of a look of quality than the young man's red calf. The red calf that the young man has is no doubt bigger and longer and more extended. For me personally, she was the one that was the most off there in terms of her design. Kind of falled out of balance there as we backed off and studied those cattle. Very nice class there. Congratulations to them.
Angus entry number 255 to the makeup arena. Angus entry number 255 to the makeup arena.
Well, another one here that came to the top of this class relatively easy for us. this is one that just ties everything together. Again, really complete. Heifer that sets down on a really nice foot and leg, has tremendous belly shape to her, nice kind of condition that she's in, and just love the way that neck ties into that shoulder where that junction is. That's just a nice heifer to start this class. Gets a little closer from there. We're going to go with heifer in second here that obviously gives up some performance. We can tell that. Maybe I'm not saying that she's not probably more the right size than maybe some of the other ones, but she just gives up some performance today. You love her upheadedness. You like her hip structure. She sets down on a really nice foot and leg for a heifer this size. She's just a little bit behind as far as performance. I'd like to maybe change her right there in her lower brisket when we get out here and look at her. The heifer coming next, maybe just a little plainer up to her front end, not quite as attractive on the move, one that's pushing just a little chest floor, one that has a nice hip and structure to her, maybe not quite as soft right there in her flank. The heifer that's coming next is probably the one that was a little bit of a problem heifer for us. She's plenty big for her age, plenty heavy. I'm not saying what's too big, what's too little, but she's right there borderline for us. But boy, she gives you a really nice look when you get to looking at her up through that front end. Nice hip structure. I just maybe tone her down just a little bit. Then the heifer coming next is maybe from the front shoulder, from the shoulder forward, she gives a little more of a terminal look, make her just a little more maternal for us today. I'd like to see her move just a little easier off those two hind legs. The heifer coming next, kind of the same way. She's got a foot that's kind of bothering there, it looks like on her left rear at times. She's not wanting to set down real good on it. And she's a little tight in her heart, a little harder right there in her heart. Heifer rounding out the class. I just got to get her moving a little freer and easier off those hind two legs. She gets a little straighter in that hock for me today. We preach on this. I think that's the disadvantage she has. When that heifer does stop and stand still, she is one that you like an awful lot, but unfortunately, we do look at them on the move, too. That's probably a disadvantage for that heifer.
First call, Class 40. Angus, first call, Class 40. This time, we'd like to recognize additional Roll of Victory award winners here in your Angus show. Your Senior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year, time for reserve for Show Heifer of the Year, went to Conley DT Georgina, 1076, owned by Ty Column of Oklahoma. Your Reserve Senior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year, also tied for Reserve Show Heifer of the Year, went to Seldom Rest Pinup Gal, 1221, exhibited by Houston Furry of Indiana. Your Intermediate Champion Female of the Year went to EXAR Frontier Gal, 1739, owned by Jake Allison of Oklahoma. Your Reserve Intermediate Champion Female of the Year was a three-way tie between BBR Blackbird 372J, owned by Sarah Sullivan of Iowa, MLA Proven Queen 2156, owned by Dakota Allen of Kansas, and SCC Heart and Soul 153, owned by Delaney Jones of Ohio. Third and final call, Class 11 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 11 Shorthorns.
As we sort through this class and get this initial pair of them up here, I think this pair surfaces and does so just in terms of a look of quality and balance from the side. And then as we step in and kind of get down to the nitty gritty, I think this young lady's female is so much smoother in her design. I think she's smoother and more correct in terms of the size and shape to her hock and how she uses it. I thought that one was awesome in terms of her presentation of just her feminineness and still being so youthful about her look and right in her condition. The young lady's calf here in two is overwhelming in terms of her just size and mass and dimension. You got to appreciate that about her. For me, when we ask that calf to go, I'd like to see her just get out and use her hock and just kind of reach and do so a little bit more effortlessly. One for me personally, I'd like to just tone her back a little bit there in terms of her size, in terms of her head shape, but definitely one that has an awesome look from the side. Young man's calf here in 3 slides into that spot from being so good in terms of her top line, really just stout and powerful and bold about her rib cage. One that kind of ran out of, you know, her pizzazz, I guess, to run with that initial duo of them. One that we just got to have more lower body as well to help her proportion better from the side. The red heifer here that's carrying a little bit of navel is one that's the exact opposite of the young man in front of her. Very deep, very soggy about her body. One that reads extremely easy keeping. For me, she kind of wanted to duck her pins, get up under herself, and fall out of balance as we asked the cattle to go. Of the remaining pair, I was just more comfortable with the young lady's heifer here in terms of her build up front. She's still one that we got to kind of, you know, tweak a little bit in terms of her rear end build. We got to allow her to just hit the ground more comfortably and have more athleticism there from behind. And then the young man's red heifer here is a stout, burly one for me that's maybe pushing a little condition, one that gets a little tighter and kind of comes up in her spine there as we ask the cattle to go.
Second call, class 40, Angus. Second call, class 40. Your Class 37 results of your Angus Open show. In first place, entry number 244, weighing 1,409 pounds, SSF Envious Blackbird 5022, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. In second place, entry number 240, weighing 1,147 pounds, All Phyllis 254, owned by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, and Circle M Farms of Rockwall, Texas. In third place, entry number 243, weighing 1,247 pounds, Horseman Evening Tinge 255K, exhibited by Tyler Stephen Brown of Chuckey, Tennessee. In fourth place, entry number 238, Whitney Ann Meyer. In fifth place, entry number 245, Sydney Clayman. Sixth place, entry number 246, Reagan Gilbert. And seventh place, entry number 247, Annabelle Campbell.
Another awesome division of heifers here in this intermediate division. Heifer won the first class. Boy, she's really complete. She maybe gives up just a little bit of size for her age, but there's just not a lot of holes in that one. That's one we like an awful lot. She's maybe just not quite powerful as some of the other ones, but that's a nice heifer. Heifer won the second class is one that from the shoulder back we like an awful lot. She's one that we talked in class, if we're going to change her, we maybe give her just a little bigger foot, maybe just a little more bone. But again, that's getting kind of critical about a really good heifer to win that class. The next one, you know, we've talked about soundness all day long, and this one just excels when we get to that. When she gets out here on the move, she's just unbelievably sound. Sets down just on a tremendous foot and leg. I really appreciate that about her. I maybe stretch her out in her front end just a little bit, but again, her body shape and her foot size is unmatchable out here with the rest of them. The young lady's heifer that was next, she's one of those ones that maybe doesn't give you that wow factor, but that's another really nice complete heifer. She gets a little plainer in her look, but again, to follow type and kind of all the ones that we've got out here, she definitely does that. The heifer that won the last class, boy, she gives you just a beautiful look from a profile standpoint. We like that awful lot about her. I guess if we want to get critical of her, we get her on the move. She hawks in ever so slightly, and we kind of notice maybe there's about every fourth or fifth step she maybe wants to pop her left rear pastern. But again, that's taken away from a really good heifer. I mean, and it gets to that point where you gotta be a little critical of heifers that are just absolutely awesome in my opinion, but that's the differences as we see out here, and I think that you got to kind of stick to that kind of thing, whether you know you're looking in the stands or where you're at. That's kind of the little fine differences that we kind of see. So we got one out here we think's champion pretty easy. It's going to get a little closer for reserve. We'll go out here and we'll select your champion.
First call, Class 12 Shorthorns. First call, Class 12 Shorthorns. This is your third and final call, Class 40 Angus. Third and final call, Class 40.
As we get out here within this particular class, honestly, maybe not one that just reaches out and grabs you, and that's why I decided to walk that top trio again, just in terms of build and structure and how everything's put together. I'm very comfortable with the young lady's female we decided to go with. Honestly, you know, is she the cattle that just reaches out and says, I'm the most massive, I'm the most of this, this, and this? No, but the longer I study them, the more I'm comfortable with her in terms of her spine, her feet, and her legs, and how everything ties together. Very, very complete one there to start with. The calf in two, when they're parked, you have to love her. I mean, she is long neck, she is awesome bodied, and the boys in the back have got her presented to a T. For me, when we ask the cattle to go, her shoulder rocks forward there on her framework. She gets a little tighter in her spine. That causes her to get a little bit more hesitant there in her step from behind. I'd like to just relax her and see all that go there a shot better. The white heifer for me is an outlier. She's the moderate, boxy, chunky one that's awesome in terms of her body cavity. Maybe one, as we ask the cattle to go, maybe a little bit more forward there in her shoulder, one that kind of comes up in her tail head. I'd like to just see her reach out and take a longer step, but certainly one that we have to appreciate for what she brings to the table. Of the remaining pair, I thought the young lady's heifer here was quite a bit more ideal there in terms of her rib cage, one that kind of gives you an easy feeding type of a look. She's one that kind of comes in at the ground and kind of wants to plan a shot harder there from behind. One I'd like to see just travel out a shot looser. And then the young lady's calf that we round out with, one that I like to tweak on both ends of her skeleton in terms of her structure. She's still a stout, powerful, very nice female for that young lady.
Results of your Shorthorn show your Class 8 results. In first place, entry number 146, weighing 708 pounds. CF Crystal Lucy, 384, exhibited by Carter Wickward of Wilkinson, Indiana. In second place, entry number 144, weighing 655 pounds. SN Max Rosa Legit, 385, exhibited by Laramie Piper of Caldwell, Texas. In third place, entry number 142, weighing 749 pounds. CF Mona Lisa, 388 OMX, exhibited by Mallory Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 148, Reagan Ray Ferris. Fifth place, entry number 150, Caroline Winter. In sixth place, entry number 151, Megan Keeney. Seventh place, entry number 145, Lakin Martin. Your Class 9 results. In first place, entry number 163, weighing 670 pounds. SN Missing Mirage Legacy, 372, exhibited by Caroline Hubner of Union City, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 152, weighing 779 pounds, CCS Sherry Soda 406L, exhibited by Don Cagwin of Virginia, Illinois. In third place, entry number 158, weighing 749 pounds, J.A. Beth Dutton 3J23, exhibited by SCO Shorthorn Farms of Hastings, Minnesota. In fifth place, entry number 162, DVF Flash of Mirage 423, exhibited by Abigail Toole of Amanda, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 153, Tate Behrens. First call, Class 41, Angus. First call, Class 41. Third and final call, Class 12 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 12 Shorthorns. This is your first call, Class 15 and 16 Shorthorns. First call, Class 15 and 16 Shorthorns.
As we get back out here in this class, it's definitely one that kind of throws a little bit of a curveball at you. There's quite a bit of differences out here in terms of maturity and size, and it's interesting to sort through. The young man's calf, though, as we move back to the center line and focus on building these cattle right at the ground, making them relaxed in their spine, he has the decided advantage. She's also the one that's awesome in terms of just her density and how stout she is. She's a longer, bigger type of an animal, and I guess that doesn't bother me. Maybe one that, we would like to see her just push off of her hind leg and just plant it and drive it a shot better there. Kind of wants to duck her pins and get them up underneath herself, but I still thought that she was the soundest, most agile option out here. The young man's calf here in two is one that I love when he gets her parked, right? Everything fits together. Proportions, she checks that box, she balances. As we ask this calf to go, for me, we kind of got to reconstruct her hip design. Kind of wants to come up in her loin, drop her pins, and get up underneath herself. Maybe a heifer too. We would like to pull that knee back into her and just see her get out of her front end structure a little bit better. she's still the better designed one up front than the calf that we have coming here next. This one, for me, everything's rocked a little too far forward. You can see it there in her forespine. Now, from her shoulder back, that one's very ideal in terms of her rib cage, her muscle, and how everything fits together. The young lady's red and white calf, kind of spotted calf there that's going out, is one that can give you an awesome look. Just one that's just way too restricted off of both ends of her skeleton. But I still thought she had more grow and just a more desirable look than the young man's calf that we round out the class with.
Second call, class 15 and 16 Shorthorns. Second call, class 15 and 16 Shorthorns. Second call, class 41 Angus. Second call, class 41. Congratulations to your champion intermediate Angus heifer. Goes to entry number 223. Lemonager Proving Queen, Gain 24, exhibited by Paige J. Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois. Your reserve champion intermediate Angus heifer goes to entry number 244. SSF Envious Blackbird 5022, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. Third and final call, Class 41 Angus. Third and final call, Class 41 Angus. Results from your Shorthorn show. In first place from Class 10 goes to entry number 165, weighing 731 pounds. SN Missing Mirage Lavish 365, owned by Kate Day of Ambrose, Georgia. In second place, entry number 167, weighing 787 pounds. SFF Nebraska Queen 339, exhibited by Alexa Lowe of Macy, Indiana. In third place, entry number 171, weighing 760 pounds, CCS Rosewood 320L, exhibited by Don Cagwin of Virginia, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 170, Kayla Fogg. In fifth place, entry number 172, Addison Purley.
Well, we're here on your Angus side. Again, a nice class of heifers. Differences in types and kind in these first three. Again, the word of the day has been complete. That's where this one wins this class at. She's really sound, big foot, big bone, ties together really nice up to her front end, nice hip structure, just not a lot of holes in her, just a really nice heifer. The heifer that's coming out here in second, from her shoulder back, I like her an awful lot. I just like she maybe wants to tip over ever so slightly on that front end, gets a little more bunched up through that front 1/3 there in her neck and shoulder area, and up through her head. I'd like to change that about her. Probably the high eye appealing heifer is the one that's going to come out here in third. When you look at her from a profile standpoint, when she first walked in, I thought this one here is going to be the one, but I guess when I get right behind her is where I get just a little bit disappointed. She's not got the muscle and shape when I get right behind her compared to the two that's right in front of her, but another attractive heifer, especially from a profile standpoint. The next heifer coming out is one that maybe it's just not quite as square from her hooks to pins, maybe just a little bolder right there in her shoulder, especially her lower shoulder, but again, that's a nice cow prospect for this young lady here coming out. The next heifer is one that's obviously a little bigger framed. She's maybe a little more on the extreme side. I'd like to see her travel off those hind legs. She wants to pop a pastern every so often on both hind feet. I'd like to change that about her when I get her out here on the move. The next heifer is another really nice complete one, really nice her hip structure, maybe gets a little plainer up through that head area, one that I'd just like to make her just a little more feminine. And the heifer that's coming next is one that ties together really nice up through her front end. She gets a little shorter on those hind legs, wants to get up in her top ever so slightly when we get her out here on the move. Heifer round the class out, just gives up too much stoutness of bone, needs a bigger foot on her, just doesn't have the soft middle in her compared to the ones in front of her.
First call, Class 42 Angus. First call, Class 42 Angus. Your Class 11 results of your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 187, weighing 837 pounds. SFF Caroline 314, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. In second place, entry number 175, weighing 840 pounds. CF Mona Lisa 365, exhibited by Weston Ward of Greens Fork, Indiana. In third place, entry number 183, weighing 763 pounds, CSF Mona's Reward, LL 2320, exhibited by Emily Adams of Wilkinson, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 181, Micah Nethers. In fifth place, entry number 185, Benton McAllen. This is your third call, Class 15 and 16 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 15 and 16 Shorthorns. First call, Class 17 Shorthorns. First call, Class 17.
As we get out here within this particular class, it's a little bit more challenging to put together, I'm not going to lie to you, but honestly, when we go back to the ground, I'm still the most comfortable with this young lady's heifer. And then of the top 3 or 4, I'm the most comfortable with where she's at in terms of her condition or maturity pattern. I remind myself it's only November. You know, these young ladies, they're supposed to be young ladies. You know, they're supposed to be young. They're supposed to be youthful. I'm very comfortable with her in terms of her stoutness, how bold she is in terms of her center rib, and still being the most athletic one out here. Now, is she perfect? No. I would like to change her there in terms of her hip design, pull her pins up in her and square her out there, and I feel like that would allow her to just be a shot squarer and more truer in terms of her hock, but I'm very comfortable with that one within this particular drive. The young man has one here that is absolute cow power. There's no doubt about it. Just body cavity, density, and muscle, and still one that's just really, really good in terms of how she hits you from the side. For me personally, we need to tone her tail head down, need to tone her condition down, and I feel like if we do that, that would maybe allow her to blend a shot better in terms of her shoulder and her lower chest there. The calf here in 3, as they're parked, honestly, you can make an argument that she needs to win. As that young lady gets her kind of pulled together there, she can give you a really nice look here from the side. This view right here is very intriguing, but for me, when we ask those final 3 to go, she's the one that's the most straight there about her shoulder design. That causes her spine to kind of get a bit tighter there and her fall out of balance as we ask the cattle to go. Young lady coming here in 4 is one that I find intriguing from her shoulder back. That one is very, very good in terms of her top line, how she feeds out the backside of her shoulder into a bold, open forerib. For me personally, we got to lay that one's knee back into her. And then if we're going to get really critical, we also need to kind of lay her tail head down between her pins a shot better. From here, I find it very interesting. You can kind of switch them around and describe them however you would like. For me personally, I was more comfortable with the young lady's heifer here in terms of the length and levelness that she offered in terms of her hip. She's really stout at the ground in terms of her foot size and bone. If that heifer wants to move any higher up the lineup, she's just got to be better in terms of her lower body cavity and just balance up better from the side. Young man's calf here is wanting to fight him, and when she does that, she kind of gets a little just PC on me. I'd like to just strengthen her right there, right behind her shoulder, maybe pick her pins up and allow everything to fit together a shot better, but definitely one that young man's going to have fun with down the road. Of the remaining 2 cattle, the young man's calf just offered more body, more just punch and muscle. The young lady's calf gets out pounded and out weight, you know, just lightest weight out here, but that's taking nothing away from her. She's still long-bodied. She's still really level out of her hip. That was a very intriguing and interesting class to kind of piece together there.
Third and final call, Class 15 and 16 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 15 and 16 Shorthorns. This is your second call, Class 17 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 17 Shorthorns. First call, Class 18 Shorthorns. First call, Class 18. Second call, Class 42 Angus. Second call, Class 42 Angus.
We're close pair up here on the top end. For me, we're going to go with the heifer that I think just has a little more natural depth when you get to looking at her. Probably just a little cleaner right there in her chest floor, but that's 2 really close heifers right there. If we change this one, I'd like to make her just a little stouter right there from her hooks to pins. She maybe gets a little narrower right there, but again, that's a nice heifer to start the class. heifer's coming out in second, sets down on a really nice foot and leg. I really appreciate that about her. She's maybe just not quite completely soft in her middle compared to the one that we're starting the class with, but real comparable. Again, that's just splitting hairs on two real good heifers. Heifer coming out here in third. She gives us some performance, but she is really complete. She's one we like an awful lot, especially right up through that front end. She gives you a nice look here from a profile. She's probably not stout-legged and stout-boned as the ones right in front of her. The one that does have a lot of power to her would be the next one. When you get to looking at her with that added power, you maybe get just a little more shoulder right there at the top of her shoulder. I'd like to clean her up in her shoulder blade right down there in the lower part of her shoulder. But again, that's a nice heifer there that has a tremendous hip and structure to her. The big heifer coming next just gets a little wastier right there in her navel. I'd like to clean her up right there in her chest floor, but she's another one that is big hipped, and you really appreciate her from her hooks to pins. The next two heifers are ones that's just maybe plainer in their overall look, ones that we just need to get them to move out just a little freer and easier, make them just a little softer in their mid-third section of their bellies.
Third and final call, Class 17 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 17 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 18 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 18. Shorthorn entry number 204 to the makeup arena. Shorthorn entry number 204 to the makeup arena. Third and final call, Class 42 Angus. Third and final call, Class 42.
As we get out here in this division of Shorthorns, to be dead honest with you, I kind of leaned up against the fence as they were coming in and just watched them, because quite honestly, this is big league. These classes were absolutely stacked, and I mean, we sorted and we grinded through them, and this lineup out here is bad to the bone. There's no other way to describe it. I think, you know, if you're sitting in the stands or you're ringside and you think it's easy, it's probably because you either raised her or owned her, because it's extremely close out here. And when we get on this stage and when you get on this kind of level of quality, you have that much to sort through to get back to these divisions. It's close. And in my, you know, the more and more I sort through them, I think, you know, you can go several different ways and make an argument for however you want to. I'll be extremely interested to kind of see how these things grow and mature and see what they do down the road. We're going to go select you a champion in reserve. Been an absolute awesome division. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Angus entry number 284 and 286 to the Bank of Arena. Angus entry number 284 and 286 to the Bank of Arena. Third and final call in Class 18, Shorthorns. Third and final call in Class 18, Shorthorns. And the North American would like to remind all of our open show exhibitors that there is a supreme champion selection of heifers, bulls, and cow-calf pairs from each breed on Thursday, November 16th at the conclusion of all of the open cattle shows. Champions from each breed are invited to stay and participate in the Supreme Champion Drive in celebration of the 50th North American International Livestock Exposition.
Again, another nice class. Reading, I feel like there's one came to the top real easy in this class. I love her body shape. I like the way she ties in right there at her junction of her neck and her shoulder. She's adequately thick enough, sets down on a really nice foot and leg. You can start to see some udder development there. I like to see the teat placements instead of us hiding some of those up sometimes, and looks real nice from this side. The heifer's going to come out here in second. Just maybe not quite as attractive right there in her neck and down through her chest floor and up through her head, but shoulder back, that's a really good one also. She maybe doesn't carry her softness down through her flank quite as much. Starting this class off, but that's a nice female. Then we get one that's a little bigger thing. Again, I think that's a nice heifer. She maybe hawks in just ever so slightly. Not quite as good in her pen set compared to the ones that's right in front of her. Then we get into another heifer here that I think is really nice. She too just gets a little narrower right there in her pen set. I'd like to spread her apart when I get right behind her. Profile-wise, that's another nice one that you really love her repetitiveness. Clean her up in her chest floor. Then we get into one that's carrying a little more condition than I'd like to see for this far in the stage. You can start to see that right up there between her front legs. I'd like to change that about her. Heifer round the class out. Maybe just gets a little steeper right there in the top of her shoulder. Not quite as powerful when you get right behind her.
Shorthorn entry number 230 to the Makeup Arena. Shorthorn entry number 230 to the Makeup Arena. Your Class 40 results of your Angus Open Show. In first place, entry number 273, weighing 1,535 pounds. BNWZ Envious Blackbird 2363, owned by Olivia Jones of Harrod, Ohio. In second place, entry number 279, weighing 1,522 pounds. Steenhard Greiman Barbara 222, owned by Mariah Steenhard of Mason City, Iowa. In third place, entry number 278, weighing 1,532 pounds, MLA Proven Queen 2241, owned by Sydney Sanders of Leesburg, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 281, owned by Delaney Jones of Harrod, Ohio. In fifth place, entry number 274, Sloan Curtin. In sixth place, entry number 277, Rosalind Kidwell. First call, Class 43 Angus. First call, Class 43 Angus. Results of your Shorthorn female show. Your early spring heifer calf champion goes to entry number 6. LGF MFS Emerald's Dream, 1183L, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 146. CF Crystal Lucy, 384. RKX, exhibited by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. First call, Class 19 Shorthorns. First call, Class 19 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 43 Angus. Second call, Class 43 Angus.
As we start this next division, kind of obviously getting into some older, more mature calves here, and the young man brings us one. To me, I thought she rose to the top and got in that initial trio just in terms of her front end build and how everything fits together. So attractive and ties in so strong and bold there out the backside of her shoulder. And then when you get down to these final two calves, in my opinion, you step in behind them. She's the broader, just more burly one in terms of how wide built she is. She's the one that's definitely got the advantage at the ground in terms of her foot size and bone. The calf here in 2 can win from the side. There's no doubt about it. That's a long neck tied onto a huge body cavity that certainly gives you just awesome look and just pulls you in from the side. For me, I just wish there was more of her. We step in behind her. She gets a little narrow there in her pins, wants to close up underneath, and gets a little just shallower there in terms of her twist. The young lady's calf here in 3, I thought she kind of brought herself there to the top more to the top of the class just in terms of how her spine sets in her, so loose and so good there in terms of how everything fits on the upper part of her skeleton. She's one that maybe gets a little long and weird about the shape of her head, maybe one that gets a little hesitant there in her step from behind. She was still the better option just in terms of her shoulder design than the female that comes next. Female that comes next is bold. I mean, she is awesome in terms of the shape that comes out the spine onto her cage. Really stout in terms of her pin set. A heifer that I've just got to have go better there from the side. Of the remaining cattle, this young lady's female definitely is the long, big, stout version of them. Really just stout at the ground there in terms of her circumference of bone and her footwork. One for me, as we ask the cattle to go, she gets a little bit hesitant there off of her front end, maybe wants to get a little tighter there in her spine. That kind of throws her out of balance. The young lady's female here is one that I really like from her shoulder back. I love that one in terms of her body cavity, really stout out of her hip. Her tail head lays into her nice. For me, she gets a little bold and more open about her shoulder, maybe carrying a shot more condition today, and I'd just like to see all that blend a shot better up front. The young lady's female here that comes next, I mean a stout one. You step in behind the cattle, she might offer the most just punch of anything within the class. For me, that also comes to her undoing though. She's a little bit rounder and bolder about her shoulder, a little plainer up front, but she still had more body and more doability and an easier feeding look than the young lady's calf that we're gonna round out with. Very long-necked, very long-sided, just one I've got to have more to her. Really good. Good job. Really 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 good jo
Over here on the Angus side, again, that one comes to the top relatively easy for us. This is one that's, again, the word of the day's been complete, and that's what you got to say about this one. There's just not a lot of holes in her. I guess if you want to get picky, she's maybe got a little chest for her, but again, when you get here and looking at her, she's so long-muscled, so good hip, so nice belly shaped, just really complete and gets out and moves really free and easy. Just an easy, logical choice to start this class. Let's have her in second from the shoulder back. She's powerful hipped. I love her hip structure. I like her foot and leg. We just need to clean her up right there in her chest floor for me today, but that's a real nice heifer here to come out in second. The heifer in third is one that's just a little tighter in her heart, maybe just a little greener in her overall makeup. I just like to spread her apart when I get right behind her. She gets a little narrower, just not quite the muscle that the ones in front of her have. The next heifer is one that we liked an awful lot, but the more you analyze her, a little more of the shoulder comes out in her than probably what you would like. I'd like to clean her up in her shoulder for me today, but from there back, that's another one that sets on a powerful foot and leg and a nice hip. The next heifer coming out just gets a little shorter fronted. I'd like to lengthen her out up to her front end, clean her up right there in her chest floor, but a nice heifer there in his own right. Then we got a big stout heifer coming next that has a nice hip structure to her. She gets just a little more terminal up through her front end. Herself gets a little taller right there in that shoulder blade. I'd like to change that about her. The heifer that comes next, I'd like to change the way that neck goes into that shoulder. It's not quite the juncture right there. I'd like to see it just a little better. She also gets maybe a little plainer up through her front end.
First call, Class 19 Shorthorns. First call, Class 19 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 43 Angus. Third and final call, Class 43. First call, Class 44 Angus. First call, Class 44 Angus. Results of Class 41 in your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 294, weighing 1,564 pounds, EXAR Princess 2717, owned by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 292, weighing 1,556 pounds, Moffett Elisha 2206, owned by Ella Marie Jordan of Savannah, Missouri. In third place, entry number 287, weighing 1,430 pounds, Conley C4 Princess 2732, owned by Lauren Frederick of Hutchinson, Kansas. In fourth place, entry number 291, owned by Simon Thorson. In fifth place, entry number 289, Taylor E. Jeffries. In sixth place, entry number 288, Alexia Stevens. In seventh place, entry number 297, Mackenzie Knudsen. Second call, Class 44 Angus. Second call, Class 44 Angus. Second call, Class 19 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 19 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 44 Angus. Third and final call, Class 44 Angus. First call, Class 45 Angus. First call, Class 45. Second call, Class 45 Angus. Second call, Class 45 Angus.
Get out here in another class of these Shorthorn babies, and you know, this top 3, 4, 5 of them is very interesting. They all offer different pieces, but I still feel like the dark red heifer is the combination cattle within this particular class. So good in terms of how everything ties together. Where she has the decided advantage over the calf in 2, in my opinion, is on the go. She keeps her shoulder and her forerib, her loin, her tail head, and everything just stays together quite a bit better, and that's due to the fact that she's so good built in terms of her spine. If you want to get ultra critical, you could say she maybe kind of comes a shot pigeon-toed at you, but that's getting super critical of one that I think is extremely high quality. When the young lady here in 2 gets this one stopped and parked, it's lights out. I mean, that is an awesome body cavity tied onto a fresh and youthful neck up front. Certainly one that has the amount of just muscle and punch that we're looking for. For me, as we ask the cattle to go, she kind of runs a shot downhill. The top of her shoulder kind of gets a shot looser and a shot more open there. I'd like to see her maybe a shot square and just more genuine in terms of how she sets her hawk down from behind. The white heifer here in 3 is one that we absolutely love from behind the cattle. So awesome in terms of her just natural shape and spread and dimension. Still one that's very ideal on the park here from the side. As we ask this female to go, she's a little bit more tilted forward there in her shoulder. Maybe one that gets a little bit shorter there in terms of her hip design. And you can give that advantage to the young man's calf here in 4. I love this one's length and her longevity. Awesome in terms of her hip and her pins and her tail head and how everything fits together. Maybe one that's a little bit frailer at the ground, maybe just doesn't have the foot and the bone and the circumference and just the wowiness of the 3 in front of her. But one that, in my opinion, the longer on feed, that one big bred is certainly going to be one that is very, very nice. The young man here in 5, I mean, that white heifer is awesome looking. I mean, he stops her and gets her parked. She's awesome in terms of her rib cage. For me, that we just got to change her in the rear third of her body. Gets a little shorter and rounder there out of her hip. Gets a little bit more hesitant in her step there from behind. The roan calf that comes next is awesome in terms of her spine and how everything fits together up high. Super stout out of her pin set. Maybe one that doesn't match that at the ground. Gets a little frailer, gets a little shallower bodied. And then the young lady's heifer that comes next is one that kind of falls out of balance on the go. One we got to relax in terms of her spine, smooth her up in her shoulder. Very intriguing and interesting class to piece together there.
The Angus side here, This is a challenging class from top to bottom. I think we're going to go with the heifer again, most complete. When she gets out here and on the standstill, she has a really nice hip structure. I like that about her. We like how she is up her front end. She can maybe have just a little extra extension up through her front end, but I think as far as natural shape and muscle and carrying it down through her stifle, we really appreciate that about her. And when you get right behind her, she's still got a lot of natural shape and rib. The heifer that's going to come second is one that, boy, really catches your eye. She's just maybe gets just a little crestier right there at the top, right behind her pole. I'd change her maybe just ever so slightly right there down in her chest floor, but one sure catches your eye. She's not as stout maybe from her hooks to pins as the heifer that's starting the class. And the one that really grabs your attention and grabs your eye is this one. She is really flashy. She sets down on a tremendous foot and leg. You love her front end, the way it ties all together. I guess when we got disappointed is when we got her out here on the move. She just doesn't want those hind legs quite as well as I'd like to see, but again, that's a nice heifer right there that sure catches your eye on the move. Then we get into a pair of heifers that's maybe just a little bigger than what we need for ourselves, but again, nice, powerful heifers in their own right. Maybe this one here, I'd like to clean her up in her underline just a little bit, but again, that's a nice heifer, probably just a little extreme on size and weight for heifers this age. Same with the one that's going to come right next. She is big, powerful. She's probably a little bigger than we need again, but we're not here to say what's too big, what's too little. Something that might work for somebody else maybe won't work for us, but that's just the kind of the way it is. You got to pick and choose on that yourselves. The next heifer coming out is another one really complete. Just gets a little bolder in her shoulder, a little plainer about her head, a little shorter strided off those hind legs, not quite as stout from the ground up. Then we get into a pair of heifers that's just a little more moderate. I just like to change them as far as that. The heifer that's coming next is one that sets down on a really good foot and leg, but she just in moderation, she's probably a little too far the other way. But boy, she gives you a nice look from there on. That's one we'll go out and raise some nice calves. And the young man that's rounding out the class, probably the best EPD profile of any of them that's out here. She just doesn't have the show ring appearance maybe as some of the other ones does when you get to looking at her.
Third and final call, Class 45 Angus. Third and final call, Class 45. Results of Class 42 of your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 305, weighing 1,499 pounds. K&J Henning Proving Queen 2015, owned by Corey Mosier of Larchwood, Iowa. In second place, entry number 309, weighing 1,607 pounds. WHM FCM Phyllis 218, exhibited by Lauren Walter of Aviston, Illinois. In third place, entry number 311, weighing 1,494 pounds, Core Annie Lou No Limit 213K, exhibited by Kayla Breeder of Mason, Michigan. In fourth place, entry number 298, Sydney Sanders. Fifth place, entry 299, Sloan Curtin. Seventh place, entry number 313, Bryce Mowbray. In eighth place, entry number 301, Infinity Cattle Company. Third and final call, Class 19 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 19 Shorthorns. First call, Class 20 Shorthorns. First call, Class 20.
Again, another nice division of heifers. They just keep coming to us. This heifer that won the first class, Reed and I like her an awful lot. She maybe gets just a little bolder right there in her shoulder, but we've talked soundness all day long, and that one there gets out and moves really free and easy. Just a really nice, complete heifer. The heifer that won this second class is one that you sure like her belly shape. You like all that about her, how she's deep in her flank. She maybe just gets a little narrower pin compared to some of the other ones out here. Maybe pushes just ever so slightly a little chest for, but again, that's a nice heifer. The heifer that won the next class is one that, again, is just extremely complete. We love her when she gets out on the move. That one there is sound. She ties together up to her front end really nice. She may be just a little weaker right there in her chest for her, right in her heart, but again, that's a nice one. The next heifer is one that, as Reed and I talked, again, word of the day's been complete, and that one there is pretty fault-free when it comes to that. From her shoulder back, that is a big, powerful heifer, great hip structure, really long-muscled. We like that an awful lot about her. I guess if you want to get picky, you might clean her in her chest floor ever so slightly, but boy, she sets down on just a powerful foot and leg. I think just going to make a tremendous cow. The heifer that won the last class is another one that extremely nice hip. She's probably the most muscular, natural muscled of any of them. With that, she gets just a little restricted in her movement. She misses her stride ever so slightly. But again, this has been an awesome division. Let's go out. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
As we get back over here on the Shorthorn side, definitely a very nice class and interesting to kind of piece through. And I'll be the first to tell you these top two are on opposite ends of the spectrum on a lot of things, and I think it's extremely close between them. To me, the heifer that I decided to go with is one that's just square and more genuine in terms of her hip design. She's one that's just laid back and better about her shoulder in terms of how it fits on her framework. She's long and extended up front and definitely gives you an ideal look. Now, is she 100 there in terms of her hock and how she reaches and goes there off her rear too? No, I definitely like to tweak her there, and that's maybe where the calf in two has the advantage, but definitely an intriguing one there to start with. The calf in two from her shoulder back I think is very interesting. So bold in her body, so big in terms of her foot size. For me, her shoulder gets a little far forward on her skeleton. For me, she also kind of drops her pins and gets a little bit more uncoordinated there in terms of her hind two. I found it interesting to try to kind of put her pieces together and thought the one that we decided to go with was probably just a shot more complete. The white heifer here of the remaining cattle is the best in terms of her body shape and in terms of her muscling. If she wants to compete with the initial duo, she needs to just be more relaxed in terms of how she hits the ground from behind, and probably needs to have just a shot more pizzazz and just bells and whistles. The young man's calf coming here, very long-bodied, very stout one. You step in behind the cattle, that one offers some width. She got a little tubular there in her body, maybe a little straighter in her knee. And then the pair of white heifers that rounds us out. Both of them concern me at the ground in terms of their foot size and the shape of it. I'd like to tweak them both in terms of her structure. I thought the young man was quite a bit just better in terms of the looseness of her spine. The young man that rounds us out definitely is stout and burly. Like I said, we just got to tweak her structure at the ground.
Results of Class 16 of your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 223, weighing 905 pounds, CF Mona Lisa 336 UHX, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. In second place, entry number 216, weighing 844 pounds, CF Max Rosa 340 URX, exhibited by Lakin Parchard of Illinois City, Illinois. In third place, entry number 227, CSF Mona's Reward, TP, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas. In fourth place, entry number 220, exhibited by Keegan McGrew. Fifth place, entry number 225, Sawyer McGrew. Sixth place, entry number 218, Charbon Shorthorns. And seventh place, entry number 217, Isabel Gillard. Third and final call, Class 19 and 20 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 19 and 20 Shorthorns. This is your first call, Class 23 Shorthorns. First call, Class 23. In your champion junior yearling Division I Angus female goes to entry number 294, EXAR Princess 2717, owned by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion junior yearling Division I Angus female goes to entry number 252, SCC Phyllis 249, owned by Brenna Lee Ann Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. First call, Class 46, 47, and 48, Angus. First call, Class 46, 47, and 48. Results of Class 17 of your Shorthorn female show. In first place, entry number 230, weighing 817 pounds, Shady Brook Flashy Kiss 43L, owned by Shady Brook Farm Ltd. of West Brome, Quebec, Canada. In second place, entry number 234, weighing 891 pounds, TASC Margie's Luna 101L, exhibited by Alyssa Carter of Oregania, Ohio. In third place, entry number 229, Six's Flashy Ruth 11L, owned by Colby Six of New Freeport, Pennsylvania. In fourth place, entry number 325, Braden McLannon. In fifth place, entry number 232, Braden Buckard. In sixth place, entry number 231, Ashton Buckard.
Again, a really close pair of Angus heifers here. Heifer we're starting with, I think, just maybe ties together just a little better right behind her shoulder. I think that's the advantage she has. She's extremely long-hipped from her hooks to pins, one you like an awful lot. You like the way she ties together that neck out of that shoulder, one you like an awful lot from the ground up. I think the biggest advantage she has is right behind her shoulder. I think she just ties together a little bit better than that one. I guess if we change this one, leading the class off with reproductively, when you get looking at her from right behind, she's got a pretty small vulva on her. That kind of concerns me about one of getting bred or longevity. As far as that, I'd like to maybe change that about her, but a real nice heifer. The heifer in second, like we said, I like her an awful lot. She is long-hipped, big-hipped. Right behind her shoulder, she maybe doesn't tie together quite as well as the one that we're starting the class with. Then we get into a heifer here that I'd just like to build her up just a little bit more from the ground up. I just don't think she sets down on quite the foot and leg as the ones in start. She maybe just gets a little crestier right there at the top of her neck, but I think a real nice heifer here in her own right. Then we get into a heifer here that comes out next that pushing just a little chest for her. She gets a little waistier there, not quite as good on the move from behind. She wants to hawk in ever so slightly when you get to looking at her, but again, I think just a really nice cow, maybe carrying a little more condition than I'd like to see. Then the heifer that comes next, big, powerful heifer, one that just doesn't set down on quite the foot and leg as the ones that's right in front of her. But again, that's a really nice heifer here, just not as powerful from the ground up, not quite as soft in the middle as the ones in front. Then we round out the class with a heifer that is starting to make an udder. We really appreciate that about her. She looks like she's going to have a nice teat placement. I'd just like to set her tail head down inside of her a little bit for me today, just make her a little leveler from her hooks.
As we get out here in this particular drive, I feel like these two individuals rose to the top just in terms of their build and how they're constructed at the ground. The young man's calf that we elect to go with does so on a bigger foot, bigger bone, and is just more massive. I love this one and how loose she's constructed. I mean, this thing just scoots around here just so freely and effortlessly, and one that I just absolutely adore in terms of how she's built. Now, could you, pick on her a shot right there in terms of her shoulder and right behind of it? Yes, but at the same time, I in my personal opinion, they got to be built a little looser behind their shoulder if they're going to be able to move like that one. The young man's calf here in two, like I said, she got to this point just in terms of her build and still putting it together with a balanced look as you step in behind the cattle. She doesn't have quite the mass or just the overall, spread and dimension of the female that goes right in front of her, but still an awesome female for that young man. This guy brings us one that is absolutely, out there in terms of her foot and her bone and her muscle. You step behind the cattle and she wows you in terms of her hip dimension, super just bold and expressive all the way down through her underpinning. One for me, gets a little shallower bodied, maybe gets a little forward there in terms of her shoulder, but still a very high quality animal. This young lady's female is puzzling to me. I'll be dead honest with you, because when they're stopped, I can see you working her all the way up into the second hole. I love that one, on the standstill in terms of her balance, her proportions, how smooth she's built. Really good in terms of her shoulder and her forerib. For me, as we ask the cattle to go, everything just tightens and gets a shot more tense. One that I just like to relax there in terms of her spine. The red heifer that comes next is the big, stout, powerful one. For me personally, we got to tweak her front end structure, kind of wanting to go a little bit out on her front toes there, kind of wanting to get a little bit more rigid there in terms of her hock shape and the way she moves it. Definitely one that we got to appreciate for what she brings to the table. Young lady's done an awesome job here with the white heifer. Really nice from her shoulder back. I like that one in terms of her hip design, in terms of her body. One that gets a little bold and open about her shoulder. That continues to go forward as she's a little plainer about her neck and her head shape, but definitely a very nice cow. Young man brings us a rope-necked one that's very attractive that I just got to have more of. gets a little bit more tubular there in terms of her body. And then the young lady's calf that we round out with, stout, bold, and massive. We just got to tweak her build. She kind of gets a little U-necked up front there. Got to lay that shoulder back on her framework and just make her more athletic.
Second call, Class 23 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 23 Shorthorns. This is your second call, Class 46, 47, and 48 Angus. Second call, Class 46, 47, and 48 Angus. This time, we'd like to recognize more of your 2022 through 2023 Roll of Victory Award winners. Your Junior Champion Female of the Year and also your Show Heifer of the Year goes to Conley FRKG Queen Meg 1085, owned by Houston Furry of Indiana. Your Reserve Junior Champion Female of the Year goes to Dameron C5 Enchantress 2110, owned by Houston Furry of Indiana. Your Senior Champion Female of the Year goes to McCoy Blackbird 220-5523, owned by Taylor Olson of Oregon. Your Reserve Senior Champion Female of the Year goes to Dameron Elsa 185, owned by Quentin Day of Illinois.
This class here, different types and kind again between these two. This one here is so powerful from the ground up, and we really like that about her. She's got an adequate amount of middle to her. With that extra power, she maybe gets just a little bolder in that shoulder, plainer in that front end, but boy, from shoulder back, that's an awful nice one here that we really like, especially from the ground up, the size of foot and bone that this one has. The young lady's heifer that's going to come out here in second is one that maybe just gets a little tighter right there in her heart. I think that's the disadvantage that she has compared to the one that we're starting the class with. She does tie together really nice up through that front end where that neck comes out of that shoulder. I like that an awful lot about her. I just like to make her just a little better right there in her heart. The heifer coming next is one that's extremely attractive. When you get her out here on the standstill, she gets maybe just a little shorter fronted, maybe not quite as attractive up through that neck. Probably not quite as soft in her middle, maybe just a little boxier, not quite as long-sided as the ones in front. The next heifer coming out is another one, nice, powerful hip, make her move just a little easier off those hind legs. She wants to get up in her top ever so slightly when we get her out here on the move. Gets just a little shorter in that stride. Heifer rounding out the class is another really nice female. She too just gets a little more terminal. We'd give her a little more maternal look up through that head and neck for me today.
Third and final call, Class 46, 47, and 48 Angus. Third and final call, Class 46, 47, and 48. Results of Class 44 of your Open Angus show. In first place, entry number 342, weighing 1,676 pounds. UDE Queen Ruth, 2157, owned by Hayden Mullion of Blythe, California. In second place, entry number 332, weighing 1,717 pounds. Core 419 Dignity, 287K, owned by Holden Levan of Woodstock, Ohio. In third place, entry number 337, weighing 1,531 pounds, FCF Forever Lady 207, owned by Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 328, Ashlyn Moole. In fifth place, entry number 327, Kaya Wolf. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 45. Third and final call, Class 23 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 23 Shorthorns. This is your first call, Class 24. First call, Class 24 Shorthorns.
Get out here in this particular drive and got two cattle that are kind of bigger and stouter in their kind, and I don't mind that as long as they combine it with body and just balance. And this white one checks the boxes for me. So fresh up front and down through her chest, and still youthful and juvenile about her look. Still one that's just seamless in terms of her body cavity, how everything fits together. And then as we ask the cattle to go, she's still the more agile one of this top pair. I thought she was the place where we needed to start. The young man's calf here in two is one that I loved in terms of her hip design and how stout she is in her pin set. One that's extremely bold there through the upper part of her body cavity. For me, one that just gets a little forward there in her shoulder. That causes her to kind of want to drop her head, fall out of balance as we ask the cattle to go. If we could shove that back there on her framework and make her just a shot more comfortable, that pair becomes extremely close. Of the top trio, this is the more moderate cowy version of them, and I'm perfectly fine with that. For me personally, as we asked that top trio to make that final lap, she was the one that was the most uncoordinated there in terms of her hind leg and how she handled it on the go. I'd like to see her just square and more genuine as we watch those cattle go right away from us. Kind of a longer, youthful, kind of greener heifer here in 4, and I have no problem with that. It's still November. We got a long ways to go until this time next year. Young lady can get her stopped and put together. She gives you an extremely nice look. For her to scoot up anymore, we got to relax her in her spine, pick her up in her pins, and just allow her to stay more balanced there on the go. Young man does an extremely job. He gets every ounce out of this one that he can. This one for me is too straight up front. And then she gets a little weird and just around her about her hip. Kind of wants to pull those hind legs underneath her and duck her pins on the go. Like I said, he does an extremely good job because when that one's parked, she can give you a very nice look. Young lady's calf that comes next is extremely good in terms just of how everything fits together up front. Her neck, her shoulder, her forerib, everything ties together and gives you a very high quality look. but from there back, we got to have more body, got to have more substance, and just give me an easier keeping type of a look. And the young lady's calf that comes next is that, but the problem with this female is in terms of her construction up front about her shoulder, gets a little further forward, and that causes her to become tighter there in her forespine, but she's still the bigger bodied, cowier, easier keeping option here. The young lady's female that rounds us out is extremely stout and long bodied. We just got to have more to her, especially down through her lower rib cage. Very nice class there with an intriguing top duo.
Another nice class of heifers on the Angus side. When it comes to the top, relatively easy for us. This is one that, boy, you love her belly shape. You like her up through her front end. Just a really complete heifer. I guess if he's going to change her, maybe for the weight that she's got, I'd give her maybe just a little bigger foot, maybe just a little bit more bone. But again, that's a really nice heifer that gets out and moves just real free and easy. The heifer that's coming out here in second, maybe extend her up through her front end a little bit, but boy, this is another one from the shoulder back, from the ground up, that she sets down on a tremendous foot and leg. Maybe gets just a little higher right there in her tail head, maybe not quite as square from her hooks to pins. The next heifer, I like her an awful lot from the shoulder back. She just gets a little shorter up through that front end, pushes just a little extra chest floor out there for me today. But again, from there back, that's a really nice heifer, a big square hip, a lot of muscle and shape to her. The next heifer is extremely big, not taking nothing away from that, but she's still really complete. She's starting to make some udder. She's got a nice hip, a nice structure, maybe a little plainer up through her front end. The next young lady's heifer that's coming out is one is really nice. We just need to get her to move a little freer and easier. She wants to get up in that top, maybe not quite as good in her toe structure there off them hind feet. But again, when that heifer gets parked and stopped, that's another good female. That's a good class of heifers there.
Results of Class 18 of your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 246, weighing 828 pounds. TRN Margie Matilda, 308. Exhibited by Drake Penrod of Jonesboro, Illinois. In second place, entry number 249, weighing 820 pounds. LDB Brave, 301, exhibited by Lane Blankenship of Orlando, Oklahoma. In third place, entry number 241, weighing 943 pounds. CF Max Rosa, 324, TRX, exhibited by Baylor Cowden of West Middleton, Pennsylvania. In fourth place, entry number 279, Lauren Berg. Fifth place, entry number 250, Shady Brook Farm, LTD. In sixth place, entry number 243, Mason Fuller. Seventh place, entry number 247, Lane Patrick McCall. And in eighth place, entry number 108, Maddox Reedy. Third and final call, Class 24 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 24 Shorthorns. First call, Class 25 Shorthorns. First call, Class 25.
Again, on the Angus side, another strong division. Effort won the first class. Boy, she's big-footed, powerful from the ground up. One that maybe worry about her vulva just a little bit. She's a little immature back there, but again, I'm sure everything's fine as far as that. But boy, she's got a nice belly shape. I just love her from the ground up. That's one that gets out and moves really free and easy. From the shoulder back, this one that won the second class, probably the most powerful of the three of them, but she just gives up with that extra power and foot and leg that she does have. She maybe gets outside of her skeleton ever so slightly on the move, just gets a little coarser, a little plainer up through that front end. And the heifer that won the last class is one that we just talked about. She maybe could have just a little bigger foot and a little more bone for the amount that she's carrying. And she gets just maybe a little straight in that front end at times if you get to catching her, a little weaker in that heart. But again, that's, again, as we talked in some of these other divisions, you're grabbing straws to find something wrong with some of them. And these are all just tremendous heifers. That being said, let's give this division a round of applause and we'll go out here and pick your champion.
As we get out here in this particular class, I guess, in my opinion, taking nothing away from the rest of them, when this one hit the ring, I thought she separated herself rather handily, especially from her shoulder back, what we've been describing all day in terms of her cage, in terms of her length of hip, and how she gets out and travels, especially off of her rear skeleton, is definitely ideal. You know, if you're going to get critical, you could say you need to lay her shoulder back into her, but she's still the balanced, the awesome presented one that gives you a very high quality look out here. The young lady's calf here in 2 is very intriguing to me just in terms of how stout she is, especially right out the backside of her shoulder, extremely bold in her forerib and set really nice there in terms of her structure at the ground. For me, she's carrying a little chest. She gets a little about that front shoulder there. Would like to see her move out of her knee just a little bit better. And then if we're going to move her above the calf there that starts us off, we got to have just a denser and bigger rib cage down low. The calf here in 3 is one that, you know, and I think this pair of them between 3 and 4 is extremely close. She was the one that was more ideal in terms of her design to her hip, her tail head, and her loin, and how everything fit together. She's one that we definitely need to change up front. Kind of wants to get out in her shoulder, come in at the ground, and get more pigeon-toed there as we watch those cattle go. But definitely one that I'm more comfortable with in terms of her roundness to her body cavity and how square she is out of her hip. The red calf that comes next, the young lady's got one that's got some very intriguing pieces, but we just need them to kind of blend together a shot better. Very long and elegant up front. Very nice in terms of her rib cage. One for me that gets a little hesitant off of her rear step, off of her step there from her rear skeleton. One that wants to drop her pins and kind of fall out of balance. This female here, from about the middle part of her rib cage back, is very ideal. I love this one in terms of her length of hip, how stout she is and square she is in her pins. All of her problems come up front, and as this young lady asks her to lead, they become more evident. Everything's shoved further forward there on her skeleton. That causes her to become tighter there in her forespine and just get out of balance there as we ask the cattle to go. The young man's calf that comes next of the remaining 2 cattle was definitely the easier keeping, bigger body, just cowier version. And then the young lady's calf, very long, very fresh. We just got to have more to her. Just got to have more punch and more body.
These are the that get kind of tough for us, I mean, it's all about production, and I think we got one here that calved on her second birthday and before her second birthday, and we really appreciate that about her, and not just because of that, but she's got a really nice balanced udder. You really appreciate it an awful lot. We changed her and we'd get her to move just a little better off those hind two, but she's got that extra coupon on her side that I think is just a really nice calf there, and I think that's why they come to the top, is just because of the production. The heifer that's going to come out here in second, pushing just a little more chest floor. Again, we sure wish she was a little closer to calving. The young lady says she is going to calve next month. We'd maybe like to see just a little more udder development, but again, a nice female.
All champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena. This is your second call, Class 25 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 25 Shorthorns. First call, Class 26 Shorthorns. First call, Class 26. Your champion junior yearling Division II Angus female goes to entry number 324, Maple Crest Phyllis, 2006, owned by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, and Circle M Ranch of Rockwall, Texas. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 346, Cora Annie Lou, 24K, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. All champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena.
Well, two real nice pairs here out here for this class, and we're going to go with the one I think udder's just a little more balanced. I think I really appreciate that about her. She ties together right there behind her shoulder. Really nice hip. This one here, tremendous hip, got a nice bull calf as a coupon on its side. I think just a real nice pair here to start off with. The pair coming out in second is one that still you like an awful lot as far as her udder. She's got an extra teat right there that's attached to another one. I'd like to maybe change that about her, but again, that's a pretty nice cow there that has a really nice bull calf coupon on its side.
Once again, all champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena.
As we get out here in this champion drive here within this particular division for your January and February calves, it's extremely interesting to get these class winners back out here. To be dead honest with you, there's a lot of differences in type and kinds and shapes and sizes, and I say that very comfortably because they're within those particular classes. I guess I'm an absolute stickler that maybe sometimes a guy can get stuck on, what's my type or what's my kind or how big do I want them. And in my opinion, we're going to make sure they're good and make sure that they're the highest quality one and then worry about the rest. And when I say that, like I said, there's kind of some differences out here. And I think that's what makes it so tough when you get these particular ones back out here. Definitely some trade-offs and kind of where you want to stand in terms of structure and body and maturity. With all that being said, I'm very happy with the quality that we have back out here. Very interested to see how these continue to progress as we go down the road. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. I'll go show you the two that I like the best.
On the Angus side here, we're in the last division, and the quality's still here. The first class here, this cow's got a tremendous udder on her, but she just don't quite out and get and move like we'd like to see. That's kind of where she kind of faults us. But tremendous under and got a nice calf to start out with. The second class here, this one, another one with a great udder, just high quality cow, length of body, and these two in the second class were very close, so we're going to keep them together for Grain and Reserve.
Results of Class 47 of your Angus show. In first place, entry number 366, SWA Georgina 2104, owned by Nicholas G. Jackson of Paris, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 365, KCS ATL Soloist 2125, owned by Michaela Dockery of Limestone, Tennessee. Your Class 48 results. In first place, entry number 378, Henning Sandy 1104, owned by Sophia Gents of Fenimore, Wisconsin. In second place, entry number 377, PVF Missy 1139, owned by Callie Judy Jensen of Plainfield, Iowa. Once again, all champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena immediately. Third and final call, Class 25 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 25 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 26 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 26. And your champion senior yearling here in your Angus show goes to entry number 366, SWA Georgina 2104, owned by Nicholas G. Jackson of Paris, Kentucky. Your reserve champion senior yearling Angus female goes to entry number 365, KCS ATL Soloist 2125, owned by Michaela Dockery of Limestone, Tennessee. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a Supreme Cattle Drive here on Thursday, November 16th at the conclusion of all the open cattle shows. The Supreme Champion selection of heifers, bulls, and cow-calf pairs will be available from each breed. Champions from each breed are invited to stay and participate in the Supreme Champion Drive once again on Thursday, November 16th at the conclusion of all open cattle shows. Third and final call, Class 26 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 26 Shorthorns. Results of Class 20 of your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 272, and also your junior heifer calf champion goes to CF Mona Lisa 31 UHX, exhibited by Brittany Blankenship of Orlando, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 267, FC Hot Nina FL 3012, exhibited by Faxon Creek Cattle Company of Belle Plaine, Minnesota. In third place, entry number 270, QK Continental Jewel 2301, owned by Alyssa Meyer of Lanark, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 268, Lily Stevens. Fifth place, entry number 269, Lainey Grace Swindle. In sixth place, entry number 274, Rex Harrison. And seventh place, entry number 271, McKenna Camp. Congratulations to your reserve champion, junior heifer calf, in your Shorthorn show. Goes to entry number 223, CF Mona Lisa 336 UHX, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. First call, Class 27 Shorthorns. First call, Class 27 Shorthorns.
get out here in this class of Decembers and we come to a pair of them that kind of give you that look that we're looking for just in terms of balance and proportions and quality. The young man's calf, in my opinion, is one that is more correctly laid back in terms of her knee as we ask the cattle to go. That allows her to stay more comfortable and maintain her presence, one that just gives you an awful nice look there from the side, but still has plenty of body and muscle to go along with it. The calf here in two is big-footed, big-legged, certainly one that just is blessed with an awesome hair coat, one that from her shoulder back is extremely ideal. I absolutely love this one in terms of her looseness of spine, how her hip and her tail head and everything fit together. All my problems come to fruition up front there in terms of her shoulder and her knee. We just got to lay that back into her skeleton there and make her more comfortable, but a very, very high quality pair of them. The white calf that comes next is one that gives you an extremely elegant look, very tidy up front and about her throat latch and her chest, one that just becomes too hesitant there in her step off of both ends of her skeleton. Just need to see her get out and go. And then the young man's calf has some substance, has some power, just one that gets overwhelmed in terms of size and dimension, but definitely a very nice cow prospect for him going down the road.
Well, we get this grand drive back out here. There's this tremendous set of quality here, and give these exhibitors a round of applause. First off, I'd like to definitely thank the American Angus Association and North American for giving me this opportunity to be the assistant judge today. It means a lot to me and our family for me to do this with my father. We've done a lot of things, a lot of farming together, a lot of days in a show barn and in a pasture working cattle, and this is pretty special to put this on our bucket list and mark it off. With that being said, that's you can kind of see a type and kind out here, and we've agreed a lot today, and that's what you see is kind of where we see cattle pretty eye to eye, and that's pretty cool to both of us. With that, a lot of people here, I know this is a family deal, and for us it's a big family deal. Is my mother, my father, sister, we've all done this together for many years, and I know many people out in this lineup. There's people back home that had to stay home, feed cattle, and do stuff like that. And there's a lot of people to be thankful for to get you here, and we're the same way with people back home doing stuff for us, and employers to let us come do this type of stuff all the time. But this is a tremendous set of cattle, and we think there's some pretty special ones out here. With that, I'll turn over the mic.
Well, there's nothing better than the green shavings. I was here for the very first one. I was at the last Chicago International, so this is pretty special to me. We've been here several times to judge. Reed, this is his first time, and we got two out here that we really like, and he just asked me, can they both be first? Well, we wish they could, but we're going to have to split some hairs here as we go along. We wouldn't be here without Reed's mother. She is our support. She does a lot of things for us. We're glad that she was able to come and watch this show, and without her love and support, we wouldn't be able to do this. You know, there's a lot of history to this place, and to be the 50th anniversary, it's definitely fun. Reed's getting tired of hearing this story. When I was in 1973, I had two steers that stood right over on that other side. There was 25 in the class. I was on that end with one and on that end with the other one. About 3 weeks later, my mom come to school with this big, long box. Well, I had won the champion carcass here at this show. Paid $1,000. It wasn't that one on that end. It was the one on that end. So just goes to show that, you know, we can't see inside these cattle. We don't know what they're going to do. But this is brings back a lot of memories. To be able to do it with my son has been special. Cattle speak for themselves. We're going to go out here and pick your champions.
And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for the father-son duo judging your Angus show today, Mr. Jeff and Reed Gooden.
As we continue rolling over here on the Shorthorn side, another class of Decembers here, and this top pair is extremely intriguing to me. And the longer we study them, I'm very comfortable with the calf that we decide to go with. Awesome in terms of her center body cavity and how everything flows together. Really ideal in terms of the looseness of her spine and being able to get out and cover ground and do so very, very comfortably. If you're going to tweak on her ever so slightly, you could maybe say knock her tail head down between her pins just a shot. You could maybe say, you know, open her up just a little bit there in terms of her forerib, but certainly one that is very, very high quality, gives you an awesome silhouette here from the side. I think she has the advantage over the calf in two, just in terms of her shoulder design. The calf in two, to me, I love the freshness of condition. I love the youthfulness of look that she has. Awesome in terms of how stout she is at the ground and her footwork and her bone work. For me, right up front there, gets a little forward right there in her shoulder, but that's an extremely high quality pair of them that I like a great deal. The calf coming here in three is one that is stout. I mean, she is burly in terms of her muscle, extremely opened up and extremely stout in terms of her foot size and bone. All of that stoutness kind of comes to her undoing as she gets a little tighter in her spine, a little bit more open in her shoulder. The calf that we round out with just gets overwhelmed in terms of just muscle and bone. Certainly one that has some body and has a, you know, a nice look from the side. Just one that we need more of.
Second call, Class 27 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 27 Shorthorns. And congratulations to your grand champion Angus female here at the 2023 North American Livestock Exposition. Goes to entry number 294, EXAR Princess 2717, owned by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Your reserve grand champion Angus female goes to entry number 101, Seldom Breast Sandy 3012, owned by Seldom Breast Farms of Niles, Michigan. Once again, congratulations, and thank you once again, Angus exhibitors. Congratulations to Express Ranch on winning the best 6 hen for the Angus show. Third and final call, Class 27 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 27 Shorthorns. This is your first call, Class 28. First call, Class 28 Shorthorns.
we keep rolling right along here within this fall-born division, and one that comes in and I guess demands your attention so good in terms of how she's constructed skeletally, and just so awesome in terms of her footwork and her bone work. Can certainly get out and travel awesome off of her rear too. Really good in terms of her body and how everything fits together. Still one that looks like she's going to continue to progress and make a big bread. If you're going to, nitpick on one ever so slightly, you could say you could intensify her bone. You could say you need to lay your knee back in her just a little, but that's getting extremely critical to one that I think is very, very high quality. The young man's calf here in 2 is the stout, burly option. She is wide constructed, has a load of just spread and just natural dimension. She's a heifer to me as we ask her to go. Wants to struggle just a little bit off of those front end, wants to just get a little underneath herself there from behind. But I still thought that she was the sounder option between the 2 and 3 heifers here. The heifer here in 3rd is long and elegant up front, kind of draws you in with a very attractive look. She's one, as we ask the cattle to go and step in behind her, maybe wants to pull her hock, get a little bit more uncoordinated and just kind of plant out on the outside of her hoof wall there, but still a very high quality animal. Young man's calf here has the ESTs in terms of muscle and stoutness. There is no other animal that we've seen today that's got more muscle than this one, but that also comes to her undoing. She struggles the most in terms of her structure of those initial cattle. We just got to allow her to get out and go. The young lady's female here, the remaining 2 cattle both need tweaked in terms of structure. I thought she was the one that was maybe laid in a little bit nicer about her tailhead, maybe one that fit together just a little bit better in terms of her loin and her how long and just square she is in terms of her hip. That's where I'd like to change the young man's heifer, maybe just pick everything up there from behind, kind of wants to duck her pins, fall out of balance, really like to just clean her navel up and just give her just a shot more attractive look, but definitely a very nice class there. get out here with an interesting kind of class to piece together. I still think that the kind of fresher, more higher quality animals are standing here in front of me. And of this initial pair, I feel like the young lady's female is just laid in smoother about her shoulder. She has a more ladylike just shape and length to her neck and her head, and one that just gives you a very, very nice look. Extremely balanced. There's nothing that just maybe jumps out and grabs you, but at the same time, the longer you study her, the more you appreciate her, because the big problems don't come to the surface maybe like some of the others. One that I'm just very confident in terms of her build and how everything fits together. The bold, stout, big-footed, big-legged one is here in two, and then from her shoulder back, I think there's a lot of uniqueness to that one and a lot of different ways that she can be utilized at home. For me personally, maybe a little out there at the bottom of her shoulder, maybe a little extra jaw there up front, and just gives you a shot plainer look. Would like to see her just get out of her front end build a shot easier. The young lady's calf here in 3 is one for me, is extremely easy keeping and big bodied, and you can read that because she's carrying a shot more condition. I'd like to tone that back. I'd like to make her more coordinated there off of those rear 2 and just allow that hind leg to plant and drive with more authority. And then the young man's calf that's going to round us out, long and extended. We just need more body and more doability. Kind of needs to just give me that easier keeping type of a look.
Third and final call, Class 28 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 28 Shorthorns. This is your first call, Class 31 and 32 Shorthorns. First call, Class 31 and 32 Shorthorns. Results of Class 25 of your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 295, weighing 943 pounds. BJSF Soul Sweet Dreams 2934K, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. In second place, entry number 292, weighing 1,090 pounds, CF Margie 2130, exhibited by Maddox Reedy of Tuscola, Illinois. In third place, entry number 294, weighing 1,067 pounds, GCC Max Rosa Chrome, exhibited by Braden Cole DeBoard of Bardwell, Texas. In fourth place, entry number 293, Nate Rourke. In fifth place, entry number 278, Aubrey Short. In sixth place, entry number 291, Kanan Clear.
another really interesting and just intriguing class of falls. And I'm not saying that there's one here that 100% just draws you in and says, I'm here to win. But the longer we study the cattle, I'm very comfortable with the young lady's female up front. One that I think, obviously, of this initial trio, I think she's the best in terms of her shoulder, her knee, and how it all sets into her skeleton. For her to say, absolutely, I'm here to win today, for me, we need to relax her in her spine, pick her up in her pins, and just kind of keep her more inside of her body wall there as she travels from behind. But she's still the stout, dense one that I think moves plenty good enough. If you're going to say that either one of these need to win and we're going to give up some bone and some muscle and some power, in my opinion, if we're giving those up, they have to be better moving, and I'm not quite sure that they are. The young man's female is one that I really like from her shoulder back. She's a little bit more immature in terms of her condition and maturity, but that's perfectly fine with me. My problems come to the surface with this one up front, maybe carrying a shot more chest, maybe a little further forward in her shoulder. The young lady's female here in 3 is one that when they're on the standstill, she looks like $1 million. That one is awesome in terms of the look that she gives you, huge in her body cavity, one that's just overwhelming there in terms of her rib cage. For me, her problems become a lot more evident as we ask the cattle to lead, one that kind of wants to go east and west up front, maybe get a shot more tilted forward there in her shoulder. Young man's calf here in 4 is the outlier. She's the big, long, extended, powerful one. With all that, maybe comes in a shot more pieces, would like to lay her tail head down in her, clean up her chest, and I think that would allow her to balance better from the side. Young lady's female here is a big-footed, big-legged one that definitely has plenty of muscle. We just got to make her pieces blend together more seamlessly. One that just gets a little bit more open about her shoulder, a little bit more concave there in her forerib. And then the young lady's female, bottom line, she has body, she has muscle. We just got to ask her to go better there as we get those cattle to travel around the ring.
This is your first call, Charlene Class 1A, 1B, and 1C. First call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C. Third and final call, Class 31 and 32 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 31 and 32 Shorthorns. This is your first call, Class 33 and 34 Shorthorns. First call, Class 33 and 34 Shorthorns.
There's another one under it. That one's clean. That's how you clean that one.
Results of Class 26 in your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 304, weighing 1,040 pounds. GCC Booms Rewarding 58, exhibited by Grace Rinker of Strasburg, Illinois. In second place, entry number 302, weighing 1159. JS Miss Michelle 2J03, exhibited by Tinley Wickline of Assumption, Illinois. In third place, entry number 297, weighing 987 pounds. CF Rosebud 2127 LLX, owned by Haley Juster of Moreland, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 305, Jacqueline Ann Ragsdale. This is your second call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C. Charlais, second call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C. If your Charlais show. Your Class 27 Shorthorn results. In first place, entry number 309, weighing 1187. SN Missing Mirage 2207, exhibited by Emerson Lehrman of Spencer, South Dakota. In second place, entry number 313, with a weight of 1,013, BFS Carmel Pro 283, exhibited by Brigham DeBoard of Barnwell, Texas. In third place, entry number 312, with a weight of 1,055 pounds, CF Mona Lisa 2124 UH, exhibited by John Davis III of South Carolina. In fourth place, entry number 314, Ty Jordan Harded. In fifth place, entry number 308, Kelsey Whaley. Second call, Class 33 and 34 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 33 and 34 Shorthorns.
We get out here within this particular class, and quite honestly, as they made the circle, I had in my mind that this one was going to win just because of her movement. That one is so good in terms of her hip and her hind leg, how everything hinges and moves there at the ground. Still really fresh. I love that about her in terms of her condition, but still to be that fresh and still to be that round and robust about her body, I thought was very, very good. If you're going to criticize her, you could say that she needs to be laid back in her shoulder, and that would allow her to just tie her neck higher there and stay more presented there on the move, but one that I thought won this particular class rather handily. The young lady's female here, when she parks, gives you that look that you're just drawn in. You want to be all in on this one. For me, as we ask this calf to go, she just gets a little too straight up front, and if we're going to just ever so slightly tweak her there from behind, she just needs to have more flex and used to that hawk, and that would allow her to just move just more accurately there on the go. Calf here in 3 is the stout, bold one that is big and long and massive. Definitely one that we have to appreciate for that. For me, she becomes extremely just awkward there in terms of her spine, her hip, and her hind leg. Kind of wanting to throw those out from underneath her there. We got to tweak her right there to move her on up the line. Young lady's calf here in 4 is one that, it's interesting to me because there's times this calf can give you a very, intriguing look, and then there's other times that you're like, are those pieces ever going to come together? You ask yourself, is she going to get open enough there in her forerib to balance that shoulder and a little bit of extra chest that she has out? If she does that and continues to come in her body, I could see that one to only get more competitive down the road. Young lady's calf here is one of the remaining trio I thought had the most body. She was the longest about her hip. She's the one to me that reads a little bit more masculine about her head shape and her neck shape. I'd like to just make her more feminine and just more attractive and maybe tweak her hind leg. Of the remaining 2 cattle, I thought the young lady's female probably kept her balance and design a shot better from the side just because of her depth of body. She's still one that we need to tweak in terms of her structure. The young lady's calf that's going to round us out just got a shot more tubular looking to me. I just got to have more of that easy keeping type of a look. Definitely a very nice class there as we move through this fall division.
Third and final call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C Charlets. Third and final call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C Charlets. Second call, Class 33 and 34 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 33 and 34 Shorthorns. Results of Class 28 in first place, entry number 318 with a weight of 1,100 pounds. CF Crystal Lucy 2121, exhibited by Reed Haynes of Greenville, Ohio. In second place, entry number 323 with a weight of 1104. CF Mona Lisa 2117. Exhibited by Andre Robertson of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry number 329 with a weight of 1223. SN Murabo 2201. Exhibited by John M. Allen IV of Saxonville, Pennsylvania. In fourth place, entry number 320, Reagan Easton. In fifth place, entry number 319, Caroline Jordan. Sixth place, entry number 328, Bridget Cover. In seventh place, entry number 324, Mackenzie Lafrey.
I'll get some more. Yeah, that's mine. I just opened it up. You bet. Okay, I'm sorry. You're good. I'm going to set my phone. You will not have to wait on me today, though. I like that. Yes, Junior. Okay. I'll text it to you, but you got to like cut a lot of bullshit out. That makes it kind of long. Seriously, like cut it down.
What is it, a couple pages?
As we get back out here within this fall-born division, definitely been a division that has its pieces that you got to kind of fit together there through those classes. The older and more mature we get these cattle, obviously the harder it is to maintain the way that we want them to look. And with all that being said, I'm still very, very happy with what we have back out here. It's been a division with a lot of numbers and a lot of different things to kind of compare and contrast. With all that being said, I think there's 2 or 3 of them out here that you can definitely make an argument for. I think it's more, what is your speed? What do you want at home? What would I want to take home and breed on to make the next generation better and to be able to, make me money, and that's what it comes down to for me. I'm out here to give my opinion. We make our living in this business, and we expect these cattle to provide a living. So with all that being said, I'm very happy with what we have back out here. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'll show you the 2 that I like the best.
At this time, we'd like to welcome our Charlotte exhibitors here to the show ring here at the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition here in Louisville, Kentucky. This time, we'd also like to introduce our judge, Miss Shermy Viator. Shermy grew up in South Louisiana. As a student, she was very active in 4-H and junior livestock activities. Eventually, she served on the National Junior Angus and Brangus Board of Directors and won national showmanship contests in both breeds. She attended Clarendon Junior College and graduated from Texas A&M University. While at A&M, she was a member of the livestock judging team. Today, Shermy works for Westway Feed Products as their national marketing manager. Based in Tomball, Texas, she works with their sales team to implement marketing strategies across the country. She owns cattle of multiple breeds across the country and prides herself in breeding and marketing cattle that work in both the show ring and pasture. Shermy and her mother, Annie, operate a small cow-calf operation together near College Station, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Ms. Shermy Viator to the Green Chips here at the North American.
As we get out here into this single entry August female, definitely one that brings the body and the density that we've been talking about all day, one that's extremely high quality in the look that she gives you from the side. Congratulations on a very nice single entry out here, buddy. We'll compare a little bit more as we get her back out here for division.
Good afternoon, and as we start our Charlotte show, young heifer calf, just a May baby, I think kind of sets the tone of what we'll look for today in terms of just balance and look. You might want to soften her ever so slightly in her top as we're encouraging her around the ring here. She picks her top up just a little bit, sets her foot nicely. She's big-bodied, she's stout, she's soft and attractive. Her advantage over the second female is just simply how she holds those pieces and parts together. She's stronger topped and just better and more open in her forerib. Heifer here that goes away in second spot. You know, she's big and high performing, just a bit piecier for us. Both of those heifers, we could encourage them just to be a little bit more secure at their hock. They rotate in just a touch more. Really attractive, very juvenile female. Stands here in the third hole, fairly green in condition, but you love the sharpness at the front, strength at top. She's just too refined for us in terms of her bone work today comparative to those others. Three nice heifer calves, a good way to start off our Charlotte show.
Third and final call, Class 33 and 34 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 33 and 34 Shorthorns. This is your first call, Class 37 and 38 Shorthorns. First call, Class 37 and 38 Shorthorns. This is your first call, Class 1D and 4A Charolais. First call, Class 1D and 4A Charolais. Results from Class 1A of your Charlotte show. In first place, entry number 3, APL Bewley Oval, 318, exhibited by Anna P. Link of Rio, Illinois. In second place, entry number 5, APL Bewley Pearl, 309, exhibited by Anna P. Link of Rio, Illinois. In third place, entry number 2 with a weight of 516 pounds, DCC Coles Valentina, 2324, owned by Coley Harris of Hepler, Kansas. Second call, Class 37 and 38 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 37 and 38 Shorthorns.
out here in another class, and you know, we're getting into more of these summer-born heifers, and definitely some differences in maturity and just kind of condition and where they're standing. For me personally, the female that, you know, comes to the top and does so rather handily is the female here that the young man's showing, just in terms of her body cavity, her balance, and how everything fits together. One that is awesome in terms of her running gear at the ground in this particular class as we compare to her contemporaries. If you're going to pick on her, you'd like to just maybe level her out of her hip, maybe tweak her there in her hock ever so slightly, but I still thought that she was the soundest, most balanced option within this particular class. The young lady's female here in 2 of the next 2 cattle, I thought that she was undoubtedly the more moderate, bigger bodied, stouter option of the 2. We just got to have her get out and go a shot better off of both ends of her skeleton. Just need to allow her to just be looser there in terms of her spine, but definitely one that we have to appreciate what she brings to the table in terms of a moderate cow, in terms of power and density. The young man's female here in 3 is the long extended one that's definitely fresh in her condition. To me, she just maybe reads a shot harder doing, maybe a little forward there about her shoulder. I would just like for her to kind of have a little bit of a just more doability type of a look, but certainly one that we have to appreciate. The young lady's female here definitely has more power and muscle than the young man's female. I was just more concerned about her hind leg design, kind of wanting to throw them outside of her body work, kind of getting a little U-necked and running downhill up front there. And then the young man's calf, probably a little bit more what I would call a clubbier built type one. Huge legs, huge feet, really stout. For me, we just got to smooth her up. We just got to kind of ask her to get out and go, especially out of her front end there. Kind of wants to get a little pigeon-toed and a little straight-kneed, but definitely one that you got to appreciate for her body, her muscle, and her bone.
Charlie, entry number 20 to the makeup arena. Charlie, entry number 20 to the makeup arena. Second call, Class 1D and 4A. Charlie's second call, 1D and 4A.
Really fun set of cattle to evaluate in this young heifer class, and female that's highly presented and really neatly balanced is the one that I end up with winning the class. And her biggest advantage is just in her forerib design, and yes, she's more mature, and I recognize that, but you evaluate them as you see these cattle, and she's more opened up in her forerib. She's stouter footed, just really nice in terms of balance. And you look back away from that female, has a cow look to the curvature to her rib. She's got some swelling in her jaw on my side, and the show side kind of takes away from her face there. But I think as you analyze her, she still balances up, big-bodied and soft. The advantage there in her forerib, you can see when you pull this next heifer around, she's quite a bit tighter and coarser, and just as she hooks up from her forerib back into her rear rib, not as soft. And part of that is she doesn't carry the condition or maturity that her class winner, but even still, as I look down the road for her, I don't know that we have the strength right behind her shoulder as we'll have in our class winner. Love the slope of shoulder, the angularity, the reach that heifer has. Next two females, when you look at these cattle in terms of rib relative to frame size, I think they're going to be just a notch bigger, later maturing kind of a female. This female here, as you look at her and you evaluate her, you want to tidy her navel up, give her just a bit more center rib relative to relation to cannon length that she has. I think she's just going to be a bigger frame female, but she's nice in terms of muscularity. You appreciate that. Just want to see a bit more body relative to frame. Next female gets a little rounder in her hip. She's nice in terms of the strength that top. She's nice in terms of curvature to her rib, but we get into making some balanced decisions. She's just a little lower pin around her hip. Straighter kneed heifer comes next, one that we want to set square on her front feet. She wants to pigeon toe in just a little bit, could stretch her out. She's one that you like in terms of just rib shape and doability, forageability in that female. Just want to change her up there in that front end structure, level her, see her set her foot down just a little leveler. Next two females from the balance and how they hold the pieces and parts together. We want to assemble those cattle better, but appreciate the power, appreciate muscularity. Just want to see them hold their pieces and parts together a little better to advance higher in the class.
Get out here in a very nice pair of mays, and to be quite honest, the decision is made easy when not only you're the one that has more mass and density to you, but you're also the better moving option of the pair, and that's the young lady's female. She's just overwhelming as you step in behind the cattle of this particular duo, just in terms of what she brings to the table. Is she 100% on her movement? No, we need to tweak a couple things ever so slightly. But like I said to her contemporary here, she's definitely the sounder option. The young man's female is one that's probably more elongated up front about her neck, probably one that's fresher in her condition, but one that's a little concerning in terms of her hip design, in terms of her shoulder design, and then she just gets outmassed.
Third and final call, class 37 and 38. Shorthorn, third and final call, class 37 and 38. Third and final call, class 1D and 4A, Charlays. Third and final call, class 1D and 4A, Charlays. This is your first call, class 4B and class 7, Charlays. First call, class 4B and class 7, Charlays. Results of your Shorthorn show, your class 31 winner. First place went to entry number 333 with a weight of 1,088 pounds. Went to Armstrong Lady Felicia WW 2279, owned by Benjamin P. Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Your class 32 results. In first place, entry number 337 with a weight of 1221, Little Cedar Marvelous Margie 2220. Exhibited by Tegan Ritchie of Beaverton, Michigan. In second place, entry number 339 with a weight of 1164, Creeks Vanessa, owned by Emma Helsinger of West Manchester, Ohio. In third place, entry number 338 with a weight of 1179, WJM Han Crown Pearls, C8K, owned by Jacob Bergman of Beloit, Wisconsin. In fourth place, entry number 340, Grace Nolan. In fifth place, entry number 336, Brady Nolan. This is your first call, class 41, Shorthorns. First call, class 41, Shorthorns. Second call, class 4B and class 7, Charlays. Second call, class 4B and 7, Charlays. Results of Class 1B of your Charlay show. In first place, entry number 16 with a weight of 676 pounds, Bowie H.L. Lila 344L, owned by Sydney Allard of Sydney, Nebraska. In second place, entry number 14 with a weight of 709, Elman KLL Angie 15L, owned by Blakely Lemon of Manchester, Maryland. In third place, entry number 7 with a weight of 728 pounds, RKNW Malibu Barbie 3018, owned by Lily G. Williams of Keithville, Louisiana. In fourth place, entry number 10, Maggie Paulson. In fifth place, entry number 15, TC Cattle Services. In sixth place, entry number 11, Riley Revels. In seventh place, entry number 13, White Rose Charlays.
These two females are about as opposite as you can get in terms of where they are, in terms of condition and maturity, and that's why I took a little extra time and studied on them just to make sure I was sure where they are in terms of true rib shape relative to the feed bucket maturity that we see. Our class winner, she's obviously the heavier conditioned female. She's bolder ribbed. And what I see the difference is right behind her shoulder and into her, as she carries into her rear rib shape, there's just more expanse to that female, particularly, as I said, in her forerib. Now, with that said, is she pretty mature about her head and what I see in her chest floor? Absolutely. I sure wouldn't want to push on that one anymore, but she's big-footed, she's really sound, and just big-bodied and kind of a ground sow look to her. Now, with that said, I love the freshness of this female in second because, man, she is just really cool featured in terms of her front 1/3, ultra fresh. She hadn't been pushed, and she's one that, you know, she's just going to get better every day that she's on feed. I just don't see as much total width and dimension to her, even as she gets to the same maturity point as the one that wins the class. But I like those two females quite well, even though they're very, very different in terms of where they are maturity-wise. Next female comes around, has as much hip and power as any out here. With that said, when she just gets out and goes, you can see she rounds in her hip. She's a little shorter hipped. She's one that, again, fairly long cannon, going to have some just a little later maturing kind of a female. The one that we conclude with here, we'd like to realign her front end structure. She's a bit straighter in her shoulder as she comes and goes. She tends to wallow out on her front end. We want to relax her in her knee some, change that female, just realign her front end structure for her to advance higher.
Results of Class 33 of your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 347 with a weight of 1331. CF Mona Lisa 2112, exhibited by Michaela Sung of Alden, New York. In second place with a weight of 1082 goes to RFSS Mona Lisa 261, exhibited by Jackson Overbay of Whitesburg, Tennessee. This is your second call, Class 41 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 41 Shorthorn.
I apologize for taking a little extra time, but I'm not going to lie to you. This is difficult. That top four of them, in my opinion, if you think it's easy, then I'd love to see you come out here and do it, because there's a lot of differences. There's a lot of, trade-offs, and I'll be dead honest with you. There's not a one of them out here that I'm 100% comfortable with their structure. So when we've set that aside, in my opinion, the young lady's female still lays everything together and still stays balanced, in my opinion, where she has the decided advantage over the young man's calf. She's carrying a shot more condition, but to match her chest with that much body and just natural substance down through her underpinning, I think that gives her the decided advantage in terms of balance from the side. And of those initial four, I'm probably the most comfortable with her structure as well. I think she's the most accurate in terms of her step from behind. Now, am I telling you she's ideal? No, I'd like to tweak her in several different places, but of this initial class, of this initial, 3 or 4 of them in this particular class, I'm the most comfortable where that one sits. The young man's calf here in 2 is the one that was challenging for me. I'm a fan of bigger cattle. I'm not going to lie. I like them longer. I like them bigger, and she is that for me personally. When we ask the cattle to go, that one to me needs to just be able to get out and just hit that stride and plant and drive off of that hind leg a little better. And then I talked about it there. For the extra amount of chest that she's carrying, I wish she had a shot more body to help balance it from the side. The young man's calf here in 3, when they're parked, she can win. I mean, that one is so elegant up front, so well put together in terms of her symmetry and how everything is laid into her about her shoulder and her forerib. For me, that one just gets a little shorter and quicker there in terms of her hip design, one that gets pretty straight about her shoulder and just became pretty concerning there in terms of her structure. The 4th heifer here is one that is kind of shorter bodied and shorter coupled. Everything's a shot more compact, and with all that being said, she also, because of that, hits you with a shot more just from behind. She's a heifer that's awesome in terms of her body cavity, really good in terms of her hind leg design. For me, I'd like to elongate her. I'd like to make her a little bigger. I'd like to lay her back in her shoulder. I'd like to tweak her ever so slightly in terms of her foot size and shape up front, but that's being extremely critical. This young lady's female is extremely intriguing for me from her shoulder back. I love that one's this top line and stoutness, and awesome in terms of her hip design. For me, at the ground is where she becomes, more of a problem, becomes pretty hesitant there in her step from behind, gets pretty bold and open about her shoulder. 2 more moderate cattle here that we end up with. The young man's female, to me, was more concerning there in terms of her body cavity, one that I'd like to see just get out and go a shot better, but she was still the sounder option of this pair. The young lady's female was one that with that much condition, I would definitely like to see more to her. I asked myself what's there when that gets melted down. Definitely, like I said, a very hard class to piece together. I apologize, I took a little extra time.
Balance and completeness come to mind as I describe this female. Just a really nice cow prospect. You read her in terms of the thickness to her neck, the strength at top, levelness of hip, all those things are excellent. She's nice enough in terms of how she gets out and goes. Maybe just you can tweak her a little bit on her hind wheels, but I think she's the best in the class in terms of being the combination female. She has to win the class hands down for me. I studied on this next 2 for probably a little more than what folks might expect, because both of these females are really stout and a bit coarse in their makeup. Young man's female, I think as I read her, I read just a touch more attractiveness to her head, neck. I'd like to change that female in terms of how she comes to the ground. She wants to roll on the outside of her back feet in particular. The weight distribution isn't right on that female. But then you get to this yellow female, and the young lady does an awesome job getting her presented, and she makes it really challenging. Now, I like the length of spine on that female. I like the proportionality of that female. I just want to see her a bit more refined in terms of head, neck, and just a bit more mature, just feminine and ladylike. But there's things there that you can justify swapping that pair, and I sure wouldn't argue very hard. Just a little round and coarse for me. This female that comes around next, she's kind of having a bad day, and her ears are down, and she wants to wing out on her front feet. She doesn't set her front feet square. She hadn't ever given me a good look in terms of squareness on her hind wheel either. I read her to be just a little greener, a little tighter chested, one that just, for me, I'd like to realign her feet at the ground. And then this young female that just gives up some in terms of pounds and performance. When you look at her in terms of angularity, slope, in terms of strength of bone and footwork, she has those opportunities and things you like. Want to see that female one in terms of performance, have a bit more, and just assemble those parts and pieces together a bit better.
Third and final call, Class 4B and 7 of your Charolais. Third and final call, Class 4B and 7.
We get out here in this summer division of your Shorthorn females, and this division was challenging. I'm not gonna lie, it was very intense. You know, kind of working through those classes and doing my best to make sure that we came out with the highest quality one. And I'm still very confident and comfortable with what we have back out here. You know, there's not just one that reaches out and says, I have to win, you know, in my opinion today. With all that being said, I think that's what makes it interesting and challenging to sit out here and kind of contemplate and decide exactly where you're going to lay your priorities. With all that being said, still an excellent division, very tickled with the quality. Let's give these young exhibitors a big round of applause. I'll go show you the two that I like the best.
Third and final call, Class 41 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 41 Shorthorns. Your Class 34 results of your Shorthorn show: in first place, entry number 355 with a weight of 1355. Go to Berg's Miley Myrtle Bow, exhibited by Kaylin Berg of Osage, Iowa. In second place, entry number 360 with a weight of 1302. Goes to CF Mona Lisa 2101, owned by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. In third place, entry number 353 with a weight of 1365. CCR Pinky the Roo 2508. Exhibited by Cannon Clear of Madisonville, Texas. In fourth place, entry number 359, Respite Farm Incorporated. In fifth place, entry number 354, Alyssa Miller. Sixth place, entry number 356, Morgan Brooks. And in seventh place, entry number 357, Colby 6. At this time here at the 2023 North American International Livestock Exposition, during the 55th National Charolais Show, we'd like to recognize our international guests. This recognition is hosted by the American International Charolais Association, the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, and it is in conjunction with the United States Livestock Genetic Export. From Canada, we'd like to introduce Helgi and Cannet by Craig Scott. From Australia, Colin Rex. From Mexico, Arnulfo Montemayor and Marcos Gonzalez. And from South Africa, Freddie Wasserfall. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we recognize these individuals here at the 55th National Charolais Show.
I always kid about when you sort these first divisions, and whether it be in a heifer show or a bull show, that it's kind of like sorting fifth grade boys. You're going to have all sorts of shapes and sizes, and then when you throw in here in the U.S. the diversity that we have of feedstuffs and how these cattle have been managed, I'm not so naive to know that some of these cattle maybe saw a little bit of silage as they were on the side of cows and wintered up, and and some of us maybe came from some drought areas further south. So I take that into consideration as I think about cattle and what we see in this first division condition-wise, and a lot of that plays into my thought process. But with that said, as you analyze the cattle, the young lady's heifer calf, she's plenty big for a May baby, but she's a good May baby. And you look at her in terms of extension, you look at her in terms of just structure, from a stoutness and power standpoint, those are to her advantage. There's times where she wants to get a little piecey and rounder in her shoulder, but I think sometimes that's some of what I see is as she's fighting the halter, she relaxes just a little bit. I think she's going to assemble and hold those pieces and parts together quite well. The next female, she looks to be out here that she's maybe a smaller frame female, but I think as you ask yourself, she's plenty big enough, and that's important to me that we recognize that. From a balance standpoint, from a freshness standpoint, there's some things that she excels the lineup out here, and you really like that female in terms of strength at top. You like that female in terms of how she holds her top, both when she stopped and on the go. You study your lines, you study your depth of heel on that female. There's lots of positives there. She does have some roundness and some boldness to her shoulder, but I think that happens when nature makes one really big-ended. Sure, we want to tidy her up in her face, but I think once they get the abscess taken care of, she's a little bit prettier face there. The next female, she's the one I called a ground sow earlier, round and robust and extra bold in her rib shape, but she's also the most mature about her head, neck, and in her brisket. You can see the most condition on that female, but I love the power in terms of just mass and rib and bone and foot about that female. She's probably the shallower heeled of those two females right there in the middle, but again, you have to appreciate the mass and bulk to that one. Young man's female is the outlier in terms of type. She's the greenest one out here, and you appreciate that. Really sharp frontage in terms of levelness of hip. She has a neat design there. She's just a hair rigid when you watch her out of her hock. As she gets out and goes, she doesn't have the same flex from the top of her hoof and her pastern as we see in the two right in front of her, but she's plenty soft and sound enough as just a descriptive point. So I think there's some options, there's some decisions to be made. I'll go out and show you the two that I appreciate the most.
Results of Class 1C of your Charolais show: in first place, entry number 22, Elman Miss Maryland 318L, exhibited by McKenna Hoppe of Fremont, Michigan. In second place, entry number 17 with a weight of 733 pounds, SCC Aurora 151L, exhibited by Samsel Cattle Company of Cloverdale, Indiana. Third place, entry number 18 with a weight of 759, DLB Lexi 872H, owned by Kara Brooks of Brush Creek, Tennessee. In fourth place, entry number 19, Aubrey Neese. Your Class 1D results: in first place, entry number 37 with a weight of 938 pounds, Lee JFR Coco's Coffee, exhibited by Kix W. Lee of Gillem, Arkansas. In second place, entry number 24 with a weight of 809, TCCS Dolly 523, exhibited by TC Cattle Services of Ramsey, Illinois. In third place, entry number 30 with a weight of 785, RF Miss Duchess 3113, exhibited by Sagem Revels of Webster, Florida. In fourth place, entry number 26, Sarah Barron. Fifth place, entry number 29, Anderson Showstock. First call, Class 8 Charleys. First call, Class 8 Charleys. And your 55th National Spring Heifer Calf Champion goes to entry number 16, Boy HL Lila 344L, exhibited by Sydney Allard of Sydney, Nebraska. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 22, L-Man Miss Maryland 318L, exhibited by McKenna R. Hoppe of Fremont, Michigan.
Get over here in this particular class, and I'll be honest with you, the young lady's female came walking in the gate, took about 3 steps, and I said, hello, beautiful. Awesome in terms of how elegant she is up front, so bold and massive. I challenge you, if you're in the stands and you want to see one that is wide constructed, dense, and just absolutely massive, come down and get on top of this one. You know, critics are going to say, does she meet her stride 100%? No, we could tweak her ever so slightly, but in my opinion, that is one unique bovine to have that round of a body shape, that much muscle, and still tie it together with that kind of a look. The young lady's female here in 2 is one that is very long, very elegant. She's one that I love in terms of her top line. You study that one, how her shoulder and her forerib and how everything stays together there on the go. Very ideal in that situation. For me, that one needs to be laid back in her knee. And then as we compare to the female that goes before her, she just gets overwhelmed in terms of body and mass. The young man's female here in 3, I love her at the ground. Awesome in terms of her feet and legs. Study that one going, and she can just straight up just get out and motor. I love that about her. For me, at this stage in the game with this much condition, I question, you know, is there enough body? Is there enough doability? But definitely one that I think brings a lot of good to the table. Of that top 4, buddy, when we pulled them to lead, your calf is the one that was the tightest in his spine and the most just restricted on the go. Now on the stand, I love her in terms of when you can get her pulled together really long and level out of her hip, really good in terms of her body cavity, maybe just needs to be tweaked ever so slightly in terms of her structure. The roan heifer that comes next, presented awesome. The young lady does a great job. For me, everything's just tilted forward. You study her shoulder angle, it's too far forward there in terms of her body cavity, and then her forespine wants to kind of come up and throw her out of balance. And then the young lady's female already starting to come with some udder, still very nice and fresh up front. Just one that we got to just change in terms of her rear end build. That one's just got to get out and go better for me to move her any higher.
Trio of February heifer calves, and I'll talk it all day long, just quality and completeness. And the young lady's female is the one that comes to the top for me. She's the squarest at the ground. She's the squarest as she travels. She's also really fresh and attractive and bold bodied, so I think she wins the class hands down. heifer calf that comes next for February heifer calf weighing 1025 is pushing the limits for me in terms of size and scale and maturity. From the side, you think she's excellent in terms of soundness. You get right behind her and you see that she wants to really rotate those hocks in and narrow. She's not as wide down low as she is up high, but she's big-bodied, she's soft. You appreciate all those things about her. Young lady's female that comes next, you appreciate the soundness of that female out of her front end. Really long-reaching, bold-structured kind of a female. We'd like to tidy her up through her neck, over the top and underneath her neck, make her a bit more attractive.
First call, Class 42, Shorthorn. First call, Class 42, Shorthorn. And your intermediate champion Shorthorn female goes to entry number 337, Little Cedar Creek Marvelous Margie, 2220, exhibited by Tegan Ritchie of Beaverton, Michigan. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 347, CF Mona Lisa, 2112, exhibited by Michaela Ugg of Alden, New York. Your Class 37 results. In first place, entry number 374 with a weight of 1595, Ven SS Revival 703, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville, Ohio. In second place, entry number 369, SN Chasin' Dreams 229, exhibited by McKinley Evans of Lorenzo, Texas. In third place, entry number 370, Lane Patrick McCall. Fourth place, entry number 368, Mark Inskeep. In fifth place, entry number 375, Rebecca Hunt. In sixth place, entry number 373, Fiddling Jones.
Get over here on the Shorthorn side of things. In this class, the big breds come in, and you know, this initial trio of them I think is extremely interesting. This duo of them I thought was the most genuine in terms of their shape, in terms of their spread, and still staying fairly fresh about their condition. The young man's female is the one of this initial pair that I'm the most comfortable with in terms of how everything fits together from her shoulder back. Awesome in terms of her hip and leg. Very, very good in terms of her body cavity. Her issue arises up front for me. I'd like to redesign her about her shoulder and her knee and just see that set back there on her framework, but that's one that definitely from her shoulder back brings a lot of quality. The young lady's female honestly fits the exact same mold as that one. Maybe to me, as I step in behind the cattle, there's not quite as much cow there as what the young man's was for me personally. And then as we step off the side of her, maybe one that's got a little chest would like to just clean her up there, but that's still an extremely good looking one that's very nice from behind. The calf in 3 is one that we love from the profile. This view of her right here is very intriguing and very nice. My question is with her carrying that much condition down through her udder, and then with her being the flatter one of the initial trio, I ask myself how much real cow is there. I got to have more punch, more muscle for me personally. The young lady's calf here, extremely good there in terms of her muscle and her bone. Just one we got to ask to just get out and go better. And then the young lady's calf that rounds us out, moderate and big-bodied, a little forward in her shoulder, ties a little low there out the front side of it. One that I just like to kind of tweak around to allow her to proportion better from the side. Very nice class of them.
Second call, Class 8 Charolais. Second call, Class 8 Charolais.
This is a really, really good pair of females out here in the top end. As you study them, and you just have to take a little bit of time, because this first female she's not the fat one, she's not the softest one, and she doesn't just hit you right away. But when you recognize that she's extra long spine, she's really level hipped, she's just as big footed and big structured as the one that stands in second. She's actually nicer from the top of her neck to the base of her neck in terms of just that design to her front. You couple that with how square she is at the ground in her front feet, how just the extra length that she has, the freshness that you see. I think all those things add up to where I can check more boxes with that female. Now this one in second, I mean, she's so highly presented and so soft haired, you want to gravitate to her because she is cool presented and she is the cool looking one, but you can sure find some things as you analyze that female. She's not as long spine, she's deeper from the top of her neck to the base of her neck, she's flat necked, she's just deeper necked. I love the softness and the rib shape that she has. You can square her up just a little down low, but there's lots of quality in those two females. I used a longer sided one that I think is a little higher at her pin set, just some small details there. That's an excellent, excellent pair of females. Young man that stands third has one that's just ultra cool looking, really fresh fronted, very, very attractive. The thing that gets her in trouble is when you read her from the center part of her rib relative to the other two females in front of her, not as much mass and rib shape to that female, so you could body her down just a little bit, but that one come about junior nationals time next summer is going to be a really, really neat female, one that you say is a big bred. She's going to be pretty cool. She's sound, she's fresh, she's attractive, just not as much midsection today as the two in front of her. Then we get into one that's a bit coarser over the top of her neck. She's sound enough, but in kind of a practical made female, just quite a bit plainer there through her front end. Next female that comes around probably has as much length as you want to see in this pair, but want to realign that female in terms of her hip design, how she handles her hind leg, just lower pinned and not as comfortable in terms of how she sets her pastern at the ground.
we get out here in this particular division, and my wife will be the first to tell you I'm not very good at hiding my feelings, not hiding my emotions. I kind of wear them on my sleeve. I maybe let the cat out of the bag, but I guess there's one out here that hit me really, really hard. The reserves are, for reserve, it's quite a bit tighter, but we're going to go ahead and keep these two class winners together. Young lady, you'll have our champion. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 8 Charlays. Third and final call, Class 8 Charlays. This is your first call, Class 11 Charlays. First call, Class 11. Second call, Class 42 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 42 Shorthorns. Results of Class 38 of your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 379 with a weight of 1463. Don Ruby, 326, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. In second place, entry number 390 with a weight of 1428. DFM Lucky Charm, 205, exhibited by Annabelle Campbell of Liberty, Indiana. In third place, entry number 385 with a weight of 1429. SFF Mona Lisa Reward AV 215, owned by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 381, Mylia Conver. In fifth place, entry number 388, Brady Mullenhaney.
We'll bring these two early spring heifer calves back in, and I'm just going to tell you real simple. I'm going to keep the pair together from that last class. I think in terms of just power and breeding opportunity, those two females offer the most. So, gentleman in the hat, you'll be champion. Young lady that was second there in class will be reserved. Congratulations to them.
Third and final call, Class 42 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 42 Shorthorns. And your early spring champion, Shorthorn female, goes to entry number 374, Van SS Revival 703, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville, Ohio. Your reserve champion goes to entry 379, Don Ruby 326, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. This is your first call, Class 43. Shorthorns first call, Class 43. Second call, Class 11 Charlays. Second call, Class 11 Charlays. And your 55th National Junior Heifer Calf Champion in your Charlay show goes to entry number 58, BRCHE MCC Hot Tamale 3502, owned by Macy Hoag of Illinois City, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 42, Boy HL Lilo 350L, exhibited by Boyer Show Cattle of Seville, Ohio. Third and final call, Class 11, Charlays. Third and final call, Class 11.
Two very big-bodied, soft-made fall heifer calves, and I like that about the females, and you have to really study them to be able to see the differences. The gentleman's class winner, I think, is a bit more appropriate in terms of her front 1/3, in terms of just sleekness and freshness to that female's front end. You really like the cow look to that female. To be that feminine and attractive and bold-bodied, has a neat cow look to her, my kind of female. You could square her up ever so slightly on her back foot as she plants, but that's getting super nitpicky on a high-quality, good-made female. Female that stands there in second is similar in terms of boldness to her rib, but as you read her from her forerib forward, that female is a touch bolder through the point of her shoulder blade lays further forward, not quite as girly and attractive as that one right there that wins the class, but appreciate the depth of rib, the cow power that she has. Just want to see that female reach out of her knee and set that, probably a little longer strided off behind, but two high quality females, good kind.
Get out here in another exceptional class of these big breds, and that last circle there, in my opinion, only solidified the fact that this young lady's calf needed to win just in that last circle. If you were watching there, she's so much better there in terms of her shoulder and her knee and where everything lays on her skeleton. It makes her more comfortable there as we ask those to go. Is she 100 right there in terms of her hock and her pin set? You know, we could square her up and just make her more genuine, but that's getting extremely critical of one that I like a lot of things about. When the young man's calf is standing here, and if you're 30 or 50 foot off of her, this is the one you want to gravitate towards. There's no doubt about it. This is what has kind of been painted as the perfect show cow, right? Long-necked, big-bodied, awesome hind-legged. But to me, as we dive in and we start studying, she's the one of that initial pair that's set further forward in terms of her shoulder. She shows that there as we ask the cattle to go. And then me personally, I got her have her more genuine in terms of her shape. You study the amount of condition she's carrying. I'd like to see her wider and just true there in terms of her pin set. The young man's calf here in 3, don't take this the wrong way because I mean it positively. She's down the middle of the road. You know, there's nothing that's going to reach out and grab you, but at the same time, you're like, man, that's a really solid animal. I mean, awesome in terms of her structure, really fresh about her condition, presented very, very good. For me to kind of edge her above that one that goes ahead of you, or even both of them, we just got to have more extras, but I still appreciate her being the combination complete cattle within this particular drive. The calf that comes here in 4 is the big, stout, long one, right? Awesome in terms of their muscle and how much power and just and just natural width that she brings to the table, and together with an awesome look up front. As we asked those cattle to go on that last lap there, she was the one that became the most concerning about her spine and her structure. Young lady's calf going there, wide built one, meat and potatoes, just, you know, awesome in terms of her body, just too restricted about her structure. The same goes for the young lady's calf here. You know, for me, that one's a little longer, a little smoother, but she's also one that's a little tighter about her forespine because of how she's built in terms of her shoulder. And then the young man's calf that we round out with, coming with a nice udder. We have to respect that about her. But for me, at this stage in the game, we got to have more body, and that would allow her to balance better from the side.
First call in Class 12, Charlaise. First call in Class 12. Third and final call in Class 43, Shorthorns. Third and final call in Class 43, Shorthorns. This is your first call in Class 46 and 49, Shorthorns. First call, Class 46 and 49.
Obviously only a trio of them, but I'm very comfortable with the pair of cattle that we have out here at the top end of this class in terms of their type and kind. They're both moderate, they're good bodied type of cattle. To me, the young lady's female had the decided advantage in terms of her shoulder design. I thought she kind of stayed more relaxed there about her forespine as we asked those cattle to go. And she's also just a stout, burly one. There's a lot to that animal. Am I telling you she's perfect? No, I'd like to tweak her. I'd like to see her just stay square as she comes right at me. But the young man's female here is also a little bit far forward in her shoulder. She's rocked a little forward there in her knee, and that causes her to kind of come a little out of balance as well as we asked the cattle to go. But she was still the stouter bone, the bigger footed, just more burly option here of the remaining cattle. The young man's calf here in third is one that is long and extended and definitely fresh. For me, we just got to have her better moving off of both ends of her skeleton.
Second call, Class 46 and 49 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 46 and 49 Shorthorns. This is your second call, Class 12 Charlaise. Second call, Class 12 Charlaise. First call, Class 15 Charlaise. First call, Class 15. Your Class 7 results from your Charolais show: in first place, entry number 69, weighing 1,111 pounds, RF Miss Mora, 2331, exhibited by Trace Ritter of Herman, Missouri. In second place, entry number 75 with a weight of 990 pounds, WGBCC CLT Berkeley, 240p, exhibited by Brecky J. Bernard of Fooslin, Illinois. Third and final call, Class 12, Charolais. Third and final call, Class 12. Second call, Class 15, Charolais. Second call, Class 15.
Sometimes you kind of have to give to get, and to get the soundness that I like and the squareness at the ground, I'm going to give up some power. I'm going to call this one excellent in terms of maternal build, and in terms of how she sets the ground and gets out and goes. She's superb there. She excels a female that stands here in second in terms of her knee structure, in terms of her front end structure, and every time when those cattle stop, she stops more correctly on her front wheels, and it's because her shoulder blade and shoulder angle sets in better. Now, with that said, that maternal build, we have a bit of flatness there, and the power advantage goes to her heifer in second. She's the big top, big ended one, but when she just gets out and goes, and I told the young lady, I said, you know what I'm going to pick on her for? I said, it's because when she stops, she opens her front end up, and it's because her shoulder blade lays a hair further forward. This young lady's wanted somebody I love watching show, and that heifer's giving her fits, but I know she can get her right. That heifer is big and stout and burly and powerful and going to make a whale of a cow. I like all those things about her, but when you study and compare those two, every time that big second place female stops, she just stands wide with her front end open, and I want to realign her there. Heifer in second, or third rather, you know, you like the size, you like just the dimension of this female. I'd like to change her in her head. She's really plain-headed and just not as attractive up through that front 1/3 comparative to those three or two right in front of her. She's very complete otherwise, and I considered using her as high as winning the class, but I'm going to be frank with you, I just had some hard decisions in this class. This next female is just really, really stout and powerful. You have to like the power and the rib shape of this female. She's pretty big for me, and I guess that's where I had to make my decision, is she's pushing the upper echelons for me and my personal kind of decision making of what I buy. I like the power of this female. I like the soundness of this female, but I think she's going to be one that's pretty big in terms of frame, in terms of added performance. Next female is one that's probably a bit more attractive through her front 1/3, doesn't have near the rib shape or dimension of power as that one right in front of her. When you back away from this female, there's not as much rib depth. She's really round ribbed, she's a bit more tubular in her rib shape relative to some of those other cattle right in front of her. We body her down through her center part of her body. One here that comes next is a longer cannon, later maturing female that's just flatter in her overall design. Beautiful in terms of just that extension you see through her front 1/3. Want to pull her apart in her forerib in particular. She gets quite a bit flatter there, right from her shoulder into her midrib. Very attractive, a unique breeding piece. Next female that comes around is a bit more conservative in terms of frame size. Her advantage over the female we conclude with, I think there's more of her in terms of top shape and through the center part of her quarter. We want to change that female, how she handles her pasterns, just relax her to set there a bit better. Literally long spine female to conclude the class, has some shape to her. Again, we want to power up in terms of bone work. You just realign how she sets to the ground.
As we get out here in this particular drive, I think the young lady's female brought herself to the top and did so rather handily, just in terms of freshness of condition and being able to combine that with the right type of body shape, still being stout. That one's extremely agile there off of her rear end structure. Is there a tweak that you'd like to make in her front end build? Yeah, we'd like to lay that shoulder back ever so slightly, but I thought that she was the stout, powerful, fresh version of what we've been looking for all day. The young lady's calf here in 2 is one that I love from the side. Awesome in terms of her silhouette and how everything fits together. Very smooth about her shoulder and transitions awesome back into her forerib. One, I'd like to dial her back a little bit in terms of her teat size and just placement maybe, and one that I'd like to freshen up a shot there in terms of her condition. And when we stepped in behind that initial duo of them, I wish there was just a shot more just real dimension down low, down through that one's underpinning. The young lady's calf here in 3 is the exact opposite. She's the moderate, stout, meat and potatoes one that's certainly got a lot of dimension and spread to her. For me and my personal liking, I'd like to see her a shot bigger. I'd like to clean her chest up and just dial that condition back, and I feel like that would also kind of smooth her up there about her shoulder. The young lady's calf here is one that when she gets her stopped and parked can give you a very good look, especially when she kind of gets her loined and lays that top down in her. When you ask that cattle to go, to me though, that her problems arise. She gets a little bit more uncoordinated. Her shoulder goes further forward. The young lady's roan heifer that's going to round us out, big and long, very deep bodied actually still. For me, she was the one that was kind of the flattest and a little bit two-dimensional in terms of the shape that she brought to the table. And if we are going to go with the flatness and just decide to go more that route, we've got to be sounder, and I didn't see that in her.
If you know me, you know that I like cattle that can work in both the show ring and in the pasture, and it's kind of a passion of mine to try and build those kind of cattle. And it starts with soundness, and it starts with the right maturity, and I think you have to have cattle that have some doability and some durability, and that's why the soundness piece is so important to me, and the rib shape piece is so important, and I think this pair of females that we have out here do that really, really well. What separates them is muscle shape, and the female that wins the first class, she just simply is a stouter female. She's going to be our champion. The gentleman that wins the second class is going to be reserve division. Congratulations to both the gentlemen.
Third and final call, Class 15, Charlays. Third and final call, Class 15. Third and final call, Class 46 and 49. Shorthorns, third and final call, Class 46 and 49. Results of Class 8 of your Charolais show: in first place, entry number 87 with a weight of 1,233 pounds, 201 PRF Beauty 201, owned by Amelie Bergeron of New Iberia, Louisiana. In second place, entry number 90 with a weight of 1,255 pounds, Druins Adeline 908, exhibited by Kylan Oaks of Tologa, Oklahoma. In third place, entry number 83, Druins Gin D105, exhibited by Isaac Clay Montgomery of Lancaster, Kentucky. In fourth place, entry number 86, Kara Brooks. Fifth place, entry number 85, JC Marie Husky. In sixth place, entry number 32, Alyssa Meyer. Seventh place, entry number 89, Gracie Weinberg. In eighth place, entry number 92, Jordan Shelton. Your senior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 69, RF Miss Mora 2331, exhibited by Trace Ritter of Herman, Missouri. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 87, 201 PRF Beauty 201, exhibited by Amelie Bergeron of New Iberia, Louisiana.
Trio of females out here, and as you analyze them in terms of just body dimension and rib and muscle, they all have enough, and then you have to begin to just kind of sort through on design and balance and extra extension and length of body and just overall power. In the top pair goes to the female. The advantage that goes to the female that wins the class. And as you look at her, there's just more of her in terms of length, and I'd like to design in terms of as she gets out and goes, how she plants her hind leg probably a bit more appropriately. The yellow tinge female is one that you like in terms of completeness. She's big bodied, she's attractive, she's just shorter and more compact. We want to lengthen that female out. She gets out and goes, she probably has a little more curvature to her hind leg. Stay sound forever, but just something that's descriptive and just a bit more curvature there to her hind wheels. And then the big female we conclude with, as she goes away from you, a bit tangle-legged. She gets closed up and really rotates her hocks in for as big as she is. Need a bit more base width on that female.
Getting down to the short rows here on the Shorthorn side of thing, and we get this division back out here, and obviously if you're paying attention, you've seen that I'm studying two of them. I think it comes down to these two class winners on each end of the lineup. They both represent a lot of the things that we've been talking about all day. I think there's differences in them. I think there's one that's a shot sounder, especially in how she's built about her shoulder. I think there's one that's a shot just punchier and burlier and maybe a little bigger footed. And I think you can kind of decide which way you're going to go. I think it's extremely close. My hat's off to you exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll show you how I like them.
First call, Class 16, Charolais. First call, Class 16. Results of Class 43 of your Shorthorn show: in first place, entry number 8, weighing 1,598 pounds, Steck WSCC Chelsea HC 253K, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 427 with a weight of 1568, Millbrook Veronica, FB 3K, exhibited by Alexa Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. In third place, entry number 429 with a weight of 1542, CSF Margie 2210, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas of Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 430, Alyssa Carter. Fifth place, entry number 426, Caroline Jordan. Second call, Class 16 Charlays. Second call, Class 16 Charlays.
We're gonna keep this duo just how they came into us. The young lady's roan female is one that I think is just better balanced. She's better constructed, and that just allows her to be the higher quality option within this particular pair. The young man's red heifer here does have a stout, soft hind leg and a really good body shape. We just kind of need a couple more bells and whistles for her to kind of take it to the next level. They are our respective division champions and reserves, so let's give them a round of applause as they exit.
Third and final call, Class 16 Charlays. Third and final call, Class 16. This is your first call for all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn females. First call, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn females to the makeup arena.
We have one cow-calf and a 3-year-old that obviously is definitely doing her job. We have to appreciate the rig that she comes to us in. Very easy fleshing, very good in her body shape, and she's transitioning that over into her calf here. A very long and elegant, very pretty calf. Very nice pair. Yeah, we'd like to just tighten that cow up in terms of her teat size, but definitely a very high quality pair. Let's give them a round of applause.
First call, Class 19A Charlays. First call, Class 19A.
Just go ahead and pull down a little bit, come around. Folks ringside, let's put our hands together, show our appreciation for these May females. Really nice set of cattle, top to bottom in this class. And you know, in just terms of cow power, I think that they deserve some appreciation. So let's put our hands together, show our appreciation here on the Charlay side. female that wins the class is just an extremely complete female. When you look at her and study her foot shape and design at the ground and how square built she is, and you talk about in terms of chest floor width and how wide she is there in her chest floor, and then still wide from stifle to stifle, but yet with that added width, she's extremely nice at the point of her shoulder and how she ties that power in. So very attractive, very nicely made, very fresh female. Female that stands there in second, you can say she's maybe just a little longer hipped, longer spine kind of a female. Doesn't have the power in terms of bone and footwork of the female right there in front, but I appreciate that female because she's a whale of a cow. She's wide pinned, she's stout built, and very, very fresh. Next couple of females, you know, they're big bodied, they're soft, and you appreciate the added rib shape you have in terms of depth of rib, from fore rib back to rear rib. I want to lean that female up. She's one that's showing us some udder development there, but really what you want to do is lean her up. She gets a little planer through her chest floor. She goes away from you. She wants to roll on the outside of her heel. Shorter sided female that's highly presented comes next. She's one that pushes some brisket. She's a little rounder in her hip. Want to lengthen that female out. As she gets out and goes, she wants to open up on her front because of that added brisket. But love the depth and roundness to her rib. Lots of things you have to appreciate on her. Tuck her chest floor back in just a little. Then one that comes next, boxy and stout in her rib. You want to tidy this female up in terms of her navel. Just a little plainer in her design, but very functional and practical in her kind. Gets out and goes very adequately, as does this next one. This female is just a bit plainer in terms of her head and neck and through her lower part of her brisket. Appreciate the added length that she has, extension. She gets out and goes. She's very soft structured. You like that about her. Just wanted to make her a bit more attractive up front.
Once again, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorns to the makeup arena. At this time, we will now introduce your Shorthorn Herdsman of the Year. Each year, exhibitors vote on the Shorthorn Herdsman of the Year. This year, we have a duo. Jake Nickel and Jackson Schrag have both spent their entire lives growing up, making connections, and becoming who they are today because of the Shorthorn breed. 2 years ago, when Jake proposed to Jackson's sister at this very show, they went from being great friends to officially family. Schrag Nickel Show Cattle was then born when both families decided they were stronger together. The logical next step was to merge each other's cow herds together. Since then, Jake and Jackson have put together 2 production sales and taken care of too many show heifers to count. Both have their own very unique skill sets that only complement each other. If you know Jake, you know that he is a natural-born salesman who can talk to anyone. And if you know Jackson, you know that he will spend all day clipping at the chutes. Jake and Jackson have a common goal of exhibiting Shorthorns at the highest level possible and will continue to strive to do so the rest of their lives. The 2023 Lawrence Grathwall Herdsman of the Year is sponsored by the Shorthorn Foundation. Congratulations to Jake Nickel and Jackson Schrag on being selected by their peers for this special award. It is well deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Shorthorn Herdsman of the Year, Jake Nickel and Jackson Schrag.
I just want to make a couple comments. This is one of the great awards, I think, that is given by the men and women in the barn. Their peers vote on this. Everybody in the barn votes on this, and it's well deserved. It's a lot of hard work. Probably we need to give everybody that's been working this whole week on these Shorthorn cattle to make them look the way they look and be presented the way they've been presented. And these 2 are the standouts for this year. We really appreciate their effort. They make our breed look great, and they make us all look great within ourselves. Thank you.
Thanks again, Monty.
Give those back to the red coats down there.
Okay, we'll do.
We come back into this division. I think there's one female that's exceptional in terms of balance and soundness and completeness, power. Young lady in the red sweater, congratulations, you're going to win this division. That one's really good at the ground. She's really good in terms of just show ring look and cow pasture opportunity there. I like that female. Your decision gets quite a bit closer on the reserve. The 2 females are very different in type and how they're built and condition-wise. I'm going to take another look here and then make my decision.
Second call, Class 19A, Charlet. Second call, Class 19A. Would the exhibitor of the purebred Shorthorn bull please make your way to the makeup arena? Once again, the exhibitor of the purebred Shorthorn bull, please come to the makeup arena. Third and final call, Class 19A, Charlet. Third and final call, Class 19A. Your Class 12 results of your Charlet show: in first place, weighing 1,540 pounds, and also your champion intermediate female, goes to entry number 110, AC Miss Pearl 2502, exhibited by Jade A. Scrinjar of East Liverpool, Ohio. In second place, entry number 107, and also your reserve champion intermediate Charlet female, weighing 1,530 pounds, goes to BSCC Miss Carly Ray 203K, exhibited by Kix W. Lee of Gillum, Arkansas. In third place, entry number 112, weighing 1,489 pounds, DCC Miss Devil's Angel 2214, exhibited by Camille Asmus of Houston, Texas. Fourth place, entry number 105, Lindsay Franklin. Fifth place, entry number 102, Rockin' K Cattle. In sixth place, entry number 109, Shelby Pearl.
as we get back out here for your champion Shorthorn female. Started the day off and told you it was my pleasure to be out here through these cattle, and I honestly mean that from the bottom of my heart. It's been an absolute dream come true. I can't thank the North American and the Shorthorn Association nearly enough for giving me the opportunity to come out here and do this. With that being said, these cattle have been absolutely phenomenal. I would have never expected anything less, because this right here, in my opinion, and for me personally, has always been the granddaddy of them all. You know, when you come on these green chips, there's a prestige and there's a certain level of quality that's expected, and I feel like, you know, this is the exact representation of why that is, you know, that is what it is. With that being said, couple things that I've got to say. I apologize. I'm going to try to make it through this. First and foremost, and number one, will always be anytime I get this microphone and I have this type of a stage, I ask myself why. You know, why do I get this opportunity? And you know, there's only one answer that continues to arise, and that's because the good Lord continues to bless me. So first and foremost, all the honor, the glory goes to Him, because without Him, I wouldn't be where I am today. With that being said, He has absolutely blessed me in a tremendous way. The biggest blessings of my life are sitting here ringside. He blessed me with an absolutely amazing wife that I could not live without, and two boys that have been the absolute biggest pleasure of my life. My family has been absolutely incredible and have given me every opportunity that I've ever wanted. And without the good Lord and without Him blessing me with those people, there's no way that I would have this opportunity. I apologize for getting choked up, but we make our living in business. This is how I feed my family. This is how I make my living. So I hope you understand just how serious that I take putting this microphone in my hand and getting to evaluate your cattle. With that being said, you know, we had cattle exhibiting in the Angus show this morning, cattle that were exhibited in the Key and Lemmy's, and I also couldn't do this without an absolutely phenomenal crew in the back. You know, I got some of my very best friends back there that always step up to the plate and help me make things possible. So without them, I would not be able to be out here. It's been an absolute honor. This is something that I will never forget. It's my first time being able to evaluate here in Freedom Hall on these green shavings, and I promise you it'll be something that will never be forgotten for me personally. With that being said, if you don't mind, let's put our hands together, show these exhibitors and breeders some love. I'll go show you my Grand and Reserve champion heifer.
And congratulations to your grand champion. Shorthorn female goes to entry number 374. Then SS Revival 703, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville, Ohio. And your reserve grand champion, purebred Shorthorn female, goes to entry number 405, CF Crystal Lucy 230 RK RX, exhibited by Paige Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana.
I apologize. I'm going to hop back on the mic one more time. I didn't realize, but this prestigious award, they pick a supreme here on the Shorthorn side of things. Obviously, our champion bull that was selected earlier today, and then our champion female that was just selected. Let's give these two exhibitors a huge round of applause. I'll go out and select your supreme.
Top to bottom, just an incredible set of females. And this is one of those classes that I think the smartest thing I could do would be to take them home and calve them out and then come back and tell you which one's the best one, because I think there's a lot of rib shape and a lot of durability in these cattle from top to bottom, and compliments to the breeders. But there's one female that I never had a doubt on what I was going to do with her, and that's the one that wins the class. She's the freshest. She's really attractive up front in terms of the flatness and length to her neck. Does she have some shoulder? I'm not going to argue with anybody, but also I'm going to tell you that she has the power when you look at her from pin to pin and down at the ground in terms of stifle width. That's a stout beast, and